a very defining moment for him when, in the midst of opposition from his Republican counterparts, he said, "No, we shouldn't stop aid to Ukraine, and we should actually expand it." That was definitely a move where I saw that he was trying to define himself as not tallying to the line of any specific wing. At least that's what he was trying to prop himself up for. But yeah. I mean, he might run for the presidency. I don't know. I can't say though if he's going to be pushed out or how soon. I just don't know that.
Interesting. I see him as like a McConnell figure where he wants to run the House or Senate realistically. Like, he doesn't seem like he has the charisma or, I guess, vision to win a presidential ticket unless he's the VP, which is possible. But at the same time, I feel like he's gotten a lot of internal criticism in his own party, especially from the fringes of the new right and the supposedly anti-war right, from like the Charlie Kirks, the Tucker Carlsons, Marjorie Taylor Greens. And I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess, do you think that they're going to find someone else, or do they need sort of a McConnell chess player in both the Senate and the House?
They might need him for now. But I'm not sure.
Yeah, no. We'll see. I mean, he's a weird guy. I don't know if did you hear about him and his son, that whole thing?
No, what's going on?
So he does. The only reason I know what the hell this is because I went to Catholic school. So he has this app or website. It's called like Private Eyes or whatever. And sort of the idea is that it locks your phone screen to be automatically shared with another person and vice versa. So like he does that with his son so they don't watch pornography. And he said that out loud, which is interesting. Sort of like a suicide pact.
That's really weird.
Yeah, no. And apparently,
really
funny enough, people in my school did that too with their parents, and they thought that was totally normal. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to do that.
That is really
Hashtag free the
fucking
nipple,
weird.
by the way. We're a pro free the nipple stream.
I thought the Baptists in California were weird here.
Well, where's Mike Johnson from? Missouri or something?
Yeah. I think so. Let me check.
Oh, good question in the chat. I don't know if it's for you or me, but it's, are you a liberal?
No. Well, yes, actually. Depending on how we're defining liberal, but in the American understanding of the word, no, not at all.
Yeah, I would also say the same thing. I mean, libertarianism comes from liberalism, but like it's not the same thing. Same thing with, I guess, fringe ideologies. I'm more of a social libertarian, somewhere mixed market, center left, highly socialized democracy type. So I'm not a liberal, but technically I'm a liberal. What about you, Hassan? That's in chat. The guy's name is Hassan. Are you a liberal, Hassan?
Yeah, we got it. I wonder what the belief systems of Hassan Iqbal are. We will see.
Oh, you saw his name. Yes, that's my good friend. I've seen him in chat before. So welcome to the stream, Hassan. Sorry, the stream crashed, so I brought it back up. We already got 10 viewers in the house. Regardless, we're talking about the big, beautiful bill and the political ramifications of it. And in this bill, I mean, although you see some of those, military investments, right, technology, you really don't see much soft power. And do you think there's going to be sort of a punishment for, I guess, continuing to double down and triple down on hard power by America?
Absolutely. Yeah. I think that as tensions ramp up between the what's risen as the Eastern Bloc, there's less of an impetus to look for soft power. We've kind of got all of the allies we need on our side, and I think what comes next is a lot of over the next 20 years overall is going to be a lot of military action. Sides, geopolitical blocks have kind of been charted out right now, and sides are done kind of kowtowing to keep international peace, and they're really done with negotiations. Russia's done with its negotiate. Does not want to negotiate anymore. China does not want to have to wait any longer to take Taiwan, and Iran is very interested in expanding its military power and proxy power into the remainder of the states it doesn't have control over, and most definitely into Israel. I can definitely see Russia wanting to retake Europe in the future, and America has two options. It can either sink away, which is what the rising faction of the GOP wants, or on the other hand, its other option is to stop with its circle foreign policy, which it's had for the last few decades, where every president has shaken hands with Putin, and we've had no president in Russia other than Putin that we've had to shake hands with. We've let a merciless autocrat rule the country, and I don't know that I think there's going to be military action against Russia. There most definitely won't be, but against other players like China and Iran, there will most definitely be war in the next 20 years. I don't think it'll take longer than that.
Are you saying against Russia or Iran?
Iran and China. I don't think we'll see any direct military action against Russia. But Iran and China, absolutely. Our own generals have stated that we should go to war with China, that's an inevitability.
Do you think that's posturing, or do you think that's generally like their actual wishes?
I think it is an actual wish. Because it's too important to just posture over. And maybe it's posturing in one sense in that they're trying to deter China and see how their reaction is. But I think it is very serious. I think if China tries to take Taiwan, we're undeniably going to war with China.
Interesting.
Because
do you think China's actually going to take Taiwan?
Absolutely. They've been continuing to do very, very expensive blockade drills over Taiwan. If it was just posturing, maybe you'd see small operations, maybe submarines. North Korea occasionally shoots rockets over Japan. But we aren't just seeing minor skirmishes or minor exchanges. These are very major. It's around drills to show that it can, and in its own proclamations will be attempting to take the country eventually. China will most definitely try to do this because of Taiwan's economic value in its production of what are essentially rare resources. We're talking about those computer chips. These aren't easy commodities to make, and if China can secure its hand in the economy by trying to secure production in that manner, it's absolutely going to do that. We've done this a lot before. We go, are these countries really serious, right? Is Iraq really serious in its posturing against its neighbors? Is Iran really serious in its statements? Death to Israel, death to America, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Then we find out they've been plotting assassinations against our president, that they have had operations in Argentina. They've had operations both in the Argentinian embassy and in...
Don't forget about Mike Pompeo. They tried to kill him.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That too. I'm sorry, I forgot. And the various operations they've tried across Europe, such as in Romania and the UK, which I'm not too familiar with, but which I know have happened. So we ask things like this all the time, like, oh, are they going to act on this, et cetera, et cetera. And we did the same thing with Russia. Before Russia invaded Ukraine, we went, oh, okay, maybe they're just, doing a military border posturing. That's all it is. It's just going to be them lining up some troops, posturing up and being threatening. And then what does it turn into? Well, it cascades 3 years later, 1 million dead, and here we are. So I think that the question of like, well, is this just is China just posturing on Taiwan? I mean, it's possible they are, right? It's possible. but I think it's a lot more than posturing. And I think it's healthy to view it that way.
Interesting. By the way, I just wanted to let you know, we just started streaming open cold. We literally have 100 live viewers already on the Michigan Review. I don't know what the hell happened, but 151, we'll take it. Regardless, yeah, I've just been hyping up Mike Pompeo stands in chat because we have some Mike Pompeo stands. So I wanted to be very nice to them because everybody stands Mike Pompeo, his very successful presidential bid against Donald Trump that you remember. And yeah, no, we're talking big, beautiful bill. We got some questions in chat. Somebody asked me, why are you wearing blue gloves? Are you ready to go burn some Teslas? And I said, only if it is legally permitted in my county. That's what I said.
Huh.
So, yeah, we did that. And yeah, Mike Pompeo stands, rise up. Also, I guess here's a weird quagmire. So in terms of Africa, like we always forget about Africa. You obviously saw that Trump, what was it, Congo, Rwanda peace treaty?
Yes.
What were your thoughts generally on that peace treaty? It's kind of big, honestly, not going to lie.
Yeah, I don't actually know anything about that crisis at all, other than Trump's. Yeah, I know. It should be my job to be informed on
dude,
that.
I actually know stuff about it that you don't, and I feel so proud because you're the foreign policy guy.
No, it's because I also ignore Africa. Like, oh, I check out what Eritrea is doing every once in a while because that's an interesting state. But other than that, I know nothing about Africa. I know on the Africa front, I know about Mobutu Zaire's rule, Mobutu Sese Seko, and his rule in Zaire, and that's about it. As far as my knowledge of Africa goes, outside of Eritrea, it's just Eritrea and Mobutu and the Katanga crisis. That's really it.
Well, I watched 2 documentaries about this, so I'm gonna take you into the mind of somebody with knowledge. So this started all the way back in, well, it started a long time before this, but let's say the earliest thing of reference right now is the Rwandan genocide, where there was I forget what is the dominant group, but the Tutsis are a ethnic minority in Rwanda that was genocided by a ruthless Rwandan dictatorship that was eventually overthrown in the late 90s. And essentially,
right, the man who overthrew him has been in power since then, hasn't he?
For the most part, yes. I think they have like a low liberalized democracy sort of type system, but the main thing that they've been doing is modernizing because all their neighbors, for the most part, except for Uganda, are pretty much like sort of some of the poorer nations on earth. And Rwanda is one of the most sophisticated.
I've seen some news articles claiming that Rwanda is the Singapore of Africa, which I found interesting.
That's a great way to put it. Honestly, the first video I saw of Rwanda was Mark Rober going there. And the cruel thing about this is they do delivery drones there and test out technology. And mainly, the main thing that Rwanda's been doing is both utilizing their repentance for the genocide and also like how they overcame it as a way to attract economic investment. But also the thing that people don't really talk about, especially in the Americas, is that they weaponize the Rwandan genocide as an excuse to take land from the Congo, which is obviously a much, much less advanced technologically nation. And what they say is there are these rebel groups or whatever, sort of, you can consider them terrorist groups, but really they're basically just biker gangs, essentially. And they're in the east of Congo. And the thing about Congo is it is a massive nation with not a lot of technology, and the capital is on the west side of the Congo, and Rwanda is all the way to the far east. And basically, these areas in the east side of Congo are essentially regionally run or not run at all by the actual capital of the Congo. And so, under the guise of these biker gangs taking over parts of the Congo, with some of them having apparent ties or alleged ties that aren't always 100% proven to the groups that actually conducted the Rwandan genocide against the Tutsis, Rwanda is using that under their current government as a pretext to want to invade the Congo and take that land. Because the thing about Rwanda versus the Congo is Rwanda is about like 15 times smaller, and all this land is right next to it in the Congo. And so if they have this pretext and all this Western investment, they have the technological capabilities, and they're trying to put the seeds of a moral grounds to invade the Congo and take this land so that Rwanda can expand. And Uganda to their north is actually allies right now with Rwanda and also wants to take over the Congo. So they're trying to set this narrative up and take parts of the Congo while saying they're the good guys. And obviously it's a complicated situation, and these biker gangs are real. But are these biker gangs really a threat to do another genocide to one of the most modernized countries in Africa? Probably not. And honestly, it's kind of smart foreign policy by Rwanda's part. And I think that the treaty that Trump signed really confounds me. I don't know if it's sort of just him trying to be the peace president and wanting to sign as many treaties as he can, because I'm certain that he didn't negotiate it personally. It was probably one of his envoys. Or if it's another pretext where Rwanda will sort of find loopholes in this treaty to continue to, I guess, make Congo subject to its influence. I don't know if you've read the treaty at all, have you?
Oh, not at all.
It's interesting. It's such a fascinating thing.
Yeah, no, I was very impressed, and well, impressed in not necessarily the most positive sense, by Trump's peace deal which he brokered between Pakistan and India after Pakistan had launched missiles into India's territory, and India had the upper hand in its attack. And I think it was called Operation Sindor, Operation Sindor, something like that. And Trump forced India to stop. I thought that was really, really weird. It was one of the weirdest peace deals I've heard of being signed. I'm very flustered by our relationship with Pakistan, if you don't know. Definitely really, really weird to me. But I guess we stood up for them after they'd bombed India to broker a peace deal. It's really weird. Really, really weird. I didn't like that. But this deal in Africa sounds good. Glad we got that done with, I guess. Right? For now at least.
I don't mind us being allies with Rwanda. Honestly, like the Congo is an interesting country because it is massive and very underdeveloped, but it also is resource heavy. And like the main reason why it hasn't modernized, at least in my view and the view of some historians, I'm still learning a lot more about the conflict, but I'm just fascinated by it, especially since the media doesn't cover it here, is that fact that they are underdeveloped because they keep having these internal civil wars. Like literally, it's like the first Congo War, the second Congo War, the Congo-Uganda War, the Congo-Rwanda War. And it's like insane. And that's why they never develop, because all of these Western and Eastern powers keep selling weapons on top of just some of the more, like some of these biker gangs when they actually had some sort of power that they could exert in Congo, do some pretty awful things, let's just say. So I don't hate the idea of Rwanda invading, but I feel like the pretext is like a little gross. I think what they should do is, if I was Rwanda, I would recruit sort of a puppet state from within and have a proxy in the Congo on top of annexing potentially like regions that give them a geographical what is it called? Like a demilitarized zone / buffer zone, because there's a lot of, dense jungles and rivers that they could use to actually have a formal border. And I think if they got the consent of the international community, I wouldn't see a problem with it, honestly.
That would be an interesting move. Yeah. I don't know anything about the situation other than what you've told me. I only did minimal research into Rwanda about a year ago because they had some weird chronically online moron telling me that they were like, I think they actually called them the Switzerland of Africa. And I was like, I don't think that's true. I'm going to have to look into that.
Oh,
that is wrong. That is wrong, and I'm going to find out why.
Wait, yeah, Rwanda, the Switzerland of Africa?
Yeah.
That's one of the craziest things I've ever heard. That is actually crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
If they're the Switzerland, then Germany is the I don't know, the Iceland of Europe. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Uh,
I don't know.
they're the
It's
opposite
weird.
of Switzerland. They're closer to
Yeah.
Germany, let's just say. You want to call them the Germany of Africa? That's fine.
Yeah,
It's interesting.
that was all I knew. And I pointed out exactly what you've said, which is they have a lot of foreign investment. Of course, they're going to look like they're doing well, but I mean when we look at the electoral history in Rwanda
Yeah.
elections
I worry
2024.
that if they
Okay.
invaded the Congo, the biggest thing is that we become sort of a second Israel trap where the Congo, obviously being less developed, will have their citizens in some of these annexed areas, or former citizens, I guess, be treated as second class citizens. And I feel like that would be such a quagmire for the US again. And it's like, we don't need this international hate. Like, I want us to be the good guys for real, not just because like the moral high ground or whatever, but because it makes us money, dude. Being peaceful and being viewed as chill internationally makes you money, dude. And I think if we give Rwanda the go ahead and then they start subjugating the Congolese, like we're just setting ourselves up for another PR disaster, and then we're gonna have to write an HR statement again. You know, like it's not good. So we'll see. I'm
Yeah,
tentatively team Rwanda, but we'll see.
fair point.
Yeah.
So I was right. 2024 Rwandan general election turnout 98.20%. Rwanda Patriotic
Nice.
Front 99.18% approval. Let's look at
Team
2019.
Rwanda, let's go.
98.79% approval. 2010. 93% approval. That's the lowest approval rating he's given himself. Very happy to see it. Some humility.
It's interesting. Yeah, I'm pulling
August
up the
23.
general Wikipedia highlights so people can get a general overview. Obviously, things are more complicated than this, but I always like how Wikipedia shows the belligerence. Like, it's kind of an easy way to understand it if you don't know what's going on. Also, we're 200 live viewers. You guys are crazy. Dude, let's do it. This is what people are subscribing for. It is Rwanda versus the Congo versus Uganda. This is the war for the heart of Africa. Let's go, guys. Clip
Hell
it.
yeah.
That is the name of this future war. Okay. If you subscribe, we will officially petition the UN to call this war the war for the heart of Africa. Okay. I just came
Hell
up
yeah.
with that. And of course, a white guy's going to name a war in Africa. That's what we do here. Subscribe.
Subscribe. Subscribe for
Crazy.
more wars in
Yes.
Africa.
So I guess, okay,
I mean,
so technically, Rwanda was already at war. And that's what I thought. It was sort of like you don't declare war on somebody, but you fight some proxy groups that are in someone else's country without like, a super strong pretext,
yeah.
So yeah, interesting. So honestly, it wasn't that as bloody as you'd think. 7,000 killed for a war of this size with 100,000 combatants on top of, basically like the areas that battles were fought. It's like a little under 1 million people total. So honestly, not that bad. The biggest thing is going to have to be rebuilding some of those areas. And even then, like the people they attacked were like literally insurgent groups that had way less tech than them. So I guess I don't hate that. I don't hate it, but I feel like Rwanda wants more. They want more land because Rwanda, if you look at a map, is way smaller than the Congo, and the Congo has so much land.
This
So we'll see.
guy who runs Rwanda is like a fucking nightmare figure. Look at this man.
He's a crazy guy.
He's
Someone said
so
free Diddy in
tall and
chat.
skinny.
Everyone, brain closure. Bibi Hoisdens says brain closure. Everyone in your country with the most wealth is African. I
I think
guess so. Technically, Elon Musk.
true. True.
So I guess
BB
technically you're not wrong.
Houston. Who's this?
He's not wrong, but he said everyone in your country. I guess just the one guy is African. Well, the
I think
rest
this
of
is a woman.
the people are from Silicon Valley, pretty much, or New York. That's it. It's New York, Silicon Valley, or you're a South African guy who is the son of an emerald miner
Oh yeah,
who
no.
really likes
This is
building
this is
gadgets and
this is a
gizmos.
she actually. This is a she.
Really interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm looking at this. Liberation Forces of Rwanda. Yeah, it was the ethnic Hutu. The Hutus were the ones who were in charge when they genocided the Tutsis. And then basically, like, obviously, almost all the Tutsis are gone because of the genocide and how brutal it was. And they literally forced people to march out to the desert to their deaths in the Namib Desert, where they would send them out with no food and water and just like force them to stay there until they died. It was crazy. It's literally like if it went on for longer and had more casualties, it's on the level of brutality of the stuff you saw in World War II. And that was what happened in 1992. But now Rwanda is turning that on its head and attacking these biker groups that are loosely affiliated with the Hutus who used to be in charge of Rwanda, and they're using that as a pretext. Although it seems to work out pretty well for Rwanda.
This is why
Let me
I do
see. I
not
don't
get
know if they have
involved
de facto
in
control.
politics.
This is interesting. Okay, yeah. Interesting. So the rebels got it. So I see what happened here. I see what happened here. So I forgot about this. Is that the Congo, like I said, it's always at war. It was already at war with itself when Rwanda wanted to join in. And they used the rebel alliance in the Congo to not just overthrow. I don't know if they overthrew the government, but they took a large chunk of land and sort of created an insurgency in northwestern Congo. And Rwanda is sort of teaming up with them. And obviously being on the east side of the Congo, which is one of the biggest nations, it might be the biggest nation in all of Africa, essentially had basically no challengers besides these random biker gangs in eastern Congo. And because of the river and the being preoccupied with the rebels at the capital of the Congo on the west side, Rwanda had a field day. Honestly, it was very smart of them. Very, very smart of them. I think we should tighten our relationship with Rwanda, although we got to keep a closer eye on them. Yes. Yeah. Rebels, yes.
I think we should invade the Congo.
The new state, the 51st state, 52nd state after Canada, of course. 53rd after
Yep.
Greenland.
Yep.
I want to see if there was any de facto territorial control because I'm guessing the actual peace treaty didn't recognize any de jure control changes of Rwanda versus Congo, but I'm sure Rwanda is keeping some of that land.
Holy fuck, dude. Look at how skinny Kagame is. His legs are like toothpicks.
Now, these are the real hard hitting news questions that we have to ask.
Yeah, why is Kagame so skinny? Next up, the water is wet and the air is breathable, usually. I guess he's only 6'2". All Kagame weight.
Someone keeps asking me about the gloves I'm wearing. It's because I forgot my actual gloves, and it's cold up here.
I think
And if I turn
the
off the fan, it gets too
Congolese will
hot.
eat you. I think the Congolese will eat me too. I agree.
No comment. I will not comment on that. I will take a meeting with my lawyer, but I thank you for contributing, and I encourage you to subscribe to the Michigan Review, and we support your free speech, I guess.
I would eat me too if I was Congolese.
Hotel Rwanda was a great movie about that. I'll have to check it out. Is it a documentary or is it like a, I guess, sort of dramatized historical fiction? That sounds really good about the genocide, it seems. Hotel Rwanda. I'm very fascinated by it. And I think, honestly, America should, I wouldn't say get more involved in terms of like sending troops and weapons, but trade agreements. Africa has so much to gain. And you don't even have to do it by literally doing all this colonial crap. All you have to do is make a deal. Like it's that easy. Say, look, Rwanda, we'll support your claim to this thing if you mine some minerals and give us a deal. Like it's just common sense. So I think maybe that's Trump's angle. Is someone told him that Rwanda has a lot of money in tech and that they wanted to sort of set up a mining operation. I think that could be what it is. Which honestly, like especially with Ukraine and the rare minerals, that just makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It does.
Interesting. Oh boy. Yeah, I guess the worst part. Is there any proof of this? So I guess the downside of this is the rebel group apparently that Rwanda supported may have been doing some bad stuff right here. Although it doesn't look like there's 100% proof here. Where some, or I guess what was it, the president of the Congo, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, that isn't really democratic, said that Rwanda backed a rebel group that apparently used children as child soldiers, aid facilities.
Well,
Makes
it is
sense.
Africa, right?
I suppose. I mean, that is also a thing. Like you've seen it obviously with Palestine, but also the Congo, where you have an underdeveloped nation that's constantly at war with itself, that doesn't have the best healthcare. So like the average age of people is super young. And I'm not saying it's right to kill children, but like literally when you're that many young people, you literally have armed forces that have so many people under the age of 18. And I'm not saying like, oh yes, we should kill them and use that as an excuse to kill everybody in Palestine and the Congo, but like it's just a material reality. I suppose like if they're fighting you, obviously you have a right to defend yourself, but there's a difference between that and like killing Congolese children because they might be militants. So I'm pulling it up on stream. It's CNN did real journalism. That's nice. That's new. So let's check this out, guys. The UN human rights chief accused Rwanda-backed rebels of seizing a second major city and then using that to kill children and attack hospitals. So they said there was confirmed cases of execution of children after they already seized the city, which is not good if true. But although the investigation has not been concluded, if I'm Rwanda, honestly, let's be real, they probably knew some of this stuff was happening, right? If it did happen. Like, there's no way you sponsor a rebel group and don't know at least some of the things they're about. If I was Rwanda, I would make a commitment not to back that rebel group because even though they might see it as betrayal, at the end of the day, like you have military superiority. So if the rebel group turns on you, it's like, dude, you killed children and you also made us look bad and we have better tech. What are you going to do, dude? That's what I would do if I was Rwanda. Although, let's be real, they know this stuff is going on. 3,000 were killed, apparently.
Yeah, it's tough. It is tough.
Not great, but it seems like Rwanda directly didn't do any war crimes other than, I guess, sponsoring the group that did war crimes, which is not great, but, wasn't them directly, I suppose. It's like if our proxies that we're arming do war crimes. Like, we've armed people who've turned against us in the past, and I don't think you can fully fault us, although you can say logically that we can't get to places where Al-Qaeda is being Al-Qaeda without our help,
Yeah.
It's interesting. What are your thoughts on this, I guess?
On Rwanda overall, right now?
I guess sort of like once these investigations conclude, if there likely is going to be proof that these rebel groups they sponsored did do some pretty horrendous stuff. Like, do you think the U.S. should sort of ensure that they're not doing this in the future? Or just, I guess, turn a blind eye?
Well, we frequently see this with rebel groups in Africa. And rebel groups, this used to be a big thing with rebel groups in South America, too. There was a substantial amount of violations of human rights. Do I think that we should turn a blind eye to the violations? No, I think there should be repercussions for the people involved in those, but I don't think that means full withdrawal of these rebel groups in Africa. If they have the proper sponsorship, it's possible that they can make something great out of their societies eventually. We withdrew support from some more brutal rebel groups in South America. For example, the Contras, we withdrew support because of some abuses and abuse charges that were levied against them by the international community. And brutal they were, but what took their place was unfathomably worse, and also sponsored by a foreign imperialist power. So I don't think that abuses within rebel groups are enough to say that we should fully withdraw support from them entirely. I think it just means being more stringent in disciplinary action taken against units or groups within those rebel groups that are consistently violating international norms.
Interesting. One thing that is very interesting, in my opinion, is, well, specifically for us in the Michigan Review, is the fact that we have basically students, international students, coming from these nations every year. And I've already literally seen a half dozen people from, I don't know if it was Rwanda specifically or just countries in the area. I know for a fact I met 2 people from Uganda. And I think I'm going to interview them on this fact. And I guess, do you think like us sort of strengthening our relationship with Rwanda, which is what this treaty is doing, I think that's sort of the intent, is giving us a better economic deal while also maintaining the veneer of peace. Do you think that people like those international students coming to U of M will look favorably on the Trump administration for doing something like this?
For brokering a peace deal, the international students
Yes.
coming from where? From Rwanda or from Congo, for example?
Everywhere. No, Uganda too, because Uganda also, I believe, partially backed these rebel groups and also had previously invaded the Congo, and they're to the north of Rwanda and to the east of the Congo. I've met students from there. I've met some Rwandans. I don't know if I've met a student who's Congolese, but I will double check.
Well, it depends on the precedent they left under. I mean, if these are people who are fleeing because of political persecution at home, which is very likely, I don't think they'll look very kindly on the Trump administration administering deals with the governments they're fleeing. I think it's more likely to cause a lot of public discontent from these migrants, and may potentially deter them from coming altogether, because a track record has been made under the Trump administration that we America will use the Alien Sedition Act, to deport people who subvert U.S. foreign policy. So it's not like they'll have much of a voice against our actions with the Rwandan government at all, anyways. Overall, no, I don't think that the migrants who come here will be very happy with the Trump administration's moves.
Interesting. I'll ask them myself and see what they say. Honestly, I might have them on the broadcast if I can. There's this really bright girl, #1 in her class, whatever the precursor to college is in Kenya. And she's like super, super smart. Obviously, Kenya's a little farther from the conflict, but she was somebody I knew I wanted to have on the broadcast for sure. I guess it's an interesting. Also, I just saw the pictures you sent. He is very skinny. Wow. Oh my goodness gracious. I need to be on that program. Also, suit not looking that bad. I got to be honest. I like the black on black. I'm not gonna lie. Sorry, I got distracted.
Oh no, you're right.
Regardless,
You're right.
I think this is going to be an interesting situation. And somebody asked a good question or answered my question in chat, where they said, no, I think the U.S. needs to mind their own effing business around the world, get rid of their own human rights violators, clean up your own mess before the morons make others worse. And I'll ask this question to you, Josh, but also this guy in chat. And my question is, in the same way where we are using economic warfare and military aid in Ukraine, and in a similar vein to what we have done with threatening sanctions on countries, whether it's Iran, where we make a nuclear deal and we lift sanctions in order for them to do what we want. Do you think the same strategy or an adjacent strategy could be made for countries like Rwanda to incentivize them to not do human rights violations, but still give us the most preferable economic outcomes?
That's definitely something that should be chartered, but at the same time, it needs to be something that's carried consistently throughout administrations. We need to make a much more bipartisan foreign policy, which I don't think is very possible right now. There's been a lot of inconsistency in U.S. foreign policy, which has led to a lot of global instability. That is probably the most destabilizing factor about U.S. foreign policy abroad, is the fact that between administrations, we frequently switch up how we approach foreign policy. We make a nuclear deal with Iran, and then when Trump comes in and doesn't like the deal or whatever, flips it up, and then Iran, basically from 2019 onwards, views itself as having free reign to violate the JCPOA agreements. And a similar thing happened with Carter. When Carter came into office, he subverted a lot of the previous administration's progress and their international goals, which destabilized countries like Nicaragua permanently. Now they're under the same dictatorship they were under when I think Carter went into office under Ortega, and they're still there because we refused to continue with our international duties. So there's a lot of things like that have to do with our different administrations that really mess with stuff. But if we could make a more cohesive, uniquely American foreign policy that we can get behind, both our politicians, our political class, and our people, that would be much, much better than this flip-flopping act we do, or sometimes we use economic warfare. Then we try to go back to the bargaining table under new administration, or maybe we make things harder in the next administration, even if the country was fully complying with our punishments and regulations the last time. A lot of the stuff like this happens. I think, but I do think, yeah, that economic warfare, or if we don't want to use that term, economic coercion, is very useful. It just has to be implemented in a correct manner.
I like that term, to be honest. I'm an econ boy at heart. For those of you, if you don't know me, I have an economics degree from the University of Michigan, and also I'm addicted to playing paradox games. So, like, I love the idea of using both economic inputs and also, I guess, it's almost like blackmail, but for a good cause, I suppose, where you're blackmailing a country into not ruining your reputation by doing human rights violations or starting a war with their neighbors that now you have to fund or give them weapons. I think, honestly, I really like the idea. And I thought that Ukraine was an interesting litmus test. And although obviously like Russia is sort of, getting the upper hand, obviously I think it's going to be a stalemate, but like Ukraine is not as, I guess, confident in their abilities as they used to, especially with the troop advantage. I thought Ukraine defending themselves against Russia with the backing of the US was an interesting litmus test for modern economic warfare. And overall, I would say it's mixed results, but clearly we have crippled Russia's military where if they fought a major superpower right now, the only thing they have going for them is nukes. Like they would not stand a chance.
Their economy
economic warfare idea.
Their economy outside of the military is also doing horrible as well.
What'd you say?
Their economy outside of the military is also doing horribly as well. You might see their currency rising in value if you look at, on Google or whatever. This is all nominal. It's deflating because the interest rates in Russia are up over 15%. I think it's 20% now.
And the only reason they're not completely screwed is China, right?
Yeah, and even China seems to be thinking about pulling a lifeline out from Russia. I know they've pulled their they never really had it going, but they've pulled any possible military support that they give to Iran out from under the rug, and they've made that clear with recent U.S. bombings that China does not want to be involved in Iran's conflict. I think a lot of people ignore how economically effective our sanctions have been against Russia because they go, oh look, Russia's doing just fine. It's bringing even more people into conscription. Its currency's doing well, but behind the scenes, all of this is going fairly horribly. Months ago, their central bank had a significant crisis. I forget exactly over what, but no, the sanctions are doing very, very well. Just outside of how much we've crippled their military, their economy is doing absolutely batshit fucking insane in a horrible way. It's very, 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 very bad. And I don't think the economy is going to be able to sustain itself after the war. That's part of why they're continuing to push onwards. Their war economy is keeping them going, and if they stop, it's over. They're collapsing. So.
Do you think the U.S. needs a rebrand? Because I feel like we're getting known as warmongers, honestly, around the world. I think pretty much everybody outside of our ally circle sees us that way.
Well, I think they should see us that way. I don't want a country like China. I don't want these Middle Eastern regimes seeing us as friendly, arbitrators.
Super best friends.
I want them. I think they should be afraid. There are other countries that do have negative opinions on us that I would like to clear up, like South American countries. And I'd like to bring them closer to us because otherwise China's going to take advantage of those economic zones as they develop. But as regards Europe, and as regards some of our Central American friends, and our Far East Asian friends, I'm glad we have our alliances with them, and I don't want us to have. It's like how when people say, "Oh, I'm disgusted by your political opinions," and that's the exact target audience that you don't want to like you, right? Like when a white nationalist says, "I'm disgusted by your political opinions," good, good, you're the exact target audience I want to dislike me.
It's fair. It's fair. Know me by my enemies. Hey,
Yeah.
I only have a couple of enemies, and they're all neoliberals, which is pretty funny. Actually, they're not even enemies. Some of them I beat. Let's just say, not physically, chess wise.
Oh, solid.
Did I ever tell you that story?
No.
Where I basically, actually, I don't know if he's even going to watch this podcast. I don't really care. This guy sucks anyways. Basically, he was like a dude who recorded people like without permission to try and get dirt on them, and I found out about this, and he tried doing it to me. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to ensure that we have a blockade and a pact that you don't know about, where anytime you try to run for a leadership position, you will never have the votes to get that leadership position. And it worked for an entire year, where we kept him out of every leadership position he tried for. Eventually, too many of our members graduated, so we didn't have enough in government to do it. But I kept him out of his ideal leadership position for an entire year because he acted that way. And funny enough, like, he gave the best speech during that whole thing. Like, if I didn't do this, he would have easily won. His speech was fantastic. But at the end of the day, I don't care if you give a nice speech. If you're a terrible person who does stuff like that to record literal 20-year-olds in college as a 27-year-old man to get dirt on them, like, you don't belong in leadership or politics generally. You belong in your basement in an Xbox Live lobby. Okay.
Hell yeah.
He's a terrible guy. And he graduated, thank God. Good times, man.
Good times.
Yes. Also, a very good question. Oh boy. Okay, God. Wait. That was a joke, right? Someone in my chat said I'm a white nationalist, and then he said it was a joke, and I'm like, oh God. Okay, good.
No. He's saying. I think he is a white nationalist.
Wait, are you actually a white nationalist? Interesting. Well, I guess I'd like to ask you some questions, but regardless, I guess my point was, in terms of economic warfare, I don't see it as punishing the poor. I see it in reverse, where what we should do for economic warfare is, instead of inflicting sanctions, use sanctions as a last resort. And what we should do is use our economic abilities and prosperity as an incentive for people to act right. And instead of punishing people by sort of putting sanctions on them, our first move should be reducing positive trade deals. Like, we should get positive trade deals with all the major powers around the world, other than those who have obviously violated our treaties, violated human rights, and want to destroy America. But other than that, get major deals with them. So before we go to sanctions, just removing those favored trade agreements would essentially be a sanction without an actual sanction being in place. So you have a middle step. It's not automatically go to 100 sanctions. You can literally just remove all the positive benefits of trade with America before you go to sanctions. And that's how I see it. I think we should do that with Rwanda, where we say, hey, we'll give you this really favorable trade deal for minerals. If you want to export minerals to us or manufacture them into products and send them to America, then you could do that. But if you continue to sponsor these rebel groups that are killing children, then guess what? You don't get your favored nation status, and you got to go negotiate minerals just like everyone else. I think that's the move, in my opinion. What do you think, Mr.
The effect will be the same of pushing them towards other trade partners that would be more maligned to our interests, regardless, like whether it's a sanction or a withdrawal of trade agreements to make up for that.
That's why I think you got to make an economic union.
Actors.
I think you got to get the EU in on this. You got to get the EU in on this. So treat the EU as one country in terms of these trade agreements, where they also revoke it if they don't act right. Then there's, who else do you have? China. China doesn't mess with people with human rights for the most part. Like, yes, they make exceptions, especially for themselves. But if you do stuff like that, it is a risk to China. And they only do it if you are directly fighting a proxy in America. Well, and I don't think China would risk their issues for Rwanda, in my opinion.
They've been very friendly towards the North Korean government. They've been very friendly with the Myanmar junta, which has brutally suppressed its ethnic minorities. I know that they are too worried about the human rights abuses. It was only in around 1990 that they stated that they, well, it was more of a concession than an outright acceptance. It was the acceptance they made of human rights in the 1990s. That okay, well maybe our ideology is compatible with that, but I don't know. Could you give me an example because I'm unaware of China withdrawing support over human rights abuses?
I don't know if they outright say that. I think their main concern is if there's nothing to be gained. Like they're very cautious, almost too cautious in many ways. If I were them and I had like I wanted to do communism, greater China, whatever, like I would pull the trigger on some of these intervention things. I feel like I don't know, I guess their plan is to not suffer the consequences of a war, especially an inland war. And that's sort of their MO, where even when they're trying to take pieces of Tibet, they're not going to direct war. They're essentially building a sphere of influence and then capitalizing on it rather than entering direct war in Tibet. And I think that China hasn't outright said anything other than the fact that they have, I believe it's in their charter or it's like an official government policy where they do sort of non-intervention, whether it's nuclear weapons, human rights abuses, and they don't support nations that use nuclear weapons or violate the Geneva Conventions, although let's be real, they violate it themselves all the time. I forget where it is. I'll try to find that piece of information. And they just sort of use that policy as a shield. And anytime they do something internationally, they rarely ever say the full reason why. In the same way the US doesn't either, which obviously it's chess. It makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to look it up. Yeah, I forget where it's from, but I remember they did this with Russia, where if Russia used a nuke in Ukraine, China was going to pull support. Non-interference policy. Obviously, like they interfere, but like certain things go too far for them, I suppose. And I feel like they're more cautious than most other major powers in the world.
Well,
like Russia, they're not Russia.
Their entire economic growth relies on immense FDI, so they need to be more cautious in a lot of ways. But I don't know that that necessarily means they would be against helping interest groups which have been maligned by the West. They presently have a very big interest.
I was right. Constitution of China. I found it.
Oh,
Sorry, I was just so happy I found it. Sorry, repeat that. So it's the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. It's sort of like loosely the relationship it is to the Constitution that China has is sort of like John Locke with his principles being adopted by the U.S. in its Constitution. And they sort of have these 5 principles: mutual respect for each other's integrity and sovereignty of its territories, mutual non-aggression, mutual non-interference in each other's internal affairs, equality and cooperation for mutual benefit, peaceful coexistence. And they didn't adopt those exact words, which are from the, God, what is this? One of the trade. Oh, it was the trade agreement from 1954 with India, where they sort of wanted peace after the Civil War in China, and they didn't want India sort of, especially when they gained their independence, to do anything. So they're like, you know what, let's nip this in the bud, let's get a peace treaty down. And then they adopted some of those things into their constitution here. Let me find the exact passage. And obviously China doesn't fully stick to those, but they do use those as a way to weaponize sort of non-intervention abroad in an economic sense. It's almost like the anti-US thing, where the US doesn't really care that much for human rights unless it's people violating the rights of Americans or, like, I guess, Israel. That's about it. I don't really see the US defending other countries other than ones who are obviously by law in NATO. And I think China sort of does it, weaponize that, Sorry, what were you going to say?
Well, we have done Ukraine.
Yeah, but I see that as an extension of NATO at this point.
Well, an extension, it may be, but it is in NATO, is all my point is. But yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Also, yes, the Uyghur genocide. I don't know if it's officially a genocide yet, but regardless, it's definitely war crimes and re-education camps and whatnot in China. Western China with the Uyghur Muslim minority population. So that is a good point. But also, I think that that's sort of in line with this policy where they say, don't mess with our internal affairs, no matter what we do. Don't mess with us when we, repress free speech in Shanghai. Don't mess with us with Hong Kong. Like I'm writing subscribe if you think Xi Jinping looks like Winnie the Pooh.
And did you see Mehdi Hassan's interview with Victor Gao?
I have not. How did it go?
Well, I'll just put it this way. Yeah, around the middle of the interview, Mehdi Hassan is going, where is your friend? Where is your friend? He was your friend for many years, and he's suddenly gone missing in China. Where is he, Victor? And Victor says, China, a very big place. You will never see him again. And then he's like, this is your friend. This was your friend for many years. And he goes, when people disappear, I am glad that they disappear. It's like literally like comically evil shit. It was so funny.
He went on a farm upstate. He went to a farm upstate, and he found a better life.
Yep.
Yeah, he'll never see it again.
China got so big, he just got lost in the beauty.
What do you think of Mehdi Hassan? I really like his argument style.
I don't know much about him. I think he's very I like the guy. I like that he opens up forums with people who and with voices who you wouldn't usually get a chance to have their opinion expressed. I think his interview with Gao was very, very impressive to me, especially since he was relentless. He was relentless in pressuring him.
That's what we need in journalism. And I was so upset when MSNBC got rid of him because he's more pro-Palestine than most people, where he talks about the human rights abuses. And he did an interview on MSNBC and they canceled him for that. And I thought it was ridiculous because yes, even though obviously I don't agree with everything he says, his argument style is so good, especially for world leaders who are constantly given softball interviews. And I think he has a book called How to Win Every Debate or something like that. And I haven't bought it yet, but I'm going to. And I can see why. I haven't seen him lose a debate or an interview to this day. He's really good.
Yeah.
Did you see that him on CNN when somebody made a joke about him blowing up because he had a beeper? And he absolutely ruined that guy and made sure he was banned from CNN forever because he just destroyed him rhetorically.
No, I haven't seen that.
No. Crazy. How do we feel about Mehdi Hassan in chat, guys? Missed the old Vice News. Did you know Tim Pool used to work for Vice News? Maybe it was Vox. No, it was Vice. I think it was Vice. Yeah. And did you know Vice was founded by Gavin McInnes, the guy who was the leader of the Proud Boys?
Me?
Yeah, did you know that?
Yeah. Some of my friends were members of the Proud Boys.
My gosh, my friend, the Bubblegum Gun is in chat. We had an argument earlier about economics, and I got to be honest, I kind of wiped the floor with Bubblegum Gun. There was some bubblegum on the floor, got stuck to the floor, and anytime I would bring up economic concepts that Bubblegum Gun was not familiar with, it would just be like, oh, you're using an emotional appeal. And it's like, no, I'm not. Economic concepts. When I was talking about how there's provable data that is a strong correlation between worker happiness and productivity in terms of a completely controlled experiment, they said that was an emotional appeal. And I'm like, no, I'm treating workers as an input.
Oh, I think this guy commented on my channel. Yeah, he did a couple days ago. He said, about time lefties start owning up to their philosophies in my Nazism and fascism video. I always found it hilarious of the sense of shame lefties get when this gets exposed. I find most of them get their views on fascism are from I find most of them get their views on fascism are from bad 90s films space, comma, no space, in which fascism is depicted a far-right corporate dictatorship, like as if this incoherent cyberpunk dystopia could even be possible. McDonald's the new Mussolini? Space, question mark. Yeah, right, buddy.
Yeah, those are the thoughts of a very well balanced individual who is making a very coherent point. And I think I'm not smart enough to understand what bubblegum gun meant there. I really don't think I am.
Yeah, I don't know. I think bubblegum really stumped me.
I feel stumped. I'm very stumped, and that means I lost the argument because I don't know how to respond to that.
Yeah, you're right.
Bot type comment. That's what Rivaldo or Ratvaldo said.
He has another channel.
Bubblegum gun, for the record, I like you. It's just that argument was painful because you did not know what you were talking about. Like I literally kept asking like 5 times. Like, I'm not trying to be a patronizing guy because I have an econ degree. I just want to know like what level of econ did you do? So like if I have a term, stop me. Like let me define it or link you to where the definition is. And Bubblegum Gun refused to answer like 10 times. And it's like I understand people use that as a shaming tactic in debates. But like if I'm gonna bring up some nerdy stuff, like, and I brought up nerdy stuff. I brought up game theory. I brought up socially equilibrium outcomes that factor in negative and positive externalities. Like this is nerdy econ stuff, sweaty econ nerd stuff. And like I was cooking. And Bubblegum Gun, anytime I would bring up anything that had to do with positive externalities or social equilibrium, or even just workers as an input, like Bubblegum Gun was like, that's an emotional appeal. You lost the argument. It's like, no, dude, I'm treating a worker as a factor of production in this economic model. Workers are people in real life, yes. In this economic model, a worker is an input. And I'm telling you why their utility, aka happiness equals utility, is important. And like Bubblegum Gum was like, no, you're making an emotional appeal. And I'm like, all right, I guess I lose. I guess I lose, guys. Screw my degree. I'm giving it back. I'm mailing it back. Oh man. But yes, I like you, Bubblegum Gun. Please stay subscribed. Let's debate. All you had was my social equilibrium. What do you mean I had no argument? I gave you extensive paragraphs on economic theory and rationale as to why anarcho-capitalism functions as this sort of corpo artificial authoritarianism when you have such centralized power in the hands of a few corporations. I literally explained that. And I was also explaining to you why this doesn't exist and you don't see this government structure pretty much anywhere in the world that is very successful because it's both inefficient, ineffective, and also morally repugnant. So
How do
that was my
people
argument.
even join the Proud Boys? Asks John Brown. You don't. They don't exist anymore.
The Proud Boys?
Yeah.
I thought they do exist. They're not like big, but they exist.
I mean, yeah, but like very nominally. There's no real Proud Boys anymore. Not like there was in 2017, 2018.
Yeah, I mean, even then, it was still marginal. It was like a fringe militia group. Like it only got name recognition because they were affiliated with what like Gamergate stuff.
Yeah. I wore a Proud Boys patch on my jacket in middle school. I remember that was really funny. I got called into the principal's office, told I had to take it off because it was a terrorist group, she said.
Really?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Interesting. Chink Uyghur. What do you think of the Young Turks? I guess.
I don't really like them at all. I think that Anna Kasparin is a very slimy opportunist. I think her position on transgenderism has been motivated by opportunism more than anything else. And I think Shank Uyghur is too emotional and combustible, I guess is the right word. That sounds fucked up. He's way too emotionally unregulated to be able to be like a very broadly appealing source of information. I think the benefit that the right wing has is that their influencers are often very smug, which isn't very appealing to people on the outside, but it reinforces their own viewers' opinions. Shank isn't very smug. He's very easy to rage bait and piss off, and it makes his you can clip him really easily and get nice little sound bites that make him sound absolutely fucking neurotic. Um, I don't think either of them are very principled people, and I think they'll kind of flip flop wherever the wind goes for the left, or wherever they can maximize themselves. I don't think they have actual beliefs. There used to be. Oh, there's a spider on the wall.
That was ADHD, but somebody asked in chat, how do you measure happiness as an economic concept? And obviously, the easy way is to literally just ask your workers, are you happy on a scale of whatever to whatever? But there's even more nerdy ways you can do it. Like I said in chat, you can also find other inputs with high correlation to utility, which is the measure in economics of happiness. And a big one for that is propensity to consume. There's a high correlation between happiness and consumption. If you're really happy, you're going to buy more things usually. You don't really save when you're happy. Usually you save when you're scared. And there's a high correlation that has been modeled over decades. So if the propensity to consume as a society is going up, it also highly correlates with your workers and your population, your consumers being happier. So there are multiple ways to measure this. And that's not an emotional appeal. That's literally a function of the economy and a function of the labor force. So I don't know what to tell you, Bubblegum Gun. Please go to school. Please come with me to school. I will drive you. We can carpool.
Tyler, you lost. Appealing to emotions and morals has no place in the debate. From whatever to whatever, yeah, real scientific here. Bubblegum,
Yeah,
are
I'm
all
telling
your
you,
comments very short
very
because you know that you're going to sound like a fucking moron if you make longer sentences that show how illiterate you are?
what I'm saying from whatever to whatever is insert variable, insert coefficient, insert variable, insert coefficient, because there's not one objective way to measure happiness. Although I would say the easiest way is to literally ask workers. The only thing is, obviously, some people are more articulate than others, and maybe like some people sort of hide unhappiness based on the cultures they're raised in. Maybe they're in a more collectivist culture, so like they don't want to talk about how unhappy they are if they are unhappy, which is why I think you have to use secondary metrics like propensity to consume. No, it is not. It's an economic concept, dude. Please, I'll take you to meet my econ professor. Like, I don't know where you are, but we can take a road trip there. Like, I don't know what you want from me. I'm not. I'm telling you, happiness of workers is a metric that has been measured time and time again, and it correlates fairly strongly with having higher productivity. And if you're a consumer and you're happier, it correlates very strongly with propensity to consume, which is, yeah, what is it called? A coefficient that you can add to any market where people are demanding goods. And if you add that propensity to consume, the higher it goes, the more goods people buy, and the higher the equilibrium goes. So it's very, these are not even that hard econ concept. This is like econ 401. Like, it's not crazy.
Benny, the answer is because this man has posted long form paragraphs on my channel, and they're like absolutely fucking incoherent jibber jabber blobs.
Bubblegum Gun, are you unhappy? Are you an unhappy worker, or are you a small business owner and you're trying to figure out how to make your lawn cutting service work better and how to pay your employees less?
Not all emotional appeals are logical fallacies. Appeals to emotion, like an appeal to emotion, is only a logical fallacy when you are doing it like you're appealing to somebody else's personal feelings to override material facts, right? Talking about the actual feelings of workers to show like how well a system works or whatever isn't like an appeal to emotion fallacy.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, you sound like a small business owner who's really mad that your 16-year-old you pay minimum wage is not working hard enough. That's what it sounds like to me. Either that or you've been brain broken by literally watching too much, like, I don't know, what is it called? The Malay, the guy from Argentina. Too many Malay thirst traps. I think that's what it is.
People make like fucking thirst traps of him.
People make anything on the internet these days. I've seen too much.
He looks like a very unsavory person. I don't know how you can make thirst traps of him.
People make thirst traps of Trump, so we're you know.
Yeah, but he's got the hair at least. Malay has a rat's nest on top of his head. I don't know how you do a thirst trap of that.
Guys, I'm typing this in chat too, but should we move on to a different topic? I can just give my succinct explanation as to why anarcho-capitalism is not a good way to run your economy, and then we can move on. Or we can keep doing this. I'm cool with it. I got my econ degree. It's branded on me. I'm gonna get it tattooed on my back. You know, bubblegum gun. If everyone's the asshole, you know the saying. If everyone else is saying that you're kind of being nuts, maybe, you know, join the intervention. Have a seat. We'll get you a folding chair. And if it increases your happiness as a worker, we'll get you a nice cushy chair. Benny S. Dude, Benny S. is funny. He said an argument with a stupid person is like playing chess with a pigeon. Those pigeons have made some really unpredictable moves. So I don't know, man. I think it's pretty hard to beat a pigeon at chess. Yes,
Kind of the
please,
point,
can we
right?
set up a debate? Yes. Are you going to bed?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Did you say you're going to bed, or did I hear that?
Oh yeah, I think you misheard me. I forgot what I said.
Don't go
Oh,
back.
oh, I said that's kind of the point. That's kind of the point. Is playing chess with a pigeon is very challenging.
I will set up a debate with Bubblegum Gun, and then we'll let the viewers vote. And I am not worried about this. I don't even need debate prep. I could do it right now, man. This is ingrained in my mind. I got ADHD plus a semi-photographic memory and PTSD and an econ degree, and all of that rhymed. So, you know I'm serious.
Very true. But no, bubblegum, this isn't an appeal to emotion. An appeal to emotion is appealing to the recipient's emotions. But he's doing that.
Yes. You want to know what an emotional appeal would be? Your workers are unhappy and they're human beings, and you shouldn't run an economy in an anarcho-capitalist way because it's bad for their happiness, and their happiness matters because they're human beings with dignity. And that's not what I said. I said happiness is an objective measurement. In econ, we call it utility. Utility is actually, I would say it's an objective metric, but it's based on subjective inputs. So utility is literally just means happiness in econ. And you can have utility of consumers, you can have utility of producers, a population. You can even have utility of a government entity, an unhappy government too, which honestly, I haven't seen anybody measure that, but that'd be kind of fun to see if an unhappy government runs more inefficiently. But regardless, utility is a metric. This is not me saying that their happiness matters as a measure of their humanity. I am saying utility matters as it highly correlates with productivity as a worker. And that is not an emotional appeal. And everyone else in this chat thinks you're being silly. I don't know if you're trolling or genuinely don't get this. But we're moving on to something more productive. Yeah. No, that's not what I'm saying. Bubblegum gun. God, please mail me a bubblegum gun so I can use it on myself. But actually, it would just get stuck in my hair. But regardless. Let me see what else other topics we were talking about before this. We were talking about the Congo. We were talking about econ. Also, Benny S. Brett Valdo. We have a lot of good viewers here. This is crazy, man. 6 a.m. We're still at 35 viewers, and we peaked at 212 viewers, which is crazy. And this is the brand new one. This was not a bait and switch. That's crazy. Wow. Glorious content. Yeah, if you guys have any questions to us, feel free to ask. Civ 6, yes. Dude, exactly. My dude used Civ 6 as his reasoning, dude. He said when his cities are more unhappy, people work less efficiently. And that's not just a video game. It's the same thing in real life. Although some humans delude themselves into real life into thinking their subjugation is necessary. Like you saw that in the manor system in Europe, where some people were so delusional that they thought having like a charismatic king figure makes their suffering worth it. And they would work, marginally more efficiency if they were inspired, quote unquote. And also, in theory, you could threaten your workers into working hard too, sort of like the system of slavery. But regardless, the most effective way to do it is just make your workers' environment more sustainable, whether it's making them outright happy or making their environment less dangerous so they literally don't lose an arm in a machine when they're working. It's interesting, though. Civ 6. So I played Civ 6 for a while. Josh, have you played Civ 6?
I have not. I don't play many video games.
Really? Dude, Civ, you would like. It's basically like you choose a civilization throughout history and you go all the way from literally the dawn of time to modern and future tech. It's really fun. I wasn't a big fan of Civ 6 because I thought Civ 5, although it was simpler, was way more fun in terms of like picking civilizations. So like the leaders they had were famous leaders throughout history. It would be like the best leader a nation's ever had. So like Napoleon for France, George Washington for USA. You had Wu Zetian for China, Catherine the Great of Russia, and a bunch of others. And you could pick those. Also, what is it? Oda Nobunaga from Japan, classic. And you would essentially play them throughout history. It's a really fun game. And Civ 7 just
Oda
came out.
Nobunaga, the classic.
Yes.
The classic.
Yeah, dude, you know Oda Nobunaga, one of the Japanese warlords, right?
I don't know anything about Japan, other
Bro,
than
you gotta learn
the
about Japan.
everyone.
Japan is crazy, bro. So, like, have you been watching? Have you seen what is it called? What's the show called? Shogun.
No.
It's so good. It's about the first Englishman to ever reach Japan, and it's historical fiction. It's based on a true story where they got this guy's name, and he sailed to Japan. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but he got there, and he was the only dude that spoke English other than a couple of Portuguese missionaries who were already there. And so, like, he was there, and he washed up on shore. This is this white guy, and he doesn't speak any Japanese. And he washes up to this village, and he just gets like imprisoned, and all his men get imprisoned, and they're all scared. It's funny, but it's also like real history. And I thought they did a really good job in the first season of having historically accurate battles in terms of also like the presentation of war garb. I really liked it. I would highly recommend you check it out.
All right, solid. Will do.
And the cool thing about this is the coolest part of the story. It's not really a spoiler. It's more just like part of it is that this dude became, because he was a sailor, he became one of the like naval leaders of one of the Japanese warlords because he knew more about what is it called, naval combat than pretty much anyone in Japan, especially people who've never been off the island.
Solid.
Very, very cool story. And I think Oda Nobunaga in that. I want to say he's the guy. I got to check though. He's kind of the goat. I'm not gonna lie, of Japan at least. The all-time goat is Agrippa, in my opinion. Augustus Caesar wouldn't be anything without Agrippa. Shogun. Yoshi Toranaga. Okay, got it. So this is after Oda Nobunaga. Oda Nobunaga is before Yoshi Toranaga. I think he was the guy that's inheriting. Basically, they have a young emperor, and there's 5 warlords fighting for the crown. Very, very cool. Sort of like what China was doing.
Bubblegum fella.
Who? What? No.
I had a time out this bubblegum fella rambling about how people in chat are autistic because they bring their feelings to work or whatever.
That's called being a human being, I think.
Very unserious person.
I forgot I made you mod, but I would love to debate Bubblegum Gun because I think it'd be funny. I would debate insane people genuinely because I think it'd be good content. Plus, I like testing my metal, even if I lose.
Joy. Oh, it's good content. All publicity is good publicity.
Yes. Here, I'm gonna put it in chat. Subscribe if you are on the spectrum. And
I miss
like
him already, Rat Valdo says.
And like if you have Spectrum Internet. There we go. We're very inclusive here. We include both people on the spectrum and those who have spectrum.
Reminds me of that Instagram page where it's like this old dude who sells shirts. He goes, "Oh fuck, let me find it. Nuzzling
Do it.
of the homos."
Send it to me. I'll pull it up on screen.
Sure. One sec. Okay. The way you said it reminded me of this guy. Tease and Bo. Yeah.
Oh, the
It's
Nobunga.
gay time. Let's have a crush on the gender and do nuzzling with the homos.
I agree. I think that's a very well-reasoned opinion.
There's another shirt. It's lesbian time. Let's have a crush on the gender and do nuzzling with the homos. Oh, Marcus
Nice.
Pork. That's his name. His name is Marcus Pork.
Marcus Pork.
Drop by disability, ADHD. It's ADHD autumn. Let's be distracted by the leaf and hyperfixate on the leaf. Addiction. There's a t-shirt. It says, sorry, I can't drink that alcoholism. Wait, sorry, I can't drink that. I am infected with alcoholism.
Guys, hit that subscribe button if you're infected by alcoholism. Hit that subscribe button if you miss your father. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, that's dark.
It's dark.
I miss my father too.
Me too. It's anxiety girl summer. Let's overthink on the beach and worry about being liked.
Guys, leave a like if you're worried about leaving a like or being liked.
True.
Guys,
It's
hit that subscribe button.
It's bipolar boy summer. Let's be manic on the beach and have swinging in our moods. You have to see this shirt print. It's just hilarious.
Actually, how about this? Leave a like and also a dislike if you're bipolar.
Either one works. Drives up YouTube engagement. Are you seeing it?
I have a fan on. If I turn the fan off, it gets too hot, and then if I don't keep my gloves on, then it's too cold on my hands. It's so annoying. So like I'm just like screw it. And I don't have real gloves. That's why these are dish gloves.
I see.
The worst.
It's depressed girl summer. Let's what the fuck does this say? Fake smile on the beach and have misery in our minds.
Guys, hit that subscribe button or don't, or be apathetic about it if you're depressed.
True. He's wearing gloves because he's a serial killer, actually. Few people know this.
Hey, there isn't any blood on my hands.
True.
You can't catch me red-handed. It's not possible. It's literally not possible.
Ooh. All right, it's time for me to hit the hay.
Okay. Bubblegum gun. If you want to come on and debate, I'll literally just give me your Discord. Let's do it. I have all day bubblegum gun. Look at me. Do I look like a person who is getting off Discord? I live here. This is where I live, bubblegum gun. But anyways, thank you. Please subscribe to his name right there, DJ Lino. He made some of those documentaries from earlier, and he has been cooking. He's a foreign policy guy. He also loves Thomas Jefferson. Does not like what is it? Abraham Lincoln. I almost said Andrew Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln. Please subscribe to him. He is the GOAT, and we're going to be doing a lot more content in the future. And he streams too all the time. So we cook. We're a tag team. My friend, thank you for coming on stream. We literally, this stream in total views is already at a combined 40,000.
Wow, that's insane.
Crazy. Yes.
That's insane.
Yes. So now they all know your darkest secrets.
Good. Very good. More to come.
Excellent. I'm going to have Bubblegum Gun on, so wish me luck.
All right.
Actually, can you unban him? I don't know how to get in contact with him. You banned him. You timed him out.
Oh, I timed it.
Let me check. Actually, I'll figure it out. Don't worry. You go to bed,
it's
man.
Only a week. It's only a week-long ban.
How do I untime him out though? I really do want to have him on the stream to debate right now. Did you free him?
Well, I made it so the time it was only 10 seconds. So.
Okay, nice.
Lincoln
I'll
slander.
send my
everything. Rat Valdo. Lots of Lincoln.
We can talk
slander.
about that another time. It's 3 a.m. for Josh. Although I've been up all night because I'm a night owl, so we're all good.
I've been up since 8, so it feels more like 7 in the morning.
I got up at 4 p.m. because I'm on vacation.
Oh, Jesus. All right. Well, have a good night. See ya.
Yes. I'm going to go beat up Bubblegum Gun. You have a good night. Bubblegum gun. Show yourself. Show yourself. Bubblegum gun. Show yourself. Show yourself, you coward. You are a coward, Bubblegum gun. Subscribe if we should pursue Bubblegum gun. I really do want to debate him. Regardless, we can also have other people on the stream if they want to chat too. We got a lot of people here. We got a lot of people who want to chime in. I'm going to message Bubblegum gun on Josh's video to see if he's paying attention at all. Because honestly, I don't know if this debate will actually be fun. It'll probably just make me upset just because of how much I'm hitting my head against a brick wall. But you know what? Sometimes you got to bang the depression out of you. And I think that's okay. So we'll see. Ah, man. Let me see. Bubblegum gun. Where are you, Bubblegum gun? I think Bubblegum gun might be dead. And in memoriam, we celebrate Bubblegum gun by blowing bubbles. Excellent. Damn. Hey, for the record, I did not censor Bubblegum gun. I don't think Bubblegum gun's a bot, by the way. There's no way a bot can be this consistently dumb. Like, actually. It hurts my brain. Oh, I found the channel. I've been subscribed to them for a while. Bubblegum gun, please. That's my Instagram, at Tyler J. Fiorito. Follow me, and we'll set this up. Bubblegum gun was chill until, like, recently. I don't know if Bubblegum gun had, like, a stroke or something, but... they changed as a person, and not for the better. So... Bubblegum gun. Bubblegum. Princess Bubblegum. We're still doing pretty good. We got 24 people in chat, man. I appreciate all your guys' support. We're doing crazy, dude. We literally have like 400 subs in the last week, and we have some big interviews coming up, like with the future governor of Michigan. So I know they are a real person, but I mean, we hit a new low every day. We're sinking at the bottom of this sinking ship, and you know what? This is what we do now. This is our lives, and I think that's fine. I'll see if Bubblegum got followed me. I'm not going to bed. I'm drinking my magic juice. Oh, somebody commented on one of my posts. This might be Bubblegum. No, it was just my wife. Ugh, gross. Excellent. I can actually pull up Josh's video on Lincoln if you want. We have full permission to stream his videos on this channel. If you want to see that, I'd be happy to. It's a really good video, but it's really negative about Lincoln. I'd be totally cool with that. Nice. Yeah. I think we'll do that. What do you guys say? We got a yes from all of our biggest supporters in chat. I'll put it up for you. I'm going to move myself down. I'll put my reaction cam, my live reaction, down at the bottom. And then I'll put his video on top. Josh is awesome. He's a good guy. And we're probably going to give him an official title for this paper, too. Nice. Okay. Ooh, I'm moving down. I'm moving down in this world. Nice. Beautiful. Okay. Let me move this bad boy up. Yes. Beautiful. Let me find his Lincoln video. Abraham Lincoln. Josh thinks he's stinking. Let me move this down too. Nope, that's the wrong one. There it is. Nice. That's who I am. That's my name. That's my guy. We're doing crazy on this channel. I never expected this channel to get this big, but you know what? We're going to keep it going. Where is it? Abraham Lincoln. I'm sure we watched it already before, but it's really good. And oh, there it is. The Lincoln you never knew. Yes, this one right here. Beautiful. Also, I have a nice mic. It's just not picking it up on here, so I'm going to figure out how to fix that too. I'll be right back. But I got you with Lincoln. I've seen this video 10 times, so don't even worry. We'll talk about it afterwards. It's a great video, although I think the premises are pretty strong. I'm not going to lie. Once it loads, of course. In theory. He's a good guy.
From Abraham Lincoln in Ottawa, Illinois, in his debate with Stephen
Nice. We'll zoom that bad boy in.
Douglas in 1858, in which he stated,
Well,
I have no purpose to introduce political and social equality between the white and black races. There is a physical difference between the two which will, in my judgment, probably forever forbid their living together upon the footing of perfect equality. And inasmuch as it becomes a necessity that there must be a difference, I, as well as Judge Douglas, am in favor of the race to which I belong having the superior position. I have never said anything to the contrary. The real Abraham Lincoln,
nice.
The Lincoln that America forgot, is generally not well
technologically
understood.
Illiterate.
Lincoln wasn't a unifying nor an egalitarian leader in any conceivable way. He was not a genuine declarations to some political factions while saying the opposite to other factions. Declarations to some political factions while saying the opposite to other factions, and so if one digs throughout his speeches enough, one can find a large array of quotations from him which may show him either to be indifferent toward slavery or in complete opposition to it. Murray Rothbard was indeed correct in his assessment of Lincoln as a conniver, a manipulator, and a liar. Everything You Know About Lincoln is False, a book by Charles T. Pace titled Lincoln as He Really Was, reveals much about the president, such as that Lincoln was not a light-hearted, shy, gentle giant, but even from his earliest years an incredibly disturbed and morose individual who went as far as to murder his own father's dog when it was barking too loudly. Union General Don Piatt recounts that after the American Civil War, quote, Abraham Lincoln has almost disappeared from human knowledge. I hear of him, I read of him in eulogies and biographies, but I fail to recognize the man I knew in life. Why? Because the cult of Lincoln has built a completely ahistorical image. Lincoln's Christianity was a ploy. His supposed love affair with Anne Rutledge was likely false. His military service was vastly overplayed as he was a reserve troop who never saw combat a single time in the Black Hawk War. He was in fact court-martialed twice for misconduct during his service. There are many other things that most people do not know about Lincoln. In September of 1858, Lincoln, in his debate with Stephen Douglas, argued against the notion of social and political equality between whites and blacks, as I've previously covered, but he also rejected the notion of making them either voters or jurors, and denounced the very idea that they could ever hold public office, marry white individuals, or even live together among whites. Why? Because according to Lincoln, their immense physical difference prohibited this. During his aforementioned debate with Stephen Douglas, Lincoln, talking about American slaves, stated, what next? Free them and make them politically and socially our equals? My own feelings will not admit of this. We cannot then make them equals. Addressing Southern planters, Lincoln stated, when they remind us of their constitutional rights, referring of course to their supposed right to own slaves, he went on, I acknowledge them, not grudgingly, but fully and fairly, and I would give them any legislation for the reclaiming of their fugitives, which should not, in its stringency, be more likely to carry a free man into slavery than our ordinary criminal laws are to hang an innocent one. What was this in reference to? Nothing other than Lincoln's official endorsement of the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850, which was purposed to, as Lincoln himself says, reclaim fugitives. In other words, to reclaim runaway slaves using federal resources. Clearly, this was more than just rhetoric. This was Lincoln in action, showing the American people what he stood for. Why then, in 1854, did Lincoln oppose the expansion of slavery to the new American territories? Was it due to a personal opposition to slavery on moral grounds? No, it was instead because, in Lincoln's opinion, the presence of plantations would take up space which would be much better well spent as land for white wage laborers, who Lincoln didn't want to enter into competition with black chattel slaves. Lincoln didn't care for the welfare of black Americans. Instead, Lincoln was always regarding what was in the interest of the white man, so to speak. If anybody doubts this, they can simply take it up with Lincoln's official statements. In another reply to Stephen Douglas, Lincoln stated, "Whether slavery shall go into Nebraska or other new territories is not a matter of exclusive concern to the people who may go there. The whole nation is interested that the best use shall be made of these territories. We want them for the homes of free white people. This they cannot be to any considerable extent if slavery shall be planted within them." In his very inaugural address itself, which one can simply find online, Lincoln also affirms to all Americans, both abolitionists and Southern, "I do but quote from one of those speeches when I declare that I have no purpose to interfere with the institution of slavery in the states where it exists. I believe I have no lawful right to do so, and I have no inclination to do so." One of Lincoln's closest political allies, Lyman Trumbull, endorsed by the president himself in Trumbull's run for public office, pointed out that in the opinion of the Republican Party, which do not forget Lincoln was a part of, slavery had to be abolished because it created competition for white laborers, not because it was a moral evil and not for the welfare of the chattel slave. What of the Emancipation Proclamation, then? Doesn't this show that Lincoln changed his mind regarding slavery later on? No, this measure was simply a wartime punishment for the South, a war measure in Lincoln's own words within the 1863 proclamation, where he stated, "I, Abraham Lincoln, President of the United States, by virtue of my power as Commander-in-Chief during a time of rebellion, as a necessary war measure to suppress said rebellion, do hereby proclaim, ... So goes on the rest of the proclamation. It is as clear as day. The Emancipation Proclamation was intended to be a punishment for the South for seceding, whose economy was entirely reliant on the planter class. In practicality, the proclamation, of course, couldn't be implemented in the South because the North had no jurisdiction over it since it was literally at war with it, and the Emancipation Proclamation meant nothing for the North, as was pointed out by the New York World, which published an article stating the exemption, which the proclamation made to the accessible parts of Louisiana, Tennessee, and Virginia, renders the proclamation not merely futile, but ridiculous. Not only would the Emancipation Proclamation cripple the South's slave-based economy if the North succeeded, but it would deter European powers such as Britain and France, who had recently freed their slaves, from supporting the South economically if the emancipation of the slaves was declared by the North to be the central purpose of the war against the South. Prior to the Emancipation Proclamation, it had appeared to Britain and France that the war was over a whole host of issues. Lincoln could not allow this perception to stand. Conclusive proof of the fact that the Emancipation Proclamation was merely performative was the fact that if the Confederate States chose to return to the Union before the effective date of the proclamation, it would never go into effect according to its own terms. Even Lincoln's Secretary of State, William Seward, pointed out, quote, "We show our sympathy with slavery by emancipating slaves where we cannot reach them and holding them in bondage where we can set them free." During the war, blacks served as slaves for the Union Army, as they were forced into labor roles by Union troops, oftentimes under living conditions worse than what they had found themselves under during slavery, which included working in plantations that had been seized by Union soldiers. Slave quarters were pillaged by Lincoln's troops, and blacks were threatened with violence and death when they would not hand over hidden plantation valuables. In one case, Union Army leaders removed the bridges across the stream before freed slaves could cross behind them, explicitly ordering to, quote, "not let a Negro cross," unquote. They abandoned them without any food or resources as dozens drowned in the creek trying to flee Confederate scouts. This was all while, as demanded by Lincoln's own Militia Act of 1862, black soldiers in the Union were given effectively $7 per month, almost half of what white Union soldiers would earn. What was to happen to the freed former slaves, who now had no home and nowhere to turn to other than a government which refused to even consider black citizenship? Lincoln offered an absolutely horrifying perspective, which the general public usually knows to some degree but attempts to overlook in favor of the more palatable parts of his administration. Lincoln's solution was to send every single black slave to Africa, Central America, and various islands around the world to eliminate the presence of every single African living in the United States in extensive ethnic cleansing. His endeavor was referred to as colonization. It was a plan to send the slaves back to Africa, where they would supposedly carry back their culture, religion, and way of life. Never mind the fact that all of this had been stripped from them when they were ripped from their generational homelands years, decades, or centuries prior, to be dropped into the middle of a foreign land with no knowledge of its natural resources, no knowledge of the native languages, etc., meant certain death for these former slaves. In Lincoln's own eulogy on Henry Clay, he expressed, quote, "The American Colonization Society was organized in 1816. May it be realized, it will indeed be a glorious consummation." The reader would do well to take all of that in. What Lincoln is stating is that he believes that it would be a glorious consummation to remove every last African from the United States, that ethnic cleansing was not only necessary, but glorious. With opposition from the War Department and the failure of Lincoln's colonization mission, Congress cut funding in 1863, bringing an end to the venture of colonization, and only after Lincoln's Republican Party had lost its majority in the House of Representatives in the 1862 to 1863 House elections. After this point, Lincoln went largely silent on the issue of colonization. Why? Did he have a genuine change of heart? This is simply not the case. It's heavily evidenced by opposition from the government that Lincoln was simply forced to stay silent on the matter on the basis of having an extremely low level of support for the endeavor. Regardless, by 1865, just days before his death, Abraham Lincoln still privately supported the colonization of the slaves, stating to Benjamin Butler on April 11th of 1865, "I can hardly believe that the South and North can live in peace, unless we can get rid of the Negroes. I believe that it would be better to export them all to some fertile country with a good climate, which they could have to themselves." Lincoln was no upholder of universal equality or the importance of equal rights, nor was he a good man at all. He was a supporter of the American Colonization Society, the Illinois Black Codes, the Illinois Constitution, the prohibition of the immigration of blacks to his state, an avowed supporter of the perpetuation of slavery, and an ally to the Fugitive Slave Act. As pointed out by Alan C. Guelzo and Thomas DiLorenzo, Abraham Lincoln was simply the average coward, which one can find sitting on the fence of all instances of resistance to oppression in human history.
It turns out that you and one of my editors, Austin Knox, got into a bit of a scuffle, a bit of a 1-2 online. And I feel like both of you guys are talking past one another, and that not to be too much of a centrist on this issue, but I see where everyone is coming from, because my perspective is not different than everyone else. With, I guess, one noticeable exception. I also don't believe that if you get like a bag from Kick to stream on Kick, and as it stands, don't do any kind of like advertising initiatives or for stake, or even are openly criticizing crypto gambling and say that it's fucking bad, and try to even maybe get it banned off of Kick yourself. I see it no different than getting a bag from anyone else.
Okay, yeah, so I feel like a lot of what's happened here is a complete misunderstanding of my position from Ostenox. I'm never arguing.
The economy of the People's Socialist Republic of Albania, modeled completely on the basis of Stalin's economic policies in Soviet Russia, resulted in nothing but. We should start with the facts. Marxism has failed. Only 4 of the 34 long-term Marxist-Leninist states still exist today, with all of them having liberalized to notable degrees throughout the last 50 or so years. Tools which were individually owned, meat distribution was based on private individual ownership. The Shoshone and Andaman Islanders established individual private ownership over productive resources such as bird nests, trees, or land, as well as other natural resources. If an Andaman Islander found a tree and informed his buddies about it, the tree was his and his alone. The Bear Lake Athabascans owned beaver dens and fishing sites on an individual basis as well, not communally or by kinship groups. The Dekitan of Alaska, the Northern Paiute, and the Enle had similar rules as all of the other aforementioned tribes. According to the economist Frederick L. Pryor, roughly 3/4 of ancient hunter-gatherer societies already had recognized private property ownership. If Engels' theory of private property is incorrect, then his theory of statehood can't be correct either, as the theory laid forward by Engels proposes the notion that the state emerges as the upholder of the propertied class. The state, according to Engels, would be emergent from class antagonism and be made to reinforce the ruling economic class's wishes to maintain control over the means of production. The Hiwi of Venezuela had hierarchical food distributions based on individual effort and social alliances, yet they had no formal state. The Natufians, a pre-agricultural society in the Levant, had heavy wealth stratification but no structured state apparatus to enforce class rule. The early Hawaiian chiefdoms had complex political structures before they fully developed private property systems, where chiefs controlled land but redistribution was based on kinship obligations rather than capitalist-style exploitation. And African groups, such as the Ashanti Empire, had strong governance but no clear economic class oppression. Social hierarchy just revolved around lineage rather than private ownership. Alongside the collapse of Engels' theory of the state accompanies the collapse of the predictive power of Marxism. Engels believed that communities such as the Ake were cooperating naturally, and that this is why they engaged in communal ownership, while the emergence of private property and class stratification sort of corrupted human relations. This is, again, laughable. The Ake's communal sharing was driven by a necessity, not altruism. The moment somebody became a burden, a widow, an orphan, a sick child, they were abandoned or killed. Communal ownership was strategic insurance against future hardship, not some innate communist ethos. Hunter-gatherers were not universally communist, nor were they proto-socialists in any way. They had varying degrees of property rights and social stratification, as can be seen by the very fact that different individuals from thousands upon thousands of years ago were buried with different extents of luxuries, which proves social stratification precedes Engels' predictions by a long shot. Frederick Pryor, previously mentioned, pointed out the following facts, which are impossible for Engels' theory to grapple with. While Engels argued that early human societies practiced communal ownership of land, territoriality, or the exclusive use of land, was observed in many foraging societies. For example, societies like the Kootenai had collective territoriality, but no private land ownership. Private claims on land, though not always economically significant, were frequently present in foraging societies. Around 40% of territorial societies had private claims on land, and in some cases, these claims were even economically important, such as in private fishing sites or trapping areas. Engels' theory also implies that private property developed alongside the growth of productive forces. This is easily disproven by the Yagan, a foraging society with a low level of development, where exclusive property rights over land and fishing areas were already established, meaning that the concept of private property isn't really tied to the development of agriculture or other high-level economic practices. Engels believed that private property emerged as a result of surplus production, particularly food. However, Pryor points out the fact that in societies with abundant food sources, for example, tropical regions or places where fish or animals were plentiful year-round, private food stocks were not always essential. In societies where food stocks could be gathered year-round, for example, there was no need for private food stocks. The Roman gens, cited by Engels as evidence of primitive communism within his book, also contradict his own ideas. The gens were a patrician institution which were exclusive to the aristocracy and functioned primarily as a means of maintaining noble lineage and property control. Engels fails to account for the fact that the plebeians were essentially entirely excluded from the gens, or the fact that the Roman hereditary kinship groups acted primarily as a mechanism to control and centralize political power and wealth. The Roman gents, from their earliest records, were completely tied to private land ownership and inheritance laws. This wasn't an emergent property from the gens that pops up later down the road. Engels conflates the Roman gents with the kinship structures of American indigenous societies like the Iroquois. The issue with this is that the Roman gens were not exogamous, matrilineal, or clan-based systems in the sense that the Iroquois system was. No, instead, the gents were based upon patrilineal descent and legal control over assets. All of this is very important, but Marxism has bigger fish to fry, such as its economic calculation problem. What is the economic calculation problem? The economic calculation problem, a mouthful, or ECP for short, is the central problem that underlies Marxism and its goals of a centrally planned economic system. The ECP posits that economies are too intricate and complex to possibly be solved by a centralized method of planning, causing efficiency to rapidly decline over time in a centralized system. Marxism responds by arguing that the ECP is a fundamental non-issue, which can be solved by modern technology and theoretical advances beyond what capitalist economists of the 20th century originally envisioned. The Marxists assert that the capitalist markets do not allocate resources efficiently and that price signals are neither necessary nor sufficient for rational economic calculation, and that instead of relying on capitalism, a planned economy which employs labor time accounting, computational optimization, or democratic decision making across the entirety of society could be much better and eventually necessary for the human race. They contend that the reliance on price signals under capitalism causes inefficiency, contradictions, and crises. The boom-bust cycle is mentioned by Marx as one such failure where market speculation results in overinvestment in production and underinvestment in consumption, leading to eventual collapses. They argue that the 2008 financial crisis was a perfect demonstration of how capitalist markets are prone to self-destruction, which in theory should mean that the planned economic system succeeds in at least mitigating these crises. If price signals were as effective as capitalist theoreticians claimed, then why do these mass inefficiencies occur? Marxists argue that modern computational methods also render the ECP obsolete, as demonstrated even by the USSR's use of mathematical planning models in the mid-20th century. The failure of Soviet planning is attributed to bureaucratic inefficiencies and political mismanagement, not an inherent flaw in non-market resource allocation. They reject the notion that only competitive markets can generate the necessary information for economic calculation, arguing instead that socialist economies can adapt by incorporating feedback mechanisms and other methods of accounting for production. However, the Marxist theory completely fails in every single respect, indisputably. Rational economic calculation requires genuine price signals derived from voluntary exchange. Prices condense vast amounts of decentralized information, efficiently accounting for relative scarcities, opportunity costs, and consumer preference. Any non-market pricing mechanism is necessarily arbitrary. Planned economies, even when using computational optimization, fail to replicate market efficiency because they do not have any real exchange-based pricing mechanisms for capital goods. Socialist reliance on labor time accounting or predetermined quotas, the most popular method of economic planning for Marxists, pays no mind to the subjective nature of value or the complexity of consumer preference. Despite claims that modern computing has solved the ECP or the idea that this is possible through machine learning or other mechanisms, the sheer scale of economic calculation remains intractable. A centrally planned economy must account for trillions of interdependent decisions in real time, a problem exponentially more complex than even the most advanced supercomputers can handle. It took 18 years, from 1989 to 2007, for the Chinook computer program to succeed in solving the game of checkers, utilizing hundreds of computers working in unison. Finally, in 2007, the project, ran by the University of Alberta, came to a close, with the team having found 50 trillion possible positions. Chess, however, is a game magnitudes more complex than checkers. It's estimated that there is this number of possible chess moves which can be made. This number exceeds even the amount of particles in the observable universe by a long shot, and still is merely just a game of chess, not even remotely comparable in scale to the complexity of an economy. If a computer program can't even attempt to solve the game of chess or come close to it, what makes the Marxists believe that their centrally planned economy will be able to account for the nuances of all of human economic engagement? Sheer delusion. Economic planners also have to account for the fact that they're often using imperfect or outdated data, which will always lead to systemic misallocation. The inefficiencies of the Soviet economy, despite its mathematical planning, are prime examples of this fundamental issue. Venezuela has attempted to utilize the algorithm and failed, as did the USSR. In his journal article, Innovation and Central Economic Planning, isn't just the economic calculation problem, but the issue with incentive structures that is exacerbated under command economies. Innovation in any economy requires new inputs, suppliers, and technical adaptations, but the centralized allocation system creates supply constraints. Supply constraints discourage enterprises from experimenting with new technologies. In a planned economy, inputs are allocated based on long-term production plans. Enterprises will receive Fixed quotas and deviations from these allocations, such as needing new materials for an innovative product, will require bureaucratic approval, which delays implementation. In a market economy, however, prices and demand shifts signal resource allocation. A planned economy, as previously covered in depth, doesn't have this dynamic adjustment ability. And so, if an enterprise wants to introduce new innovation through new products or processes, it may not be able to receive necessary inputs to achieve this innovation because the national plan didn't succeed in anticipating such a need. Furthermore, if a factory even does succeed in innovation, if the innovation requires any specialized parts, it has to wait for central planners to adjust supply schedules to accommodate this, which could take years. If an enterprise cannot rely on a steady and flexible supply of inputs for experimentation, then they're just going to avoid innovation altogether. While communists are correct when they say that most research and development is typically heavily related to the state or funded by the state in some manner, the problem which has just been mentioned means that this doesn't even really matter in the first place, because even when new technologies are developed in centrally planned systems, attaining the necessary materials and equipment for implementation on the production level is just yet another bureaucratic hurdle. Cost-based pricing, another staple of centrally planned economies, is also a failure, since pricing new products at their production cost rather than potential market values disincentivizes firms to develop new technologies, since they won't reap the financial rewards of their improvements. After Marx's death, in March of 1895, Engels admitted in his introduction to Karl Marx's Class Struggles in France, 1848 to 1850, the following. But history has shown us too to have been wrong, has revealed our point of view at that time as an illusion. It has done even more. It hasn't merely dispelled the erroneous notions we then held, it has also completely transformed the conditions under which the proletariat has to fight. The mode of struggle of 1848 is today obsolete in every respect, and this is a point which deserves closer examination on the present occasion. History has proved us wrong, and all who thought like us. It has made it clear that the state of economic development on the continent at that time was not, by a long way, ripe for the elimination of capitalist production. It has proved this by the economic revolution, which since 1848 has seized the whole of the continent and has caused big industry to take real root in France, Austria, Hungary, Poland, and recently in Russia, while it has made Germany positively an industrial country of the first rank. All on a capitalist basis, which in the year 1848, therefore, still had a great capacity for expansion. What do these excerpts mean? They mean that Marxism was wrong. History had completely disproven several fundamental original Marxist assumptions. The revolutionary predictions of Marxism had collapsed, and its methodology had failed entirely to adequately forecast historical development. Engels acknowledges that capitalism, contrary to Marxism's predictions, was not by now collapsing under the weight of its own contradictions, but instead flourishing, industrializing vast parts of Germany, Austria, Russia, and Poland. Engels' admission that the proletariat was too underdeveloped and that capitalism was still incomplete by the 1890s means that the Communist Manifesto's initial urgency wasn't only premature, but outright false. Engels further confesses that the Marxists were entirely incorrect in their attempts to apply the revolutionary models of the 1789 and 1830 bourgeoisie revolutions to the proletarian revolution, and even that revolutionary methods such as sudden uprisings, insurrections, and barricades against the capitalist order were now obsolete in every single respect. This is a striking admission by Engels that the revolutionary tactics which had been at the heart of Marxism were no longer viable whatsoever. The materialist conception of history laid out in the Communist Manifesto should have explained history scientifically and been able to predict future social development. Yet Engels admits now, 4 months before his death, when writing this, that Marxism had ultimately misjudged the unfolding of history entirely, as well as the complexity of economic change. This was nothing short of a call to rethink the entire system on Engels' part, but it was too late, and he would die by August of 1995. A failure with a fracturing pseudo-intellectual crowd of anti-Western factionalists as his legacy. In the end, it wasn't capitalism, but Marxism that collapsed under the weight of contradiction. An ideology known as Stalinism has begun to grow in the West, not with any notable importance in politics, but with enough popularity among the youth that it's important to address the reality of Stalinism. The regime of Joseph Stalin has been treated as untouchable by contemporary communist circles, as any arguments against them have almost unanimously been decried as Western propaganda attempting to remove intellectual responsibility from the individuals who uphold this ideology and its historical implementation. Throughout this video, I will thoroughly break down every point at which Stalin and his regime failed at their most basic duties, utilizing primary and second-hand sourcing to demonstrate the abysmal and bloody failure of Stalinism in its home country of the USSR. Any critique of Joseph Stalin and the ideology of Stalinism should likely begin with a discussion on the topic of collectivization. Collectivization was one of the primary economic policies pursued by Joseph Stalin, which implemented full public ownership over the agricultural sector, removing the kulaks, or wealthy peasants, from control over agriculture. Stalinists frequently argue that without collectivization, the economy would have undergone too little economic development and millions would have starved. This is incorrect. Without the horrible failure known as collectivization, contrary to the opines of the Stalinist apologizers, there would have been consistently greater yields and farmland productivity by 1939 than there would have been, and indeed were, under Stalinism. During the Stalinist era, there was an objective drop in agricultural efficiency, as production efficiency with labor taken into account, and with the amount of capital involved in agricultural production taken into account, also known as total factor productivity, was consistently worse than it was under the new economic policy, and not better in the slightest than it was under the Tsarist era. In fact, the Stalinist agricultural policy would only rival that of the Tsars by the early 1940s. This is consistent with the disruption of grain production within the USSR, the deportation and murder of the most productive peasants and kulaks within villages, and a decline in the number of livestock due to the disaster of collectivization itself, which resulted in a drop in grain production, which had formerly been used to feed the livestock. The graph on screen shows the extrapolated wedges for manufacturing total factor productivity and agricultural total factor productivity under both the Tsar and Stalin, with Stalin being represented by the straight line and the Tsar being represented by the dotted line. As one can see quite clearly, there's nothing at all impressive about the total factor productivity levels under Stalin's rule in the Soviet Union. The depeasantization of the rural countryside explicitly resulted in urban peasantization, as many fled the collectivized farms to the cities, which also tied in with the drop in economic productivity universally. Throughout the 1930s, agricultural output had fallen below the 1928 level, and there was a consistent deficit in agriculture year over year, which lowered urban and rural living standards collectively, one might say. Is this a revolutionary success in agricultural development? No, this is just pathetic. The wealthiness of the kulaks is a complete invention as well. The supposed wealthy kulaks had an average of 2 cows and a few acres more than their fellow peasants did. Not much more land at all. Strange standards, such as employing workers, was used as criteria for being a kulak. According to the ruling of the Supreme Court of the Russian Federation, number 31B989, all kulaks were denied of housing, all property, and voting rights. The initial acceptance by the countryside, which the Bolsheviks had enjoyed under the new economic policy, was completely decimated under the Stalinist government. The hoarding of grain by the kulaks can only be considered a reasonable reaction to the communist regime forcibly confiscating their property. So, was collectivization and dekulakization necessary? No, the state's monopoly over agriculture was just disastrous. Heavy state control over agriculture has always resulted in catastrophe. This disaster was due particularly to the end of the profit incentive, who was to be incentivized to produce under the Stalinist model. The extraction and distribution of resources from productive sectors was mechanically planned with precision by a central planning committee. Security guards, police, inspectors, and accountants rigorously monitored the production processes, and therefore the production incentive was no longer one ran by profit, designated by market mechanisms, but rather by the force of the police. What Stalin had in effect introduced was a return to the serfdom of the Russian Empire. Farmers weren't allowed to leave the farm on their own volition, and the state would take the majority of crops produced on farms at very low prices, as any land or livestock which the peasants had initially earned was confiscated by the state entirely as the collectivization raged on. Other non-proletarian forces met worse fates than the kulaks. In 1933, 6,100 innocent individuals from the so-called lumpen proletariat were forcibly evicted from the cities and transported to an island known as Nazino, where they were starved to death, while individuals who attempted to flee were shot and killed by the military until, in the end, only 2,200 people were left to live. The rest had died in the cold, starved, or been cannibalized upon. The Kazakh peoples, on the other hand, had their animals collectivized, bringing an end to their ancient way of nomadic life. It could have been true that the deaths of the Kazakh peoples weren't something which the Stalinist government was foaming at the mouth to achieve, but simply, as many scholars say, a price which the state was willing to pay for total control over the nation's agriculture. That could have been true if it weren't for the large number of Ukrainians in the region which had been deported there, which the Soviet government sought to eradicate. Some may view this as Western propaganda. However, it should be noted that the Ukrainians in Kazakhstan had the second highest mortality rate after the Kazakhs themselves, losing 36% of their population by 1933, as opposed to other ethnic groups, which lost only about 10% of their general populations. Over the course of the entire Kazakh famine, redistribution of damages led to the death of 1.5 million Kazakhs, again demonstrating the worthless and destructive nature of Stalin's reforms in their entirety. As Nicolo Bianchiola in The Collectivization Famine in Kazakhstan 1931 to 1933 states, quote, what was officially described as the expropriation of the property of approximately 700 owners of large animal herds acted as a cover for the indiscriminate pillaging of the entire rural Kazakh population. Moving our discussion away from the economic and towards the political front, it is undeniable that when one speaks of Stalin, one can't go without mentioning the Great Purge. The Great Purge killed hundreds of thousands of citizens of the USSR at the very least, a horror which none deny. The only question regarding the Great Purge pertains to its necessity, its efficiency, and its scale. It can be demonstrated without reasonable doubt that Stalin's Great Purge was the product of a substantive deal of paranoia, not material evidence of disloyalties or subversive elements in almost all cases. For example, 98 of the 139 Central Committee members elected to the 17th Party Congress of the Communist Party were executed during the Great Purge, hardly numbers that instill confidence that the Stalinist government was simply purging only corrupt officials. Supposedly this was necessary, the Soviets said. Of the armed forces, 81 of the 103 generals and admirals within the USSR were executed. At least 700,000 members of the Communist Party were killed. Notably, the primary victims of these killings were original members of the Communist Party, such as Nikolai Bukharin. The official reasoning for the execution of Bukharin provided by the Soviet state was that he had aided in organizing a plot against the USSR's government. Bukharin was executed for this supposed conspiracy, which he was claimed to have admitted to, while those closest to Bukharin, such as his wife, denounced this confession as an absolute forgery. Anna Larina, Bukharin's wife, stated, but the most amazing thing is that despite everything, the time of shining hopes had not passed for him. He would pay for these hopes with his head. Moreover, one reason for his preposterous confessions in the dock, incomplete but sufficiently egregious confessions, was precisely this. He still hoped that the idea to which he had dedicated his life would triumph. Nonetheless, without anything to confirm this case, the conviction of Bukharin was based solely upon confession, if that. This isn't how real court cases work. Evidence is needed beyond verbal affirmation or even eyewitness to confirm that a crime did or did not in fact occur. Confession without corroboration doesn't matter, and corroborating evidence wasn't present within Bukharin's trial. After Bukharin's execution, Anna Larina, his wife, was sent to a labor camp. Stalin found humor in the deaths of many of the other members of the Communist Party, such as Grigory Zinoviev. Zinoviev's execution was recreated as a play and portrayed to Stalin, who laughed in the theater as Zinoviev's character met his demise while begging for mercy. A frequent talking point among the modern Stalinists attempting to defend the legacy of their dear leader is that the Gulag was far less bloody and held far less prisoners per capita than the United States prison system did throughout the 1930s to 50s. This is a very stupid opinion, as the Gulag was but a single branch of the USSR's entire prison system, and so to compare the entirety of the United States prison system with that of only the USSR's Gulag is just pathetically moronic. But let's entertain this idea. Even so, at their height, the Gulags held 2,500,000 individuals, 100,000 persons more than the entire United States held at the height of their entire prison system's activity in 2008, when the United States held some 2,400,000 individuals at once. These may seem like similar quantities, but when the size of the prison system is compared to the size of the general population, the disparity in active inmates becomes alarming. Most people know that the Gulag was a bloody system far less desirable than that of the United States. However, some members of the far left don't understand this simple truth. The following statement is for them. At the height of the U.S. prison system's number of active inmates, between 2007 to 2010, 17,358 individuals died while in custody. On the other hand, within the Gulag, 61,796 individuals died per year on average. What's supposed to be impressive about failing even more brutally than a modern neoliberal hellhole in prison statistics? I'm not quite sure. Let's not forget about the Katyn massacre, in which the Stalinist government slaughtered 21,857 prisoners of war, and then proceeded to blame Nazi Germany as having executed the prisoners which they themselves killed, a position which cowardly scholars who hope to vindicate the brutal legacy of Stalin, such as Rover Fur, have taken back up, arguing that official Soviet documentation regarding the massacre is forged. Fur doesn't make any real argument as to why this document is forged. He only has the spine to point out oddities in the document, such as a new date being added at a later point. He lays forward no further argument for forgery. He proceeds to then, throughout his work on Katyn, misrepresent documents regarding prisoners of war and internees to attempt to back up his points. These lies should not be surprising from a pro-Soviet propagandist. However, it should be noted that in 1990, the USSR itself admitted to the massacre and apologized. To attempt to refute the USSR's own admission is a futile effort, I'm afraid. Many communists and Russian sympathizers nowadays deny the occurrence of the Holodomor by stating that the intentional mass starvation of the Ukrainian people didn't occur, or, on the other hand, that it did occur and simply was a mistake due to miscalculations in economic distribution. Both of these positions are equally as uninformed. The Council of People's Commissars and the Central Committee of the Communist Party demanded that requests for seed loans from Ukraine in September of 1932 should be denied, reasoning that apparently the government knew that there should be more than enough agricultural production in the region to ensure food sufficiency. One telegram reads, first, refuse all requests concerning seed loans. Second, forewarn the Soviet and collective farms that they will not be provided with seeds for winter or spring sowing. They were wrong, of course, as we all know that even the USSR officially reported starvation during this period. An exodus of peasants from Ukraine to Moscow and Belarus was reported in early 1933, and in response, Stalin demanded that the flights of the peasants from the countryside should be prohibited in all instances, stating, the CCAUCP and the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR have received reports on the mass flight of peasants for bread to the central Black Earth Oblast, Volga, Moscow Oblast, Western Oblast, and Belarus. The CCAUCP and the USSR Sovnarkom ordered the Regional Council and the official OGPU representative in the Northern Caucasus to prevent the mass departure of peasants from the Northern Caucasus to the other regions and entry into the region from Ukraine. The CCAUCP and Sovnarkom order the CCCPBU, Ukrainian SSR RNK, Belitsky, and Redens to prevent the mass departure of peasants from Ukraine to other regions and entry to Ukraine from the Northern Caucasus. The CCAUCP and Sovnarkom ordered the official representatives of the OGPU in Moscow Oblast, Central Black Earth Oblast, Western Oblast, Belarus, Lower Volga, and Mid-Volga to arrest peasants fleeing north from Ukraine and the Northern Caucasus, and after the filtration of counter-revolutionary elements, return the remainder to their places of residence. The so-called rapid industrialization of the Soviet Union during the late 1920s and early 1930s remains perhaps one of the most interesting economic developments of the 20th century. Many communists praise the industrialization effort of the USSR as a socialist economic miracle. The facts, however, are far less charitable to Stalin's economy. Far from practical opposition to capitalism or independent economic development, the USSR in fact leveraged foreign corporate capitalism to accelerate its own industrial development by engaging with American companies and utilizing credit arrangements, technology transfers, and managerial know-how. The Soviet state was only then able to modernize its military and heavy industry. Contrary to popular knowledge, the most important aspects of Soviet industrialization were its engagements with American corporations, which brought with them decades of experience in mass production and industrial management. Firms such as General Electric and the Ford Motor Company provided machinery, technical expertise, management practices, and training programs which were foundational to the Soviet Union's industry. On May 31st of 1929, a landmark contract was signed for assistance in building an automobile plant near Nizhny Novgorod. The agreement projected an annual capacity of 70,000 trucks and 30,000 cars. Ford not only supplied vehicles and spare parts, but also technical assistance through personnel exchanges and training programs that introduced American mass production techniques to Soviet industry. Under the leadership of corporate elites such as Solzhenitsyn Braun at the Amtorg Trading Corporation, which was a quasi-private enterprise that functioned as the intermediary between American firms and Soviet industry, the Soviet state was able to secure contracts for the supply of equipment, technical blueprints, and even on-site supervision for factory construction, which was also aided by the American Austin Company. This collaboration jump-started projects in sectors such as automotive production and electrification, while introducing the Soviet Union's modern industrial processes that gave shape to their manufacturing for the next 2 decades. Through the efforts of the Amtorg Trading Corporation, Soviet imports of American industrial and agricultural equipment increased several-fold, enabling the USSR to purchase state-of-the-art machinery that would have otherwise been completely inaccessible to it. Given the restrictions imposed by the U.S. government at the time upon the USSR, direct foreign investment in the country was limited, so instead the Soviets benefited from indirect investment, mainly through long-term credit arrangements. These credit lines, extended by private American firms on favorable terms, were what allowed the USSR to finance the procurement of its industrial equipment. These engagements often involved staggered payments and low interest rates and provided sufficient capital to build the Soviet Union's new factories, its power plants, and infrastructural projects without the need for direct equity investment. When Solzhenitsyn Braun assumed leadership at the Amtorg Trading Corporation in 1927, Soviet goods constituted only 0.3% of American imports, and Soviet purchases were a mere 1.15% of all U.S. exports. However, under Braun's management, by the end of March of 1928, total trade between the United States and the USSR had been increased to approximately 80 million USD, which was worth more than double the previous 6-month period. Within a year, the fiscal year 1929 to 1930 saw Soviet-American trade reach about 128.8 million USD. By March of 1930, Amtorg had facilitated transactions with 1,700 American firms, with over 400 companies involved in ongoing trade, and of note, 104 technical assistance contracts were active in Soviet industries. The most apparent sector of the economy impacted by foreign capitalism was in the revitalization of Soviet transport. Prior to private initiatives aiding the USSR, the Soviet automobile and tractor industries were basically non-existent. Through negotiated contracts with American companies like Ford, however, the USSR was only then able to construct its modern assembly plants, such as the one in Nizhny Novgorod, which would later become known as Russia's Gorky automobile plant. These plants imported American-designed vehicles and received technical drawings, production methodologies, and even personnel exchanges, which allowed Soviet engineers and workers to acquire the skills that they needed for mass production. General Electric, yet another private corporation, not only supplied advanced electrical equipment and motors to the Soviets, but also established technical bureaus in Moscow, which supervised installations and maintenance. The infrastructural improvements essentially given to the Soviets by General Electric and other American corporations ranged from prefabricated steel elements for construction to improved transport networks. In a contract signed on October 9th of 1928, General agreed to supply equipment with a 5-year credit arrangement, allowing purchases up to 26 million USD with a 25% down payment. By June of 1930, even the British government had guaranteed 150 million USD in credits for trade with the USSR over the following 2 years, and British corporations flooded to aid the Soviet economy, with Imperial Chemical Industries supplying fertilizers, Armstrong-Vickers providing tractors, and Associated British Machine Tool makers entering into the trade agreements as well. After the World War was brought to an end, the Soviet Union experienced a rapid rise in birth rates, some might call it a baby boom, as its government prioritized industrialization. Its attempts to retain the appearance of strength in the eyes of the post-war international community led it to reduce eligibility for ration cards that Soviet citizens relied on the year after the war ended, while raising the prices of foodstuffs. In order to project its strength, the USSR exported goods to its partners, which the internal population has. Everything you think you know about the relationship between the Soviets and the Nazis before, during, and after World War II is incorrect. Many people know about the Non-Aggression Pact signed between these two nations, known as the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, and many more do not. Many know of the brief period of supposed neutrality which existed between these two nations, from the late 30s to the early 40s, while others downplay this as the Soviet Union merely buying time before it could attack the Nazis when they weren't looking. But what are the facts behind this intriguing era, and just how deep does the rabbit hole go? Before we discuss at any length the relationship between the Soviet state and the Third Reich, we have to lay down precedent. Precedent which is to be found in the arm of Stalinism in Germany. The Communist Party of Germany, or the KPD for short, which was dominated by the influence of Stalinism through individuals such as Ernst Thälmann, who led the party. Before being banned in 1933, the Stalinist KPD had tried its very best to befriend the Nazis in every way that they could. The anti-Social Democratic Party referendum in Prussia was backed by not only Hitler's Nazis, but by the KPD, which publicly announced on July 22nd of 1931 that it would join the Nazi-initiated plebiscite in order to overthrow the SPD government. On November 1st of 1931, the KPD newspaper Rote Fahne published an open letter to the, quote, fellow workers of the Nazi Party and its stormtroopers, declaring the Nazis to be honest fighters against the hunger system. But this collaboration wasn't new, which one ought to find extremely surprising, at least at first. The fact was that not just in 1930, 1931, and 1932, but going way back into 1924, the KPD of Germany voted on the same side as the Nazi Party in the Reichstag 7 times out of 10. The KPD, the NVP, and the Nazi Party ended up aligning the most frequently out of all of the parties in the Reichstag, followed by the close alignment of the Social Democrats and Catholic Ascension Party, which themselves tended to vote together as a bloc. There were more votes shared between the Nazi Party and the KPD than between any combination of the other parties within the German government at any point since 1924. Throughout the entire period of 1924 to 1932, between the 197 votes taken by the government, in 145 of those votes, the KPD aligned themselves with the Nazi Party. KPD leaflets took up statements such as "Down with the Jewish Republic" to appease Nazi voters as well. Pravda, the official newspaper of Soviet Russia, having heard of the new events, expressed that the rise of the Nazis could only mean that new millions have awakened from their political winter sleep. Early in the 1930s, the quasi-Nazistic strategy of the KPD had its greatest outward expression in the creation of the communist-aligned Scheringerstaffel in Linden, Germany. This unit was headed by Richard Scheringer, a German lieutenant formerly belonging to the National Socialist Party. In March of 1931, after leaving prison, Scheringer was again in the news, as he had been before, for his move from the National Socialist Party to the Communist Party. The Scheringerstaffel unit went so far as to wear SA uniforms, which were then adorned with symbols of the Soviet Union as part of Richard Scheringer's attempt to bring National Socialists into the Communist Party. The KPD would use his example to encourage other members of the National Socialists to join the Communists. What is being shown in front of you on screen now is an image of a KPD militia known as the Rote Front in Dresden in February of 1933. One can only guess where the Communists gained the inspiration for such a march from. The KPD strategy would become known as the Scheringer Kurz strategy, mixing Marxist and Nazistic elements to appeal to the National Socialist German Workers' Party. Rudolf Diels, the first head of the Gestapo, pointed out that in Berlin, 70% of the new recruits to the Nazis' militant SA since January of 1933 had been former militants of the Communist Party of Germany. One of the most interesting facts provided by Diels was that entire KPD Rote Front units had been moved into the Nazis' SA. Albert Gruszinski, social democrat and head of the Berlin police between 1930 and 1932, pointed out that around a third of the members of the SA in Berlin were ex-communists as early as 1932. Hans Bernd Gisevius, an undercover member of the opposition to the Nazi regime and part of the secret police, noted that at least one-third of SA members in 1933 were former Communist Party members. These SA members were known as Nazi Rindersteak, or beefsteak, in reference to them being brown shirts on the outside and red Marxists on the inside. The SA themselves calculated that 50% of their members had come from the ranks of the communists, and reports from both the Gestapo and KPD intelligence confirmed a considerable presence of former communists within the SA. For example, in the Altona district of Hamburg, between 30 and 50 of the SA's 50 members had been communists before, including the right hand of the leader of Altona SS unit. A KPD propaganda piece meant to attract Nazi sympathy can be seen here, and an image of two National Socialist and KPD members on strike together should be seen here. This photo was taken from the 1932 Berlin transport strike, where both the Communist RGO and National Socialist Factory Cell organization worked together with KPD and Nazi street fighters, blocking depots, fighting the police, and sabotaging BVG service, sometimes together. Despite being nominally against the Nazis, leader of the KPD, Ernst Thälmann, himself believed that the Nazis should be allowed to rise to power first to make a communist revolution in Germany more politically expedient expedient. Importantly, Joseph Stalin, when Hitler finally did rise to power, did absolutely nothing to oppose the rise of the National Socialist German Workers' Party, despite the large presence of the KPD, which took directive directly from him. Stalin lost his ideological grip over the nation entirely as the KPD was quickly banned by the Reich government in 1933. So much for internationalism. Let's fast forward about 6 years to Berlin on April 17th of 1939, after the Treaty of Rapallo, where the Russian ambassador reported to the State Secretary of the Third Reich, "There exists for Russia no reason why Germany, should not leave with us on a normal footing." Commissar Molotov was unusually receptive. Von der Schulenburg cabled Berlin that Molotov found the invitation very flattering, an actual proof of our good intentions, and clearly expressed a wish to conclude a non-aggression pact. Joseph Stalin would state on August 23rd of 1939, "I know how much the German nation loves its Führer. I should therefore like to drink to his health." Timber was important. The Brits. Joseph Stalin stated, almost hilariously to Karl von Ritter, "If we, Russia and Germany, go on collaborating like this for another 4 or 5 years, Russia will be able to produce enough million Reichsmarks in German goods returned." He adds that this transfer was at the expense of the Russians' own consumption. The Soviets were eating into their own stocks to meet German needs. Overall, deliveries included hundreds of thousands of tons of grain, oil, cotton, metals, timber, etc. In the first year of the 1940 pact alone, Moscow committed about 650 million Reichsmarks worth of exports to Germany. Though less public, some collaboration on military intelligence and training occurred. German and Soviet military attachés exchanged assessments, while earlier in the 1930s, the USSR had secretly hosted German tank and air training. After 1939, Stalin reportedly invited Wehrmacht generals to brief Red Army officers. Most interestingly, Stalin's own military staff included a number of German advisors in 1940 to 1941, and Red Army officers collected German manuals. At a minimum, the two regimes, at least to our knowledge, coordinated on radio intercepts of Poland and France. The Soviet Union released an entire book entitled Falsifiers of History, in which it falsified history, and attempted to debunk the obvious relations which it held with the Nazi government between 1939 and 1941. Within the prologue, the government admits that it resisted the publication of German documents which exposed the Reich's ties to the USSR under the impression that public knowledge of the coalition would make the general public more anti-communist. Falsifiers of History spends the entirety of its first chapter complaining about how the Allied powers were hesitant to resist Hitler and how Western private businesses worked with the Reich in a sad attempt to excuse the Soviet Union's own alliance with the Nazis after the war had already started. The Soviet Union then claims that it alone was doing everything in order to block the fascist aggressor's way, a flagrant lie as Russia broke away from the Allies and joined the Axis powers to pursue war conditions which benefited it more. The Soviet diplomat Viktor Israelian commented, "History's falsifiers certainly did nothing to disprove the existence of Soviet-German cooperation in the first years of World War II, a cooperation that to a certain degree assisted Hitler's plan." In 1939, Stalin personally began to oversee the purge of leading Jewish Soviet officials, including two prominent Jewish commissars, party leader Artemia Ryutin and the foreign commissioner Maxim Litvinov. Yiddish cultural institutions were already being curtailed by 1939, and by 1940 to 41, only a few Yiddish newspapers and theaters remained, and any hint of Jewish self-organization was suppressed. In the 1940 elections to the Supreme Soviet of the USSR from Western Ukraine, White Russia, and Poland, not a single Jew was elected to the Supreme Soviet despite its 7 concentration camps. Between May of 1945 and January 6th of 1950, 10 principal camps held upwards of 157,000 detainees under direct control of the NKVD and later the MVD. These were death camps of malnutrition, disease, and utter isolation. Under NKVD Order Number 00315, April 18th of 1945, Soviet authorities were to round up anybody deemed a hostile element. Some former Nazis, some suspected werewolf youths, while others were social democrats, landowners resisting the theft of their property by the Soviet Empire, journalists, or simply anybody suspected of anti-Soviet activity. No evidence was required because arrests were purely administrative, without any judicial oversight required. Detainees were classed either as interned with no trial, or, in a minority of cases, sentenced by a Soviet military tribunal whose trial took about 15 to 20 minutes on average. From the moment they arrived, prisoners were wrenched from the world with no mail or visitors allowed. Tuberculosis, dysentery, typhus, and dystrophy ran rampant. Although they received standard rations compared to the rest of the Soviet-occupied zones, they had no black markets, so inmates starved. Unlike Nazi camps, there was no forced labor, but that only compounded the stagnation and physical decline. By late 1946, camp populations peaked at over 80,000 men, women, and even children, as many as 10,000 youth under 18. Half of these youth never returned. In the first half of 1947 alone, 31,404 individuals had died, 60,774 remained alive but debilitated, 43% were suffering from serious illnesses such as dystrophy, tuberculosis, or open wounds. Officially, 43,035 people died. Only 45,261 were ever freed. The remainder were deported to the Gulag or reclassified as prisoners of war, or alternatively handed over to East German authorities. 756 were executed outright. Few dared to speak. In 1946, Eugen Koga noted in Der SS Stat that the NKVD camps had become a mirror image of Nazi brutality, stating, anyone suspected of being a state enemy, agent of a foreign power, class enemy, or kulak was seized. The only difference was that they were not gassed, but starvation, disease, and isolation did their work. Others, like Franz Neumann, observed on an SPD platform in 1948, the camps are the same, but in 1948, the hammer and the sickle have replaced the swastika. After the war, Ernest, a Jewish publishing house, was shut down by the state. Ennenkite, the only Yiddish daily paper, was suspended as well. Not one Yiddish newspaper or publishing house existed anywhere in Russia by mid-1949, and critics who held Jewish ancestry, such as Johann Altman, a theater critic, were targeted in Stalin's anti-cosmopolitan campaign. Johann Altman, editor of the Volkstime, a Jew, supposedly committed suicide, while the chief editor of Abend, a Jew as well, was arrested and deported. The National Democratic Party of East Germany, NDPD for short, would be founded in 1948 by the former SS officer Wilhelm Adam. It would attain 35 seats in the East German legislature in 1950, becoming the fifth most powerful party in East Germany out of 12 total parties in the legislature. Stalin had suggested that the Nazi paper, known as the People's Observer, be revived as an official newspaper of the National Democratic Party of East Germany to appeal to former Nazis, a proposal which was in the end rejected, of course. Starting in 1951, Stalin's security organs had alleged that a cabal of prominent Jewish doctors was planning to poison top Soviet leaders, inspired, of course, by the medieval blood libel that Jews secretly poisoned Christian wells. During the Black Death. 6 of the 9 accused physicians were Jewish, portrayed by Pravda as inhuman beasts, exploiting their medical roles to commit assassinations. Official dispatches warned of, and I quote, an international Jewish bourgeoisie nationalist organization recruiting saboteur doctors on behalf of U.S. and British intelligence. Arrested doctors were to be beaten relentlessly. At their core, German National Socialism and Stalinist communism were nothing less than ideological siblings. Beneath the aesthetic of power was an admiration of organized terror against society for the sake of exalting some pure segment of the nation, be it race or class, agreeing that this end, however brutal, justified the purge of their own people to reshape civilization in their own distorted image. Consider the steps taken by these ideologues to appease each other in practice. These weren't choices made for mere political convenience. When Stalin's purges against the Jews began to echo Hitler's blood libel rhetoric, and when East Germany's National Democratic Party began to recycle old SS officers, the mask finally slipped and revealed that at the end of the day, the communist system trafficked in the same currency of fear, exclusion, and control. History's lesson is unfortunate. Communism and Nazism, though dressed in different colors, marched to the same drumbeat, wielding their ideologies not as outreached hands, but as hammers against the aspirations of their own people. The economy of the People's Socialist Republic of Albania, modeled completely on the basis of Stalin's economic policies in Soviet Russia, resulted in nothing but complete and utter failure in almost every single regard. Throughout its long existence, the Communist Republic relied entirely and exclusively on foreign aid, and when it didn't, things turned south. Following the liberation of Albania in late 1944, Enver Hoxha, the first secretary of the Communist Party, would take power as prime minister. The People's Republic of Albania would then be declared in 1946. Between 1945 and 46, the UN Relief and Rehabilitation Administration donated 26,300,000 USD to the country, supplying enough grain to feed 33% of the population. Until 1948, Albania relied on Tito's Yugoslavia, but in September of that year, it took a sharp turn and became completely reliant on Soviet technology imports. Even UN relief itself warned that its massive grain shipments were never intended as a permanent crutch for Albania, but as a short-term emergency measure. But by early 1946, Albania was still importing over 80% of its grain needs. Foreign Service reports cautioned that UN relief grants should be restricted mainly to essentials and not used to substitute for domestic output, a warning Albania again ignored. The very foundation of Albania's economy began as Soviet Russia's had, with rapid collectivization and industrial transformation intended to mirror the USSR's first five-year plan. Unfortunately, Albania lacked even the minimal infrastructure or technical expertise necessary to implement the plan, due to the country being an extremely underdeveloped one at the time that communism rose to power. Enver Hoxha's administration forced collectivization in the countryside, but with little regard for regional variations or climate conditions, which led to repeated failures in harvests. The first five-year plan of Albania, from 1951 to 55, had high hopes for increasing industrial production within the country. However, an inefficient agricultural sector facing much of the same problems Russia had during its collectivization period ultimately killed the project's viability, as a lag in agriculture heavily weighed down on industrial development, as the two sectors are of course interdependent. On top of this, industrial productivity fell behind the nation's needs because the peasantry wasn't trained sufficiently in factory equipment operations. National production was extremely unsatisfactory, and by 1953, 70% of Albanians still worked in field labor. By 1960, private smallholdings still produced nearly 90% of Albania's agricultural output. State and collective farms, despite having mechanization and central services, underperformed by 20 to 30% per hectare compared to smallholders, and chronic local food shortages persisted well beyond the early years of collectivization. Albania's state planning apparatus consistently failed to meet its own targets. According to internal Albanian records from the mid-1950s, more than 40% of planned industrial projects were either unfinished or entirely stalled due to delays in receiving Soviet machinery or technical blueprints. In the agricultural sector, peasants were pushed into state enterprises under coercive pressure, and by 1954, nearly 80% of those enterprises were reporting losses rather than net productivity gains. Internal planning documents reveal that by mid-1955, over 40% of industrial enterprises were behind schedule or halted outright due to delayed equipment and poor site selection. A 1956 admission conceded that, quote, only half of the five-year targets were achievable with existing resources. In 1959, China and the USSR, competing for influence within the country, gave Albania $13,800,000 USD and $83,800,000 USD in aid, respectively, as other Eastern Bloc nations also collectively assorted $35 million USD to aid Albania in that year of 1959 alone. Between 1955 to 1960, foreign assistance augmented Albania's budget by 223%. This international scramble to gain power over Albania's economy translated into a temporary boom in externally financed projects. Soviet-led urbanization campaigns attempted to build industrial complexes in cities like Elbasan and Fier, yet these same constructions were plagued by low-quality workmanship and very poor planning. Chinese engineers introduced factories that mimicked those in Maoist China, but were snagged in their use of outdated technologies. Many factories never even reached full capacity. But the apparent industrial achievements in which Albania did succeed masked nothing but inefficiency behind the scenes. The Elbasan Steel Combine, for example, operational by 1966, ran at only 60% of its nameplate capacity through the early 1970s, and later inherited pollution liabilities so severe that its successor plant faced shutdowns. By 1960, the proportion of output from farms, despite the immense aid poured into the country the previous year, hadn't changed at all since 1951, and foreign assistance was still augmenting Albania's budget by 130%. Worker productivity and motivation, as in the USSR under Stalin, was extremely low. 48% of Albanian needs in wheat were met through Soviet aid imports during this period. When Soviet aid to Albania ceased, all major construction projects were delayed, and the country witnessed a sharp decline in international trade. Labor productivity declined 12.5% between 1960 to 1963 due to a spare parts shortage. To make up for the end of Soviet aid in the country, China came to the rescue, supplying Albania with 90% food and spare mechanical parts necessary for production. Albania's dependency on external actors became so extreme that over 60% of its heavy machinery in 1963 came from Chinese exports. The result was a fragile industrial base that was entirely incapable of sustaining itself. Albania lacked trained engineers and had no means of producing complex parts locally, as countless industries fell into the same old cycles of breakdown and inactivity. Agricultural output grew only 22% over the entirety of 1961 to 1965, as opposed to what was planned in the third five-year plan, which was intended to be a growth of around 72% during that period. 4 to 5% annual growth in agriculture might sound respectable in absolute terms, as this was above the world average, but for an agrarian country with a soaring population, meager mechanization, and government plans targeting rapid development, this growth did absolutely nothing to alleviate chronic food shortages or meet the regime's own goals that it set for itself. Overall, industrial production failed to improve over the course of the 15 years between 1950 and 1965. To add on to this gloomy prospect, the government regularly falsified statistics to exaggerate its achievements. Reports from the Albanian Workers' Party in 1966 claimed a 45% rise in industrial productivity since 1961, but internal audits revealed net increases of less than 10%. The concealment of these inefficiencies discouraged any reforms which could have been made during that period. Enver Hoxha's obsessive construction of over 750,000 concrete bunkers, which lasted from 1967 until his death, consumed 2% of Albania's net material product annually at its peak, diverting critical steel, cement, and labor from housing, roads, and factories. Each bunker cost roughly the equivalent of a two-room apartment to construct. Although finally the fourth five-year plan would yield some economic improvements due to a long overdue series of reforms that prioritized decentralization, deregulation, and finance reform, in 1978 the People's Republic of China would finally withdraw its aid from Albania. In 1979, following the Sino-Albanian split, Enver Hoxha would publish a book berating a now-deceased Mao Zedong. After the split, consumer goods production failed to meet standards for quality, and production did not meet the expectations of the most recent five-year plan. Perhaps we can give Albania the benefit of the doubt and admit that since China withdrew aid during this period, that the nation shouldn't be blamed for its failure this time. However, that is precisely the problem with Albania's economy during the communist period. It couldn't survive on its own with the model it was implementing. By 1978, nearly all high-capacity power generation infrastructure in Albania was operating with spare parts imported from either China or the USSR, many of which were no longer manufactured. Frequent blackouts now occurred, and metallurgy collapsed alongside other sectors. Albanian factories increasingly relied on salvaged or improvised components to remain operational. Albania immediately pursued a policy of superficial autarky, or national self-reliance, while beginning trade relations with the West after it had stopped receiving aid from both China and the USSR. And with that being said, labor productivity declined 1.7% on average between 1980 and 1988, as the economy was failing to create new jobs. Cultivatable land declined 20% as the population boomed. On the topic of so-called autarky, Albania wasn't in fact self-reliant, as it imported in a single year alone in 1982 74 million USD worth of goods from Yugoslavia, 42 million USD worth of goods from Italy, 23 million worth of goods from Bulgaria, 19 million from Romania, 17 million from West Germany, 16 million from France, 15 million from Poland, 13 million from Greece, 12 million from Hungary, 4 million from China, and 3 million USD worth of goods from the United States. By the mid-1980s, its Western trade alone reached some 200 million USD annually, draining Albania's central bank reserves so severely that by 1990, GDP per capita stagnated at roughly $450. To be clear, that would be poorer than Lesotho in southern Africa. Albania's self-reliance had no substance other than its ideological posturing. The trade imbalance, which had resulted from this period, was severe and harsh. Imports far outpaced exports, particularly in the domain of capital goods, medical supplies, and food staples. So much for self-reliance. As a result, food rationing became increasingly severe throughout the 1980s, with reports of urban centers receiving less than 1,500 calories per person per day in state provisions, meaning that the Albanian population was overall definitively food deprived and undernourished. Enver Hoxha, inspired by Joseph Stalin and still the leader of the Albanian Communist Party 40 years down the road, perpetually invoked a state of emergency by fabricating conspiracies and purges that reached their peak between late 1981 to 1983. Thousands of officials and their families were arrested without formal charges or due process. Arrest decrees were issued unilaterally, bypassing all checks and balances, while trials were transformed into public spectacles of denunciation where Hoxha himself would mock purged politicians in person. Governance had dissolved into his own personal court. Today's executioner could be on the chopping block tomorrow. Mehmet Shehu, the 23rd Prime Minister of Albania, supposedly killed himself following his purge from the government. The Shehu family was placed under house arrest, only allowed to attend Shehu's funeral, but even his wife and brothers, however, were too afraid to attend. Kadri Hasbiu, the Minister of Internal Affairs, was also arrested and executed. In his final days, Enver Hoxha was confined to a wheelchair as he suffered from diabetes and cerebral ischemia. On April 11th of 1985, he would thankfully pass away at the age of 76. Over the entire course of Albania's existence, its ability to improve its economy was completely dependent on its ability to receive foreign aid. It was always a brutal failure, and the way it would finally end proved this fact. In the summer of 1991, the year before communism in Albania finally collapsed, Albania's exports were half of what they were the previous year. Industrial and farm output was failing to increase as well. Matter of fact, it wasn't increasing at all. The GDP per person had dropped to the levels of underdeveloped Southeast Asian economies such as Indonesia or Sri Lanka. The budget deficit was 20% of the country's GDP, and unemployment was at about 35%. The economic freefall in the early 1990s finally showed the world the hollow foundations of Albania's centrally planned economy. Factories that had once employed thousands of workers shut down in succession due to lack of raw materials and buyers. Agricultural cooperatives dissolved, leaving many peasants without access to land or equipment. The resulting chaos saw the rise of black markets and mass emigration. Net material product growth did not exceed 1% annually and grew 0% between 1985 to 1990. Agriculture and other industries failed as consumer goods entered a mass shortage. During this period, average monthly wages in Albania lost 65% of their purchasing power due to inflation. Essential commodities like soap, flour, and medicine virtually disappeared from store shelves. The black market economy thrived, controlled by a growing class of intermediaries and opportunists, many of whom were tied to remnants of the state security apparatus. Albania's ambitious experiment in Stalinist replication was doomed from the start. From the earliest days of post-war reconstruction through the successive five-year plans, every sector remained chronically underperforming, propped up only by ever larger infusions of foreign aid. When Soviet and then Chinese assistance finally did dry up, the facade of progress collapsed overnight, revealing Albania as a nation lacking both the technical capacity and the managerial expertise to function independently. Meanwhile, relentlessly stubborn government policy discouraged skilled labor and redirected precious resources into grandiose and unproductive endeavors like bunker building. By the time communism unraveled in the early 90s, Albania stood as yet another example of a failed centrally planned economy, divorced from local conditions and dependent on external patronage, with its population impoverished, its industries shuttered, and its promise of socialist self-reliance entirely discredited.
No one knows how many people have died in the crackdown. We may never know. Our own CBS News review of hospital figures indicates that at least 300 have died. The figure may be as high as 3,000 or more.
Deng Xiaoping is frequently credited to have been the most productive leader of China since the founding of the People's Republic of China in 1954. Overshadowing Mao Zedong, the previous leader of the PRC, remembered by the world today as a tyrannical dictator who resulted in the deaths of millions, Deng, on the other hand, has been praised internationally as the man who brought the People's Republic of China into its modern stage of rapid growth and accelerated development. There may be no doubt about at least one of Deng's feats. He brought industrialization and agricultural growth into the urban areas of China extremely rapidly, especially when compared with the considerable lagging of the agricultural development in China's first five-year plan, or the disruptions in the second five-year plan, also known as the Great Leap Forward of Mao Zedong. Due to the incompetence of Mao Zedong, who instigated the failed Four Pests campaign and the ineffective backyard burnings of metal in the Great Leap Forward, Deng Xiaoping's atrocities are often overlooked, and his administration is seen for the first time in the more recent Chinese history as a step in the right direction. This perception of Deng Xiaoping is in complete error. Deng's administration was responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands of scores of his own citizens, which could have otherwise been avoided. His economic reforms have left much of rural China struggling to catch up to the urban and developed centers of China. His systemic legacy has caused the slow erasure of Chinese rural culture due to the incentivized assimilation of farmers. He was responsible for massacres too often forgotten, and not too different from his predecessor, however, was quick to crack down on dissenting voices. However, under Deng, the scope of oppression expanded to include the Chinese labor movement. Let's talk about Chinese labor rights under Deng. There have been multiple different versions of the Constitution passed within the PRC in 1954, 75, 78, and 82. The 1954 Constitution had no legislation relating to the right to strike. However, during the succeeding versions of the Constitution, the right to strike in China was finally guaranteed in Article 28 of the 1975 Constitution. Article 28 says citizens enjoy freedom of speech, correspondence, the press, assembly, association, procession, demonstration, and the freedom to strike, and enjoy freedom to believe in religion and freedom not to believe in religion and to propagate atheism. The progressive path which China was achieving in this regard was stunted by the 1982 constitutional reform under Deng Xiaoping, in which the right to strike was officially removed from the Chinese constitution, and the article guaranteeing basic rights of freedom of speech, press, assembly, association, procession, and demonstration now excluded the right to strike. This form of the Constitution is the form which is enacted in China to this day. The biggest question surrounding this controversial step backwards is why? One would suppose that the most likely reason as to why strikes were removed from the Constitution was an act taken in response to the wave of democratic movement, as Sheng and Cook in 2015 supposed in their paper on the matter. For reference, the right to strike was something which even Mao Zedong saw as essential to the Chinese constitution, himself stating, "We should permit workers to strike, permit them to hold demonstrations. Our constitution allows workers to hold demonstrations, and I propose we should add one article of freedom of strike when we amend our constitution next time. It will help resolve the conflicts between the state, the director of the enterprise, and the workers." Accordingly, this right was added in the next rework of China's constitutional framework. Deng's frequent excuse, which was lacking in any real principle, for any and all actions which he committed was that China's material conditions necessitated such legislation. There was no necessity in 1982, under any pretext, to remove the right for strikes. In fact, after this was passed, it could be observed throughout all of the 1980s that there was an increase in go-slows and strikes in China in both the private and public sector. Deng didn't put any thought into workers' rights in a productive manner because what Deng Xiaoping cared about most was GDP growth. Deng's obsession with GDP growth would have long-term systemic effects that to this day are detrimental to harmony within China, as will be argued within the following sections. First, let's talk about the urban-rural divide. The CCP under Deng decided to build more infrastructure along the coastlines. The reason for this was that the coastline developments could more readily attract investors, and through this, China would be able to achieve a much more rapid growth rate. This prediction was very well developed and brought about massive leaps in economic growth. Wealthy regions retained their wealth from foreign investments, which then could be reintegrated into the development of local communities. There is, however, a shadow to these reforms, which allows for today the largest income divide in all of China, which is the divide between the rural and the developed sections of the nation. This is a massive discrepancy which has seen only the most modest improvements, growing and shrinking at various points throughout the last 40 years. If China, instead of following Deng's model, allowed for a more restrictive growth rate and cared about its people over its profits, then China could have feasibly allowed for resources to have been diverted for support to the present poor rural areas. If this path was taken, then additional spending on healthcare and education could have been achieved. However, China was not a state for the people or by the people, and it shows. Continuing a growth rate around the lines of what even the Great Leap Forward was allowing for could have conceivably achieved the ability to divert resources in the rural regions, which could be argued from the perspective of certain heterodox economists such as Victor D. Libet, who argues, contrary to popular opinion, that China in fact gained a decade of growth under the Great Leap Forward as its economic program. China's reforms under Deng and the related export boom caused a reduction in the purchasing power of the Chinese working class, which obviously has a disproportionate effect on rural populations. The reduction in purchasing power was caused due to the lack of China's public provisioning system, which was dismantled by Deng Xiaoping himself. With the removal of China's public provisioning system, prices jumped for foods, which led to a necessary reduction in the consumption of China's population. With the privatization of healthcare under Deng's tenure, mortality rates stagnated within China and did not progress well at all compared to many comparable developing nations, especially during the first half of the 1980s. This can be seen most prominently in the rural regions, in which the amount of healthcare workers dramatically decreased in response to the privatization of healthcare. As Driesen Sen in 1989 pointed out, this was a large driving factor in the increase of especially child or infant mortality rates and a decrease in life expectancy. Sullivan, Moatsos, and Hickel in 2023 showed that extreme poverty, contrary to the World Bank's projections, did not in fact go down during the Dengist reform period, but rather that extreme poverty increased during Deng's reform period. The reason for this miscalculation is because the World Bank measures the poverty line by $1.90 per day, not taking into account the purchasing power of the workers, which, as has been stated previously, decreased during the reform period, nor does this take into account a basic needs metric. Professor of Economic History Robert C. Allen designed and put forward a poverty line on the basis of a basic needs list, which is measured based on the purchasing price of 2,100 calories per day, plus 50 grams of protein, 34 grams of fat, various vitamins and minerals, some clothing and heating, and 3 square meters of housing. Based on Allen's basic needs poverty line, we find that China's poverty rate would have been 68% in 1995, an all-time peak throughout the last 15 or more years prior to that point. China's poverty rate slowly recovered, though even as of 2018, with a 5.4% poverty rate, it seems as though China's poverty level was still at that point where it was throughout the 1980s, where it averaged at about a 5.6% poverty rate. With these metrics in mind, China's claim to be alleviating poverty to any incredible degree completely collapses, and Chairman Deng Xiaoping can be thanked entirely for that. If Deng wanted to set up his reforms for a more moderate rate of growth, then he undoubtedly would have done more to improve education and healthcare within the poorer rural regions. Instead, Deng allowed localities to retain a large share of the income they generate, diminishing the resources that flow to the center, and of course, local officials know that by developing projects in their provinces, they'll be able to advance their careers, and thus they are not incentivized at all by the Chinese political system to leave more income to citizens or to expand social welfare. Because of this, now, the government has less money for social welfare, as well as less money to support the poorer rural regions, even if they really did want to. Accordingly, little oversight in regard to resource allocation leaves the door open to intense corruption. Deng Xiaoping's one-child policy can also be thanked for the sharp rise in infanticide of females in China, which had been dropping throughout the Maoist period as the end of the Cultural Revolution brought back the return of traditional Chinese cultural values, which heavily devalued women. And it showed. Millions of infant females were killed by their parents over the course of decades, as men were, and still are, favored in Chinese society. Between 1980 and 2014, 109 million Chinese women were sterilized and 324 million received IUDs entirely against their will, as it was law. This cruel reality may be seen by many as a necessity, as the track which the Chinese birth rate was on, many may argue, was going to create a food shortage due to overpopulation. This is false. As noted by Hesketh in his study on the one-child policy, the voluntary education programs such as Late, Long, and Few had already succeeded in the decade prior to the one-child policy of Deng Xiaoping in reducing the fertility rates from 5.9 children per woman to 2.9 per woman. Education and health services were already well on the road to vastly and sufficiently easing China's overpopulation issue. China has laid claim to a form of socialism based upon historical necessity and material conditions which required its socialism to take the form of capitalism. This is its pathetic defense by which it has attempted to claim that it truly hasn't abandoned socialism. It refers to its version of socialism as socialism with Chinese characteristics. I've never met a single Marxist who believes that China is truly socialist, who's been able to explain the material conditions which necessitated, for example, the partial privatization of healthcare or the complete dismantling of much of China's public provisioning and public food systems. The dictatorship of the proletariat, envisioned as definitionally central to Marxist socialism, is absent within the People's Republic of China. The bourgeoisie controls all of Chinese politics. In 2013, the richest 3% of members of the National People's Congress, which is the highest legislative body within China, had an average net worth of $1.1 billion. In 2017, 20% of delegates were owners of corporations, while in 2018, 153 delegates had a combined wealth of 650 billion USD. In 2019, 90 delegates within the National People's Congress were among the top 1,000 most wealthy Chinese citizens. Any idiotic whinging which claims that the National People's Congress's subjugation of the so-called Communist Party makes China socialist is silly. The CCP's leadership is just as comprised of members of the bourgeoisie and career politicians as the National People's Congress is. Xi Zhongjun, the father of Xi Jinping, the present president of the PRC, was a career politician in power since the 1950s, when he first became the first Secretary General of the State Council. Any statements which profess that China is simply discovering its own way to socialism are blinding themselves to the reality which we have watched for the last 4 decades unfold in China as it pursues more and more neoliberal reforms. Deng himself wasn't quite sure what socialism was supposed to look like, as pointed out by Mao Zedong, who stated, "This person does not grasp class struggle. He's never referred to this key link. Still, his theme of white cat, black cat, making no distinction between imperialism and Marxism, he does not understand Marxism-Leninism. He represents the capitalist class." Deng was more than willing to admit that he had absolutely no clue what he was supposed to be doing in developing the Chinese Socialist project on more than one occasion, stating, "Our basic goal to build socialism is correct, but we're still trying to figure out what socialism is and how to build it." Deng Xiaoping showed his allegiances to the capitalist order in his rehabilitation of capitalist rotors such as Liu Shaoqi, who believed that an exploitative, parasitic, and wealthy peasantry was necessary under socialism, stating, "At present, exploitation saves people, and it is dogmatic to forbid it. Hiring of farmhands in industrial farming should be left to take their own course. It is good if some rich peasants should emerge as a result. Our policy to preserve the rich peasant economy is not a temporary measure, it is a long-term measure." Liu Shaoqi was the second chairman of the People's Republic of China and had staunch disagreements with Mao Zedong in many respects, who did not hope to see the capitalistic and pragmatist reforms which Liu had in mind, highly mistrusting him, leading to him being purged during the Cultural Revolution, as Mao Zedong was well aware that Shaoqi's pragmatist faction would eventually lead China back down the road of capitalism. Deng, however, fell completely in line with Liu's ideology and believed that the rehabilitation of Comrade Liu Shaoqi is a major matter, and we have handled it very well. Deng was frequently hesitant to consider capitalism as something which ought to be denounced, choosing to reply to the Italian journalist Oriana Fallaci, who asked him whether or not capitalism is not all that bad, with, "We must distinguish what is capitalism. Capitalism is superior to feudalism." There's no question dodging clearer than this. Deng Xiaoping's regime saw an end to socialism within China. However, his successors would only make conditions worse, as the nation, both during and after his regime, opened itself up to foreign investment more and more, meaning that international capitalist interests now had direct control over Chinese economic development, ending any concept of national self-determination for good, as China's development is reliant on foreign corporate involvement in China's economy. Deng Xiaoping, on September 4th of 1989, in a conversation with the CPC Central Committee, made it clear that Jiang Zemin, the General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party, ought to be the next individual which the Central Committee would orient itself around, stating, "Comrade Jiang Zemin should become the core of your collective, and I should like to propose that Comrade Jiang Zemin be appointed chairman of the Central Military Commission." Many blame Jiang Zemin for the excesses of the capitalist features of the Chinese economy, being reserved in their critiques of Deng, forgetting who propped Jiang Zemin up as the next great leader of China to the CCP. Jiang Zemin was the most important leader of China between 1989 and 2003. He followed in Deng Xiaoping's footsteps as the inheritor of his ideology and his spineless reforms. Jiang privatized countless SOEs, resulting in 40 million individuals being laid off from work. Urban housing was privatized, resulting in many of the soulless corporate high-rises seen across China today. Farmers protested the new high tax rates being implemented by the regime, and the millions of individuals who were left unemployed by Jiang Zemin's privatizations joined in. PNAS published a study which proved that between 1980 and 2002, the Gini coefficient in China had only increased, meaning that income inequality had risen significantly. Although Jiang's reforms partially intended to distribute more wealth into the rural, poor regions which were disaffected by Deng, the reality shows that Jiang's attempts in his 13 years in power bore zero fruit, none at all, in aiding the poor and disadvantaged of China. Referencing Allen's basic needs poverty line discussed earlier, the peak of Chinese poverty in 1995 was under Jiang's continuation of Dengist policy during the reform period. Deng Xiaoping's legacy is that of a crude developmentalism, which led to the detriment of the people of his nation, skyrocketing poverty, forced sterilizations, an increasingly divergent relationship between the city and the countryside, rampant corruption both locally and nationally, and the introduction of the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie into Chinese politics is what Deng Xiaoping leaves behind. Although some of these issues have seen improvements under the government of Xi Jinping in modern China, much remains the same, and the so-called People's Republic of China of today can still be identified as exactly what it was under Deng Xiaoping, a wolf in sheep's clothing. What is syndicalism? Syndicalism, or labor unionism, is an ideology that seeks to establish the labor union state, or the syndical state, most usually through a general strike across the nation. This general strike was depicted by syndicalism's foremost thinkers as the event that would lead to the inevitable collapse of contemporary commercial capitalism. Though nowadays the ideal of a general strike succeeding in bringing about the syndical revolution has faded. Syndicalism took heavy inspiration from the philosophy of Karl Marx in his call to mobilize the working class, in hopes for a struggle between productive and exploitative classes and the necessity of a worker-backed revolution to overturn the existing social system. On the other hand, from the pioneer of anarchism, Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, syndicalism adopted its conception of the social function of private property, its support for the concept of a societal agro-industrial federation through which all of the economy would be conducted, and more. Syndicalism was, as noted by its thinkers such as Edward Burth, inspired not only by Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels, and Proudhon, but by the philosophers of the ancient world, with some of the first syndicalist intellectuals comparing the culture surrounding the syndicalist movement to the cultural attitudes of the ancient cities of Greece, more commonly known as the polis or the Greek city-states. This ancient ideal that the syndicalists took as inspiration for their cause finds its roots in the 1864 book The Ancient City by Fustel de Coulanges, sorry for any French speakers if I butchered that, which endeavored to describe the ancient city's religious, social, and political structures. As the syndicalist thinkers throughout the 1910s described it, the ancient city was the ideal of a heroic city, civically religious in spirit, in which all institutions revolved around the ideals of struggle, war, and combat, which these figures considered as the source and principle of every virtue of civilization. When these virtues of the ancient city cracked, the syndicalist theoreticians expressed their belief that society, as it was known then, dissolved and gave room over time for the rise and dominance of societal decadence. Fernand Pelloutier, perhaps the first syndicalist intellectual to develop a systematized syndicalist ideology throughout the 1890s, wrote extensive critiques against traditional anarchist isolationism as well as parliamentary socialism. Throughout his writings, he hoped to bridge the gap between the trade union leaders and anarchist socialists while condemning the Blanquist, Guesdist, and Brucist socialists of his time, whose Marxist infighting had led to fracturing among the trade union movement in France. However, while Pelloutier laid the groundwork for the later syndicalist movement's ideology, he still was heavily anarchistic, something which later syndicalists would slowly begin to move away from as the ideology of syndicalism evolved. Georges Sorel, a former liberal conservative turned orthodox Marxist turned syndicalist, inspired by his friend Fernand Pelloutier, continued on as the intellectual leader of the French syndicalist movement after Pelloutier's death. Throughout his career, Sorel heavily engaged with contemporary and recent historical intellectuals such as Gustave Le Bon, an Italian psychologist who wrote The Study of the Popular Mind, Benedetto Croce, an Italian idealist philosopher, Émile Durkheim, a French sociologist, Alex de Tocqueville, a French aristocrat and historian, and Karl Kautsky, a social democrat. Many more, but some of these thinkers Sorel engaged positively with, such as Gustave Le Bon and Croce, while others he harshly critiqued, such as Karl Kautsky, Bernstein, and Jules Guesde, among other leading contemporary Marxists of the time. Sorel's primary contribution to the theories of syndicalism was the introduction of the conception of a revolutionary myth that would inspire workers to action through powerful imagery of victory. He recalled historical myths that succeeded in mobilizing the masses, such as the Second Coming of Christ in Christianity or the collapse of capitalism in Karl Marx's theories, as evidence that myths are a genuine factor that play into the ability for an idea to move people towards action. In the 20th century, the syndicalists proposed that the heroic and warlike ideals of the past had been revived and embodied in the modern institutions of labor, through which thinkers such as Edward Burth and Georges Sorel maintained that the ideal of the modern city would be revived in the form of the ancient, as the needs of labor would revive in the hearts of men the ideals of the old world. In The Misdeeds of Intellectuals, a book written by Edward Burth, the author characterized syndicalism as in continuity with the pre-Socratic Greek philosophy, agreeing with Friedrich Nietzsche that modern society is the reign of the inactive, passive, and purely theoretical man, so to speak. In other words, the destroyer of the ancient, heroic, and warlike Greek city, as he put it, which had been built upon action. Originally, in syndicalism's first inception, the new equivalent to the warrior of the ancient city was to be found in the laborer of the factory, where weapons were replaced by the worker's industrial machinery, transferring the spirit of battle from the battlefield to the shop floor. This early syndicalism rejected class collaboration and had some harsh words to say on the role of the middle class in society. This early syndicalism broadly supported the endeavors of Vladimir Lenin and Leon Trotsky, as the prime theoretician of syndicalism, Georges Sorel, threw his support behind Lenin, referring to the Soviets in his 1918 defense of Lenin as the new Rome of the proletariat, while the plutocratic capitalist powers at the time were referred to by Sorel as the Carthages of the world. Syndicalists Edward Berth and Daniel Gorin also supported Lenin, later to be disheartened by the failure of Trotsky to take power in the USSR. By the time that Stalin succeeded in rising to power, essentially all syndicalist theorists unanimously rejected the Soviet experiment as a failure. Other syndicalists across Italy and France, such as Edmondo Rossoni, Gustave Herve, and Georges Valois, had turned their eyes to a kind of revolutionary nationalism, arguing not only that the specific kind of anti-patriotic internationalism held by some early syndicalists had failed, but that the nation itself should become the subject of class struggle rather than domestic classes, as the differences between nations were more profound than the differences between domestic classes. These figures argued that it was very clear that the proletariat and petite bourgeoisie of an exploited and economically oppressed nation-state had much more in common with each other than the proletariat of an economically exploitative nation had with the proletariat of an economically backwards or otherwise oppressed nation. This development in syndicalism was an elaboration upon the Sorelian syndicalist organization known as Cercle Proudhon of 1911 to 1914, which declared that it was necessary to combine the love of the nation alongside the syndical movement. They likely believed that this was the only way that the masses would be genuinely mobilized for popular action. Throughout the 1920s, most of the leaders of the syndicalist movement across Europe and the Americas came to reject anti-nationalism, with even the most internationalist syndicalist theorists, such as Edward Berth, returning to their fondness of revolutionary nationalism, which many of them held during the early 1900s. This new theory of proletarian nations and bourgeoisie plutocracies, combined with the syndicalist love for the warlike spirit of the ancient city, led to the curation of a sort of new syndicalism, commonly referred to as national syndicalism, which has, in modern scholarship, frequently been miscategorized as a current of the far right or as a third position, with the acceptance that all members of proletarian nations held a proletarian character as productive classes oppressed by the international plutocratic powers. The syndicalists invented a new kind of corporatism, intended, unlike the preceding popular Christian corporatism rejected by all syndicalists, not to pacify the various economic classes into social peace, but to invigorate the syndical state and mobilize the national energies together in a revolutionary manner. From this nationalistic syndicalism came the movement that established the progressive corporatist Free State of Fiume, whose constitution was written by the syndicalist organizer Alceste de Ambris, and heavily inspired by the Italian anarchist Enrico Malatesta. The Syndicalist Party of Spain, which advocated for collaboration between the industrial working class, peasant farmers, technicians, and the intelligentsia in their official program. The Republican Syndicalist Party of France, led by the former Mussolini-inspired Georges Valois, and various corporatist regimes around Western Europe, the Americas, and East Asia. The new development, which took syndicalism by storm in its evolution, which dictated that the nation itself was now the object of class struggle, envisioned classes and social groups being organized together on the basis of function and mutual interdependence and cooperation. On its face, many have misunderstood historical syndicalism as merely a parallel of council communism due to its staunch opposition to any collaboration with the liberal state, its tendency towards a kind of anarchism, and its goal to establish a society organized on the basis of labor organizations. As it may be made clear, or hopefully already has, this is a false perception. Although this fully fledged corporatism and revolutionary nationalism that existed within the syndicalist movement now was fully fledged and fleshed out by the 1920s, it wasn't exactly new. While the communists generally had advocated for an end-goal society ran on the basis of local administrative worker councils composed solely of proletarians, the syndicalists had always held something new in mind. Fernand Pelloutier wrote his proposals for the role of labor unions in the future social society in his book History of the Bourses du Travail, published in 1901. Pelloutier approvingly quotes a labor union delegate from Roubaix, France in chapter 1 of his book, who says of the labor unions, "The labor union centers are actually organizing committees for a different kind of society. Each professional group elects a number of representatives in proportion to their share of the total number of citizens who compose the labor union. This system will keep abreast of every achievement. In Chapter 3, The Birth of the Bourses du Travail, Pelloutier explains the aid which the Bourses, or French labor union councils, give to corporative or corporatist associations, stating the Bourse du Travail allowed the suppression of redundant services provided by the individual labor unions, helped coordinate the demands of the corporative groups, and study the exchange mechanism, in short, to seek within the current social system the elements of a new system. The French theorist Hubert Lagardelle, a follower of Sorel, though far more explicitly Marxian in flavor, while rejecting pure Catholic corporatism, stated, even within the earlier 1900s, that economic democracy can only be established by the creation of a technical government of selected workers, which also, within the groups thus established, follow rules opposed to those of political democracy. It will have a tendency to assure the permanence of its administrators, further stating that the exclusive primacy of the occupational groups, organs of a permanent government, competent and stable, is increasingly verified in the development of the working class. Georges Sorel's primary disciple, Georges Valois, argued in his 1934 book Doctrines and Techniques of the Revolution a much more advanced vision than what Pelloutier, Lagardelle, or Sorel first laid out in their theories. Please note the following excerpts are extremely spaced out from different portions in the book. After the war, I set up a confederation of production that made a lot of noise until 1925. It was with this that I launched the Economic Weeks, which had a certain impact, and that the plans of a corporate organization that Italian fascism copied, by its own admission, were made. We must effectively create the syndical and cooperative state, where, alongside a parliamentary assembly that remains to allow for major expressions of public opinion, there will be an assembly of delegates from syndicates and cooperatives, an assembly that, like the other, will be an expression of sovereignty. In other words, all power to the unions, meaning all unions incorporating men producing useful work, scientists and technicians, thus organically associated with proletarian formations. This results in a syndicalist-based assembly constituted by economic sectors. It can be complemented by territorial representation delegated by municipalities themselves composed by unions, forming one or two chambers as experience advises. The syndicates will provide the framework for the essential structure of the state for economic and territorial representation and constitute, at all levels of economic and social life, the expression of the community while permanently defending labor. Within this book, Valois makes it clear that his 1925 plans for corporate organization were identical to those employed by the Fascist Party of Italy, although Valois' belief is that by 1934 Mussolini had since sold out to the capitalist class. Regardless of any illustrative comparisons that may be drawn, Valois' vision for a bicameral syndical legislature on the basis of functional regional representation could not be clearer, and it is a sentiment which would be repeated by subsequent syndicalist organizers and theorists around the world, including in the East by figures such as Dadapant Tengati, an Indian labor organizer, who wrote in his book Nationalist Pursuit, Sri Guruji, an Indian revolutionary nationalist I should add, was of the view that the system of territorial representation is quite inadequate for fulfilling the aspirations of the people. Functional representation, which is in keeping with the Hindu tradition, must be brought into the picture and should at least supplement, if not replace, territorial representation. It is high time our leaders gave serious thought to these views and did the needful without further delay. Tengati further cites the ideals of Fernand Pelloutier, Petrim Sorokin, Peter Kropotkin, the French Syndicates Congress at Lyons of 1919, the official program of the Italian Fascist Party, etc., all as historical examples of this functional representation which he advocated for. Tengati today is considered one of the greatest intellectuals of Indian history, even influencing much of the policies which the present Indian government have enacted over the last 5 years. Tengati's Indian Workers' Union, or the BMS, the largest labor union in India, has also supported this idea, calling for, quote, workers of each major industry and minor industries or their trade groups to be given representation in the Lok Sabha, the lower legislative chamber, and the state assemblies. So what is the goal of syndicalism? In short, it can be understood as the establishment of a government of organized professionals. professionals who have worked in their respective fields, laboring for their positions and representing the interests of their common productive industries, whether they be in fishing, manufacturing, farming, commerce, education, culture, etc. These bodies must, in theory, have full legislative power equal to Parliament and ideally come to replace it altogether. This would at once eliminate the arbitrary geographic divisions put in place by political democracy, destroy the electoral college, and ensure that those who produce are being represented by those who are aware of the unique problems facing their field. There is no meaningful primary geographical or regional position to be held on foreign policy, on legislation concerning mining codes or labor codes, or on the laws of medical science. Land does not vote, and it should not be given a position on these matters. This voice belongs to the nation, and there's no better way to ensure the representation of the people than handing power to the technicians who work in the fields they are being elected to represent and know the intricacies of. This is what is meant by the syndicalist vision of economic democracy. Syndicalist economics, through its utilization of the market economy alongside decentralized planning and the coordination of all national economic organs, at once resists the centralization, homogenization, and bureaucracy of communism, the exploitation, heavy class stratification, and coercion of free market capitalism, and the family unit-centered approach taken by traditional Catholic corporatism that reinforces the old social laws and rules of ancient religious orders, thereby making syndicalism a formidable force both in history and in the present day, as it is still fought for by patriotic organizations and movements around the world in nations such as Argentina, Italy, India, Spain, Greece, Myanmar, and elsewhere.
Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. When something becomes part of the past, can it ever truly be experienced again? Obviously, my beard will grow back, but it won't be the same beard, and it won't be on the same person. It will be on a slightly older, different Michael. But of course, the bearded Michael of the past isn't completely gone. No, he still exists in our minds as a memory, and in the form of records of the past, like images and video. Hi, I'm the slightly older, different Michael you heard about.
This is
Thanks for staying with us. I'm Bill O'Reilly. We continue with Jon Stewart, who has written and directed new movie Rosewater. The story is interesting. In 2009, on Stewart's program, an Iranian-Canadian journalist named MiR Bahari was featured in a comedy bit. Now, after that interview, Bahari was arrested and tortured by Iranian authorities, so Stewart decided to make a movie about it, which opens today across the country. All right, I didn't get to see the film because I had to do a benefit thing last night.
Right. But it's great.
Yeah.
I think you know that.
Well, it got good reviews from all the liberal papers. Gee, what a... but what's the main point?
Twisted worldview you live in.
For people who aren't ideological, okay,
yes.
And they go to see Rosewater.
That's right.
What do you want them to leave the theater with?
I think I want them to leave the theater with the idea that this type of repression of your own people is unsustainable. That the idea, you know, as technology has sort of democratized information and the definition of who's a journalist and these bloggers and activists, they're being arrested all around the world, not just in Iran, but everywhere, in countries that are also allied with the United States. And the idea that is the apparatuses in these countries that have been set up to suppress information, to hurt their own people, are not sustainable in these countries.
Okay, but this guy, he was writing articles for Newsweek.
Correct.
He wasn't anti-Iranian, as far as I can tell. Our research doesn't show that he was a subversive over there.
And he had been working for 12 years, always with accreditation. He had worked with...
so why did they grab him and rough him up? For what reason?
They grabbed thousands of people. This is right after 2009. And, you know, the election between Mousavi and Ahmadinejad, obviously, many people in the country felt that Mousavi had won. And then they announced Ahmadinejad had won, you know, 64 to 39, some crazy number. And so millions of Iranians came out onto the street and demanded a recount. They weren't looking for revolution. They were not looking to overthrow the regime.
Was this guy one of them? Was he sympathetic to that movement?
I believe he's probably sympathetic to the idea that the Iranian people deserve a carved-out space for expression and freedom.
Right. And that's why they picked him up?
No. He was being... They had a theory that the only reason people took to the street is that Western saboteurs had been put in touch with reformists on the ground in Iran, and that's what created the disturbance.
And he was a Western saboteur?
He was a Western journalist. He was someone who was from London covering it for Newsweek. He came in and he filmed some brutality that occurred on the streets from the administration to from the regime to some of the protesters, and that may have triggered it. But this was, they had arrested thousands of people,
and some of them still languish in prison.
And some of them
Is this
still
an
languish in prison.
anti-Iranian film, an anti-Iranian government film? Not the people, the government.
It is a story. Look, they did this. This is not demonizing them, but it is a story of something that
Shouldn't
they did.
be demonized? Okay.
They should not be. I don't think people should be demonized, because when you create something as a demon, as a monster, you can't fight it effectively. You have to see them as human, and you have to look for then their vulnerabilities.
Right.
You can only fight something
But you don't
if you
like
remove
them.
that. I despise what they did. I despise what they did to this man, and I despise what they've done to others. But I despise what we do in this country in terms of the pressure we put on journalists. And I don't like.
Yeah, but it's not the moral equivalency. There's nothing
not equivalent.
Right.
But it is also a danger.
Keep it in perspective. This is a serious movie.
Yes.
So some of your fans might be going in Jon Stewart, and they're going to come out going, that's not what I expected.
They're going to be high. What do they care?
Yeah, that's right. It's true. And one tip, you should have thrown a couple of zombies in there. I mean, just, for commercial reasons, if they could just have a couple in there. Maybe zombies could have eaten Rosewater at the end.
Nobody from your audience was available to be in there.
I knew it. There you go. Jon Stewart, everybody. Rosewater is the movie.
You're going to go see it. Full price. Don't.
No, I'm going to pay, Stuart.
No.
Somebody's got to buy you a tie.
No senior discount.
There he is.
And 2 seats. You're a big man.
Callow Youth, Stuart.
Yeah.
Live it, learn it, love it.
All right.
All right, Stuart, I'm shocked. I am shocked that you don't understand why people like me and millions of other Americans are upset, annoyed, and looking for answers that a guy like Common would be entertained at the White House.
Now, when you say a guy like Common, what kind of guy is that?
Okay, let me just throw you my best shot.
All right.
Okay?
Here we go.
Common last year traveled to Cuba, all right, to meet with Joanne Chesimard, who was convicted of killing a New Jersey state trooper.
Right, I'm familiar with the story.
After the meeting, Common said, quote, this was just last year, damn, this was somebody who fought for my freedom. This is a cop killer. This is a woman who gunned down, along with 2 other accomplices, a woman who is a member of the Black Liberation Army, who they found 16 live rounds in her purse, in her car. And this guy thinks she's great.
Thinks she's innocent.
No. She's great.
Well, but also
this was somebody who fought for my freedom and made me want to do better in life.
I can't speak for him because I'm not him.
Yes.
I don't think.
Not yet.
I can rap. I rapped on the show, and I think it was pretty impressive. So you'll have to ask him, and I'm sure you have. Have you contacted him to have him come on?
Look, I don't really care about Common. I have to be quite frank. I care about the President of the United States.
Okay.
All right? And this
here's the distinction I would make. Here's the distinction I would make.
Okay.
You are saying that he is celebrating a cop killer or promoting cop killing.
No, I'm not saying he's promoting cop killing.
Well, people on your network are.
Let's just speak to me.
All right, I'm talking to you.
Celebrating a cop killer, yes.
Okay. Here's the only distinction I would make there, and I can't speak for him. What I think he's doing is not celebrating, but honoring someone he thinks was wrongly convicted of cop killing. I think he believes she was convicted unjustly.
Okay.
Now, again.
So that's fine. And if Common wasn't even born when this crime took place, thinks that based on nothing because the evidence is overwhelming, all right, he's entitled as an American to do that. The President of the United States, though, takes him into the House, all right, thereby validating him. Come on, that was a bad decision. It was a bad decision.
You're saying that by having him at the White House, that, in essence, was tacit approval of everything he's ever done.
No.
To some extent.
It validates him, all right?
As an individual.
It elevates him
as an individual.
As a poet or whatever. Do you know how many poets would have liked to have been there?
Let me ask you a question.
No. Let me ask you a question. Why was he selected, in your opinion? Why did he get that honor, in your opinion?
Because I think he's not defined as an artist by this Assata Shakur case.
This is big.
I think he's defined. Well, I think it probably isn't as big in his career as you might think it is.
Look, when the president
defining. But let me go to a different point, if I may. It sounds like what you're saying is, and correct me if I'm wrong, and I don't want to be wrong when I'm with you, because you know I got mad love for you. That's a rap phrase.
I got it.
All right. Correct me if I'm wrong. What you're saying is, if an artist supports someone that has been convicted of killing a cop, they should not be allowed to go to the White House. Is that a reasonable paraphrase?
No, it's a little bit more than that.
Okay, say it again.
I am saying that when a president invites someone, in this case the First Lady invites someone, the resume has to be put in front of them. And they have to select people who are almost unimpeachable, all right, because they're getting that honor to go to the White House. This guy is controversial all day long with this stuff. Not only did he support this cop killer or celebrate the cop killer, he celebrated another one in Philadelphia.
Again, I make the distinction. He's not celebrating a cop killer. He's celebrating someone he thinks was unjustly. He's not celebrating.
Is this Perry Nason we're talking about now? Is this the most brilliant lawyer of all time?
Who?
This Common.
Common. Well, let me ask you a question.
On.
Are you familiar with Leonard Peltier?
Yes.
Okay. Leonard Peltier was convicted of killing two FBI
All right, now we're going on to Wounded Knee.
Okay.
All right? Why are we going to Wounded Knee?
Because I think it's an analogous situation.
All right, and that's a big word for me.
Is it analogous?
Me with big words.
I don't mean to. It's similar.
All right. No, it's not.
Why is it not?
Because you're pettifogging the issue. This is a simple
What am I
issue.
pettifogging?
This is a simple issue.
And pettifogging is kind of a larger word than analogous, but go ahead.
Okay. You're
it's more of an
pettifogging
Inspector
the
Gadget
issue.
word.
But by making another analogy that doesn't really have anything to do.
It's the exact same thing. It's a guy convicted of killing a law enforcement official, no?
It's a totally different thing because the President of the United States is not involved.
Oh, well, let me get him involved for you.
Okay, you do that, and then you can come back and talk about Leonard.
Common wrote a song about Assata Shakur, someone he feels was unjustly convicted of killing a cop. Guess who wrote a song about Leonard Peltier, someone that they thought was unjustly convicted of killing a cop?
Who?
He was on your show. You said he was doing God's work. Want to know his name?
Yeah.
Bono.
Okay.
Guess where he was? The White House.
That's an interesting point.
Booyah!
All right.
That's a rap word.
Okay. Did Bono
yes.
basically come out and say that Leonard Peltier, okay, did he actually come out and say that he was innocent?
I think that's the crux of the song.
No, I think it was raising questions about it. And the basic theme.
Now who's pettifogging? Now I can't even see you.
I can't.
You're pettifog. No, that is exactly the same.
Okay.
Bob Dylan wrote a song about a convicted killer named Hurricane Carter. He's been to the White House. Why are you drawing the line at Common is my question. And that was the point of the bit that we did, Bill. And the point of it is this. There is a selective outrage machine here at Fox that pettifogs only when it suits the narrative that suits them.
Look.
And you do it every time. This guy is in the crosshairs in a way that he shouldn't be. Whether you agree with him or not, you may think he's ignorant in believing that Assata Shakur is innocent. You may think he's ignorant in believing that Mummy is. But then guess what? Bono can't go to the White House. Springsteen can't go to the White House. Bob Dylan can't go to the White House. You got a lot of people that aren't allowed to sit in the White House because they've written songs about people convicted of murder, specifically cop killing. And I'll give you another one.
No, wait, let me reply. Okay, so you say that because Bono, Springsteen, and Bob Dylan wrote songs defending people who were accused of heinous things,
Yes.
that I have to give Common a pass
No.
because he did the same thing.
You have to be consistent
All right.
with your outrage.
Let me give you. Let
be
me be
consistent.
I will. Common visited, went to see.
So what if Bono went to see Leonard
in
Peltier?
Cuba
What if, so what?
last year, and
so now
said-
that's your line.
and
You're,
said, quote,
you're putting yourself in a smaller and smaller
I'm not.
box.
I'm not.
So this guy is worthy of it because he actually visited. Well, guess what?
Yeah.
When you first started this story on Fox, nobody even knew about that Asada Shakur. You spent a 24-hour infection
I didn't even
cycle.
mention this. The first time I mentioned it was this.
Okay,
This was
but-
my whole thing.
All right, but I'm talking about your entire.
But you can't do that
All right.
because unlike
Why not?
Because unlike Comedy Central, we have a lot of different opinions on this network, not just lockstep liberalism like on your network.
All your hosts seem to go in the
No,
same
not
direction.
all. I have a completely different take than many of the others do.
You're very different than Hannity. Hannity just said
Hannity is
he's a-
Hannity. O'Reilly's O'Reilly. Shepard Smith said to me, I like Common. We have a lot of diversity here.
I don't know the guy. Here's what I'm saying.
You're
you have
sticking
said,
up for a
you
guy.
have said, you
Yeah.
had a guy on your network say, this proves Barack Obama is anti-police. That's what he said.
Then you can destroy that argument.
I did.
Here.
So why did you call me?
I called you because you are not seeing the big picture about Barack Obama inviting a guy who says this about a convicted cop killer.
President
who is
Bush
gay. Wait.
invited Bono, who said that
Bono
about a
said nothing
convicted
like
cop killer.
this.
He wrote a song called Native Son.
It doesn't matter. This
Why?
guy said, quote.
It's the same thing.
No, it isn't.
Why?
Because this guy said after visiting this woman in Cuba,
When
damn,
did you
this was
find that
somebody
out?
who fought for
When
my
did
freedom.
you find that out?
We knew this research before we went ahead
Why
with
didn't
the
you
story.
mention it last night? And by the way, I don't agree with you that that's what puts it over the top. I completely
This
disagree
makes
with
it
you.
beyond a
You are-
reasonable doubt.
Oh, please.
Oh, come on. You
He
know
doesn't
this
believe-
guy is sympathizing with two cop killers.
I don't
You
know
know
this.
that.
I don't know him. He believes they were unjustly convicted. That's what I imagine this is. He
So
doesn't.
you just whipped this visit to Cuba, you put it in your little drawer, it never happened.
No, it happened.
Okay, that's enough for a sitting president to say, you know what? This guy might be radioactive. I'm not doing it.
If someone visited Reuben Hurricane Carter in jail, if someone visited Leonard Peltier because they believed he was wrongly convicted of that crime, let me ask you a question. G. Gordon Liddy has been on your show many times.
No,
has
he
not?
hasn't.
Well, he's been on this network many times.
Okay.
In the Randy Weaver case, after the ATF stormed that facility, right? When he was talking about the ATF, do you know what he said on his radio show? He said, if they break down your doors, don't shoot them here because they're wearing protective gear. Shoot for the head.
Was that before or after Liddy made the gold commercial? Okay. You see, your craziness, that you bring this stuff in, it has nothing to do.
It's the exact same thing.
right.
What you're saying is
let me get-
people need to
let
be
me-
vetted.
let me
but
put
don't
you in the
vet.
White House.
You only vet. Here's why you vet this guy. Because he fits the Fox narrative of Barack Obama
crazy.
as a Marxist, black liberation theologist, socialist that's not like the regular folk, you and I, just normal
So you
white
think
folk.
that this was a good decision to
Yes.
invite Common?
No.
You think this was a good decision?
I don't think anything. I think that
It was okay with you?
to invite Common
Yes.
to the White House.
Okay.
I don't know enough about this
Okay,
guy.
you're dodging, but
to
now
have
I'm
that
going
much
to
of
make you
an
president of the
opinion.
United States.
All right.
Ooh, wait, I just shudder went just right through.
But let me ask you.
No,
can I
it's
just say
my
this,
turn
though?
now, and then
I
you
don't
can
believe
ask.
that a person's opinion on one case or another. I'll ask you another one. Can
Can
a
I ask the
9/11
question?
truther-
Whose show is this? This is the Fox News channel. I'll ask, then you can ask. Okay. I'm making you president of the United States, which is just
Every time I
insane.
come here, you make me president of the United
It's
States.
insane, I know, but all right. So you're sitting there, and you know on your resume, okay, you already have Reverend Wright. You got Bill Ayers, okay? And then a guy named Common comes in, and you know...
You mean that Fox
You have
News has
all of
already
these
put
things.
these people as they've basically connected the dots as though these are the most influential people in
No,
my
you have a
life.
history of associating with dubious people. You know that. I know it. Everybody knows it. And then you say, you know what? It's a good idea to bring in a guy who sympathizes with a cop killer. Let's bring him into Poetry Def Jam White
Let's
House.
go back
Do you
to
think
the
that's a good
original-
decision?
Here's what I think. I think Common believes that this woman
You're
was
the president.
unjustly-
Will you make that call?
Can I be honest with you?
Yeah, please.
If I'm the president and I'm booking my own poetry slams, throw me out of office.
Okay.
Because I would believe as president,
with pleasure,
I would have things to do.
Okay.
Rather than go over the list
how about your
of
guys?
poetry slammers.
How about your guys? You already
you know
have
what?
Wright. You already have Ayers.
Here's what I would
You already
think.
have Bernadette Dorn.
Here's what I would
so let's
think.
bring in Common.
Here's what I would think.
Let a quartet.
It's a poetry slam. Who gives a crap?
A lot of people do. You know how many police officers? You heard the police officer on this program. This is National Police Week.
You know what, Bill? Let's do something nice for police, for National Police Week. You and I. Together, let's agree on something. Rather than worrying about what this guy thinks about a woman that he believes may not have. Now, I trust the system probably more than most people and should, but I trust it usually. But he doesn't, and the African-American community has a very different relationship with the police, especially in the 70s, than you and I do. So putting that aside, let's agree on something we can do for National Police Week, and that's this. Let's have us agree to promote a reinstatement of the ban on assault weapons, because that doesn't celebrate killing cops metaphorically or figuratively. It tries to get weapons that kill cops literally off the streets.
As you know,
that's important.
As
this
you know, if you've
is
ever
nothing.
done any research.
No, you do support it.
Correct.
I'm saying, and why don't you get the entire apparatus here?
The apparatus.
The infection machine that is the overreaction.
You mean the diverse opinions that we have here? Unlike your network?
You have not a diversity of opinion.
Oh, stop.
You bring in people like Combs so you can beat him around the head with pillows.
I see.
But you don't have diverse opinions.
Is Combs, he has no defense mechanism here? He's kind of just like, Combs is a smart guy.
He's a very smart guy.
He actually likes you, which...
I like him as well. He's a very kind of. Can I say this? I like you as well. It saddens me to see you wasting your time.
Can I say this?
On these types of things.
Can I say this?
Yes.
I think you're a smart guy. I think you have a blind spot.
What is
What is the blind spot?
When it
comes to common sense, this was a bad decision by the White House.
Maybe.
It
wasn't worthy of what...
It was a bad decision.
You put on the headlines on Fox News. Karl Rove called him a thug and a misogynist.
The cop called him a mutt. Okay.
The cop called him a mutt.
Yeah.
Everybody's entitled to their opinion.
Correct.
But
the
what
police
I'm saying
feel
is,
very strongly about this.
That guy does.
No, the police do.
Do they feel more strongly about that or assault weapons?
I think they feel it probably in the same category.
Well, I don't know that that's the case.
Okay. Now, let's get on to politics.
What?
All right? Oh, I want to talk to you a little presidential politics. All right, now.
And by the way, songs are not literal. You know that, right?
Oh, stop.
Like
He goes to Cuba.
when the
Stop
weather
with it.
girls
Stop with
sing
it.
"It's Raining Men," it's not really precipitation of
that.
males.
All right.
It's a metaphor.
Stop attacking the Weather Girls. They're one of my favorite groups.
Are they really?
Yeah, I love them.
But you would not believe.
And the Weather Girls, by
Do you
the
know
way?
the Weather Girls support Jeffrey Dahmer?
I was just going to say.
They went and visited him.
No,
and
you're
they
lying.
said
that's two
they said
defamations on the Weather
Girls.
Girls.
They said this man thought he was eating a hoagie.
Okay. This is horrible, what you're doing to the Weather Girls right now.
All right.
And if I were them, I'd sue your ass off.
I apologize.
Okay.
This is kind of fun, though, is it not?
Yeah, it's delightful.
And my frustration is not with you. Again, it's watching the entire system.
I know. You loathe the network, but you kind of loathe me a little less. I got it.
No. I don't even loathe
Let's
you
talk
at all.
politics.
I actually enjoy your company. I feel like we should get together outside of this weirdly egg-shaped table.
Okay, let's not push it. Presidential politics, Republican side. Any Republican possible candidate that you like, that you respect? Do we have music that we can put under Stewart?
That I like?
Yeah, that you respect, that you think might be
I like
good
a few. I mean, like them personally?
No,
or
that
like
would be a
them?
good president.
That would be a good president?
Yeah. Anybody out of the 50,000 that may want to run.
Well, look, again, the standards for presidenting, I don't expect the president to be a superhero. I would imagine that Tim Pawlenty seems like a reasonably logical individual.
Tim Pawlenty. Are you willing to endorse now?
Endorse?
Yeah, Pawlenty.
Well, right now I'm looking at whose campaign to help run. I think he seems like a reasonable guy.
Has he been on your program?
Mitt Romney looks like if you were to open a box labeled president and pulled something out, it would look like Mitt Romney. So I guess I would enjoy
He's
that.
got hair like you guys. Got the same kind of hair. It goes up a lot.
Little salt and pepper. And we're both Mormons. So there you go.
So,
or wait, I'm Jewish.
Is that an endorsement of Romney? Do you like his policies? Do you think he's a good leader?
I thought that he didn't do terribly for Massachusetts, as I think Pawlenty actually was a little worse for Minnesota than maybe Romney, I think, was for Massachusetts. And I look at their executive experience, and I tend to think that executives tend to make good presidents because they've had that experience.
All right, so Pawlenty and Romney, because they did okay in their respective states, you would consider them
Sure.
as viable candidates?
I would absolutely consider them as viable candidates.
Sarah Palin. She was a governor and high approval
I'm sorry,
ratings.
you know what? I think my earpiece went out.
Yeah,
I didn't
Sarah
hear it.
Palin, governor of Alaska, left
of-
office with high approval rating.
I'm sure she did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then they got to know her.
No, see, she left with high approval rating. She
All
was
right.
in there.
Fair enough.
Like her?
I am not a particular fan of her style of rhetoric.
Which is?
Very visceral and emotional, and very, I would call it snarky in a manner that is not befitting of a candidate of that nature. I think she's too thin-skinned.
Sounds like Colbert you're describing.
Colbert, I would actually endorse for president. I think he would be.
When I heard the word snarky, it just came into my mind.
She is reminiscent to me much more of a television personality than a politician, because I think that her inability to get past slights, it makes it very difficult to run. Like, I would just imagine her at night just with the hands going, did you see that thing that Marcel, that Stu?
Yeah, I think she's sensitive. There's no doubt about it.
Right.
Newt Gingrich? Hello, hi.
Yeah, listen, he has, definitely his head is large enough that you imagine there are great ideas in there, but it's so big, it's almost like they're free-range ideas, and I don't know if he could actually herd them and gather them and take them in. I think that Newt does not have the, presidents tend to be very charismatic individuals. And I'm not suggesting that he is uncharismatic, but he doesn't, when you meet George Bush, when you meet Barack Obama, when you meet Bill Clinton, you feel them. There's a certain...
In a literal sense.
In a literal sense, some of them. Sarah Palin has that, by the way. She has that sort of star quality and charisma.
Absolutely.
I feel like he doesn't. He would be an excellent guy who stands behind the president going, yes.
But you don't hate him like the New York Times. They loathe him.
Oh, I don't, again, I feel like this country is stronger than any individual you can throw at it. So I don't hate any of these people. And I don't think personally that the damage they can do is so drastic and so great that we would ever be run off course by one individual.
Okay. James Buchanan comes to mind, but I'm going to go back. All right.
You are old.
I am, and I'm ancient.
All right.
How about Donald Trump?
I pray.
For or against?
That he runs.
You'd like him?
The man puts his name on everything he has. The only other people in the world that do that are 6-year-olds. Like that, for a comedian, he has his name on a helicopter. Who puts your name on a helicopter? Does he lose it in the parking lot? Like what? Why would you have your name on a helicopter? He has silly hair and crazy thoughts. That, to me, I mean, he spends, before he runs for president, he spends his day arbitrating arguments between Meatloaf and Gary Busey. For me,
that could be good in diplomacy, though.
I could put another wing on my house if that guy runs. I'd be honored.
So you're not taking him seriously?
No.
You don't take any of these guys seriously, though.
That's
you mock
probably
them all. Right.
Because I think, unfortunately, the system that we've got makes it harder and harder for people to govern effectively because so much of their time is spent running.
I actually agree with that.
You do, don't you?
Yeah.
Look at you now.
I know.
Becoming very comfortable with me. You don't want me to leave. You want this date to go on forever.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Is there anybody else in play there on the Republican side? Oh, yeah, Michelle Bachmann. Michelle Maybell Bachmann?
Yes. I think that if Sarah Palin doesn't run, Michelle Bachmann could definitely put on that blazer and try and sneak in there in costume. I think that she is...
I can tell you like her, just by your face. You don't want to admit it, though, because your left-wing audience would then despise you. You like her. Look at Stewart. He likes Michelle Bachmann.
I like the fact that when she did her State of the Union address, which was, I guess, the third of the night, that she never looked directly into the camera that was recording her. So I kind of got a kick out of that. Because you had the sense that she thought she was being interviewed by America as she gave her thing. She was just doing one of these.
Now, this is just a treasure trove, this whole presidential run for you and your 18,000 writers.
That's
I mean,
right.
this is just unbelievable.
It's unbelievable.
The Holy Grail.
It's no rapper invited to the White House in terms of a boon.
No,
we don't
but
get. It's not.
big.
It's not that kind of juice. Why won't you have comment? Have you asked him to come
Oh,
on?
of course we've asked him.
And
but
he doesn't want to do it.
We can't find him. You know, we don't know where he
Yes.
is.
Oh, you know those radicals. Probably lives in a jungle with Che Guevara. Who knows?
Oh, you said it, not me.
I know.
Okay. Now, on the other side, Barack Obama, you've criticized the president. You said he's let you down a couple of times when he didn't do a far left thing that you wanted.
How far left am I? I'm curious.
It depends on the night. It depends on the ratings. It depends who you're
You
talking
really
to.
don't know much about me, do you?
And I don't want to.
All right.
No, that's not nice. It's not. Stuart's nice to come in here. But would there ever be a scenario where you could see not voting for Barack Obama
Sure.
and voting for a Republican?
Sure.
And what would that be? What would Barack Obama have to be beside kicking you in the head?
What would he have to be? Is
What would he
if I
have to
didn't
do?
If I didn't have a clear sense of the direction that he wanted to move the country, and somebody else had a more logical sense of where to take
So
it.
you're an open-minded guy on this.
Well, I don't think I would ever be able to convince you of that, but yeah,
Okay, no, listen.
I consider myself.
Millions of people are watching, and I'm asking the questions that they want to know about you. Right now,
Yes.
grade President Obama going into the campaign.
Oh, I don't do that. I don't know.
The Jon Stewart scale of how much you voted for him, has he lived up to your expectations?
No.
Yes.
But I don't know if that's. But I don't know if my expectations were fair to that individual. I believed that we were at a more transformative time, and But I've come to respect a certain steadiness of his craft that I don't necessarily agree with. I think he had an opportunity more in the Reagan mold to be a little bit more of a bully pulpit president than what he appears to be, which is more of a Tip O'Neill president, like a legislative worker, more of a someone who understands a bureaucratic method as opposed to something that's more, Teddy Roosevelt, Ronald Reagan type.
I didn't understand a word of that, but it sounded really good.
Is that true?
I'll ask you the
I
last
just threw in a bunch of
question.
names.
Yeah, I have no idea what you
I thought he was more of a Woodrow Wilson.
Here is the most important question of the interview.
Sagittarius.
Are you ready for this? Okay, you ready for this question? I have no idea what you're talking about. All right.
How long are you going to squeeze the common thing, by the way? And how long? I mean, do you feel like in any way was the network in any way unfair to him? Do you think
this network?
Yeah,
we have a lot of diversity of opinion. We have a lot of diversity.
Was it fair to put up his name and say White House defends cop killer rapper? Was that fair?
I don't know what they do. I can't do that. But I had 2 women come on after I lambasted him saying that he was okay. So I'm trying to be fair, and I have you on. I'm trying to be fair to the guy.
And here's the thing. Don't know him. I'm just saying, be consistent with your outrage.
Okay.
If Sean Hannity wants to get upset about violent lyrics, then he shouldn't defend Ted Nugent standing on stage holding an assault rifle saying Obama should suck the end of this.
That's between you and him, okay? You don't condemn a whole network for one guy. That way, I'd condemn Comedy Central because of Colbert, and it wouldn't be fair.
If it was just one guy, I wouldn't.
Okay. This is the most important question. Are you ready for this?
Yeah.
All right. Is Ashton Kutcher going to be able to replace Charlie Sheen effectively in 2.5 Men? And that I really, that.
Well, I don't even know what that means.
Ashton Kutcher, he's married to Demi Moore.
Yeah, no, I know who that is.
And he runs around with a little phone or something he sells. He's going to get Charlie Sheen's job.
With a little phone that he sells?
Yeah, these commercials. He's going to get Charlie Sheen's job. Did you know that?
Which the 2.5 Men?
Yeah, the little thing. You didn't know that?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I mean, you got to get.
Here's what I don't understand.
Yeah.
Why all the surus about saving 2.5 Men? Like in terms of it, like why can't they just let that thing die?
You can't let it.
Why? When Charlie Sheen leaves, like what is the cultural impact of just going like, hey, 2.5 Men had a good run, Sheen left.
No,
so
you can't. You have to have that show on the air.
Oh, is that true?
Yeah, you can't. The cultural collapse.
All right.
But here's what I say: I don't want Ashton Kutcher.
All right.
You
Fair enough.
know who I want to play that part?
I feel like I have to take the antagonistic role here and say, what? You're crazy. He's perfect.
Okay. You have no idea what's going on, but you know who I want to play that role? Charlie Sheen's role? You know?
Emilio Estevez.
Close. Common. Big. How big would that be? How huge?
How did you wrap that around? By the way, you know who vetted Common and found him to be okay?
Who?
Elmo.
Elmo did?
He appeared with Elmo.
Okay, now you slandered the Weather Girls, now you're slandering Elmo.
He appeared with Elmo.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, the guy is not, you picked the wrong guy. He was in a Queen Latifah rom-com.
All right.
It's not the guy you think.
I appreciate you coming in here.
I'm a very nice man to
You're a
do this.
stand-up guy. No, you're a
Very
stand-up guy.
I will always
and I appreciate
defend,
it.
you know this, I will always defend my positions. I don't put this out there lightly.
No. The thing I like about you is you do take cheap shots all the time, but you defend those cheap shots.
Let me tell you
do
something.
it very well.
That's not the only thing you like about me. Your respect for me grows in leaps and bounds in a way. You're like the Grinch right after he realized they don't need presents for Christmas when you see me. Your heart grows to dimensions you didn't even know about. I'm like a shot of Levittown right in your ass like a B-12. Boom. You love it. You love me because you know we're the same people.
I think I'm going to commit suicide. Jon Stewart, everyone.
You're a radical. You're a radical psychotic leftist. You are literally Mao and Stalin and Karl Marx together. That's how these dumb motherfuckers in America operate.
Which brings me to the point where Trent is talking to Will Neff about the Turkey charity, and then things slide completely out of control, and then Hassan and calls out Trent for crypto gambling. You want me to link it to the thread or not? Because remember, this happened like this week.
He knows he knows what it is. I know what it is. Yes.
Okay. Then how about Train? You walk me through your initial point. What did you say to Will, and what did you say?
So I went into the call initially to
If you can find a clip, that would be very helpful.
Reach out or
chatter.
to put out
That'd
an
be very
olive branch,
helpful.
right? I was talking about how I love the podcast, among other things, right? And then the conversation came up. He brought that up as an example, and I clarified the example because at the end of the day, olive branch or not, I think there's an avenue regarding the socialism in which Hassan preaches but doesn't act with, right? There's that avenue where I don't think we'll ever come to terms with together, right? So that is the disconnect. I don't know if him and I will find that middle ground for, but that didn't come up because I went on there to talk about it. That just kind of came up passively. If you watch the clip, the entire clip, that was generally a positive call, right? I think he kind of saw the clip and he picked those like 10 seconds out.
Unless Hassan doesn't feel that way.
As far as like socialism being at odds with my mode of existence, that is another thing that I am that is another thing that I've been very consistent on with respect to like having anti-capitalist values while simultaneously still being a fucking dumbass who likes commodities that are luxurious. That has been a consistent talking point for myself for a very long time. So I don't know why you think that ultimately conflicts. Socialism is not a poverty cult. Socialism or anti-capitalism or wanting to make things at least marginally better for working class Americans is not, no matter how much people say, oh, lol, Bernie Sanders has 3 houses fucking owned or whatever the fuck. That is not at odds with the way I live. This is a point of contention, though. I will agree. There's broad debate on the subject matter. There's many different kinds of ways of approaching it, but ultimately it's about the relation to the means of production. That's it. That's all this is, and it's about giving workers more autonomy. It's not about doing charity. Okay, I've never said socialism is charity, even though I myself engage in charitable acts. I've been fairly consistent on that as well. With respect to just doing it regardless of whatever people say, even if they shit on me. I think XQC can advocate for that as well. I've literally had private conversations with them many, many years ago even about like, it's a good thing. People will shit on you regardless. You should still do it. But yeah, socialism is exclusively and almost entirely about the relations of the means of production and how society is developed around the current organization of the economy and how commodities are produced.
Okay. So you're saying that if there's a distinct point in what he sees socialism and the action you can do to further socialism and okay, it makes sense. Do you agree with what he said? Did you what he said?
No.
He says that socialism, right, is more the means of production and the worker stuff, and not the whole spread the wealth thing. And I think you say, oh, you should spread the wealth more type shit, right?
I would agree. So I would agree with
spreading the wealth is not socialism. If that was the case, then Jeff Bezos would be the #1 socialist. You know what I mean? He albeit a very minor part of his overall wealth, he gives back fucking hundreds of millions of dollars. That he would be literally a socialist if that was the case.
So I think the point is this, right? Preaching socialism without action is literally just capitalism. Do you understand? If you preach the idealistic way that society should operate, yet you don't implement any of those systems, right, within your own, let's say proportionally within your own community to show that these systems can work. Just wait.
No. I love that. No, that's actually a great point. It's a great point, and it unfortunately fails to capture how inescapable capitalism is. Do I benefit from it? Absolutely. I'm a profoundly fortunate person, something that I regularly acknowledge and talk about all the time. I'm very privileged. I'm very fortunate. These are things that I do not hide. I'm wealthy. Another thing that I do not hide. I don't know why people always say that I hide it, but
do you understand that
if cooperatives can work individually, and I can point to socialization working in other countries, for example, like in European social democracies, like Norway, even in Canada, it works better than the United States, even though it has its flaws. So there are instances of like socialization, not socialism, working in other countries, and yet that is still not changed people's minds in the United States of America. So I don't know why you think that like something completely and entirely removed from socialism itself, which would be me, like, I guess, doing socialism in my own community. I don't know how you would do that, but I would love to hear your perspective. I don't know how that would genuinely change people's minds in that regard. But as far as like my own form of commodity production, I work with union labor in union shops in the United States of America, and it's domestically manufactured when I do merchandising. And I have some form of cooperative organization where the people that I work with, not my workers per se, but people that I work with, whether it be my producers or editors, have full autonomy over their times, full autonomy over how much they make, full autonomy over a percentage of the profits or even more. Not only that, but they also have editorial independence, like in the case of Ostenox, who can say what he wants, and I'm not going to, go after him unless he's making an erroneous mistake. So that's
Which
it.
he has with
That's
the Penn program.
That's my perspective, and I think I try to live by my values as best as possible, and I think I do a decent job, I think, at that.
That perspective is convenient, in my opinion. Like, it's a convenient perspective to have, right? Like, if I would accept that perspective.
Wait, why is it convenient?
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. So everything that you do would be completely fine, right? If you moved away from these extremisms, right? And you moved more so to the middle, and you're like, okay, listen, guys, I'm a capitalist, but I believe in socialist systems to be mixed in with the capitalistic systems to create a better society, right? To grab the good of both. You understand? But the problem is you're completely shitting on capitalism. You're completely eat the rich, anti-capitalist. So if you moved your like ideations or whatever the fuck you call it, more so to, I'm a capitalist, but I believe in socialist values. I believe in socialist systems. I believe in more of a mix, right? If you pushed it more to the middle left, it would make sense to exactly what you do. It would make sense to your entire business model. But to sit there and
wait, what? Address why it's conflicting.
Well, I'm getting there. But to sit there, right, and to sell, right? Think about this, okay? Your entire business model, in my opinion, is that of a capitalist business model, right? You sell how the world should be while justifying not implementing those very systems of how the world should be by saying you're just participating in society. That's fine. You can participate in society, but at the very least in the position that you're in, making what you make, in my opinion, the words are not enough. You should be implementing these very systems within your own community to show that these systems work. Do you understand? On a proportional level, if you cannot implement the very systems you preach that should be implemented within America into your community of 30,000, then I would just say you're grandstanding and you're just selling an idea to make money yourself, right? Like,
that's great.
To me,
that's a great point. That's a great point. You're absolutely correct on it if your understanding of what I advocate for was sound. And I think this is a normal misunderstanding, and a lot of people have this misunderstanding. I just gave you examples of a relation that I have where I am producing commodities with the help of others that are involved in the process. And I told you that I utilize, when I am actually producing commodities, utilize the same values that I uphold, okay? Whether it be unionized domestic employees that I am, whenever I'm working on merchandise, or whether it be having a cooperative podcast or having full autonomy and having everyone set their own wages with relation to how much profit or how little profit a certain venture makes. That is as close as you can get to like multiple different formations of trade unionism, an anarcho-syndicalist perspective, and also some level of socialism. So from that perspective, you are objectively incorrect. In most other circumstances, I have no control over it. There's nothing I can do. Like as far as
There
you know,
is
you,
the-
you like as far
there
as
are
like
things you can
turning
do.
Amazon into a cooperative corporation, I can't do that. It is a massive, almost $1 trillion operation that I have no control over.
Okay, so what you're saying is that for you, the socialism aspects are only the means of production and the workers and the fact that the unionize or not. It's all about the workers. Okay, I have a question then. When you have a podcast, the Fear and Pod, how much are the guests and producers paid on that show?
1/3 of the entire revenue.
The guests are paid?
No, the guests are not paid. The guests can come on voluntarily, of course. If they would like to get paid, we would, of course, pay them if there was like a guest fee or anything. But we don't pay guests. We are not interested. We're not interested in having a guest on specifically to make money. I don't think that would be weird. I think
That makes sense.
Yeah, but yeah, March gets 1/3 of the entire revenue generated at the moment from the Fear End podcast operation, which you can go and subscribe to at patreon.com/fearend.
Listen, every system that you mentioned in which you apply your socialist values to, you are making money from these systems, and that's fine. That's okay. But the areas that I think should be more consistent in are the ones where you take a percentage of your wealth. Now, listen, this argument that your chat gives or you give or your loyalists give of, oh, so if you're a socialist, you have to be broke on the streets, that example in itself has to be the most delusional, extreme example. Why combat?
I don't know what you're talking about. Explain what you mean. I'm a little slow. I'm a dumb guy. I need you to break it down for me a little bit. I'm serious.
Okay.
What do you mean? I just gave you an example of where I do this, and I want you to explain what you mean.
What I mean is, do you not preach a society where healthcare is free, a society where education is not as backwards as it is in America today, right? These systems, in my opinion, you are in a position where if you truly believe that implementing these systems are a real thing, you are in a position to do something that matches what you say. Otherwise, you're just selling false hope in a business model fashion, which is capitalism, right? In a nutshell, to make the money. That's easy to do, but you are in a position to do more. Do you understand?
Do you want me to open up a hospital? Because I think you're.
It's not about opening up a hospital. It's not.
What is it about? Give me specific examples of what I can do, so I can tell you if it's like feasible or not.
Okay, so for example, I know a lot of your vocal minority community argue that the mental health care program is a charity, right? But that program, the part of the charity that it is just the part in America. If we were to implement that program, right? Taxes would pay for the program. In this situation,
absolutely.
Real quick. In this situation, we don't have that luxury, right, of having a tax system to draw a lot of money from the people. So what's replacing it is the charity aspect. To confuse that the system itself is a charity it's not comparable to the excuse of not doing it. Are
you asking me to provide everyone in my community health care?
I'm asking you to follow through with what you say. So to create, create the system, create education as well, right? You could create a system in which you put a percentage aside that you believe the rich should put aside in America, and you implement that on a small scale to show that, listen, guys, this works. If we can do it, so can America. If you can't even do it yourself and you give these excuses.
So you want me to set up like a 501c3 specifically to like pay the hospital bills of every single member in the community that pays?
No. It's about creating a system. You understand? Ignore the actual payment of. It's a system that reflects what you preach and delivers it to people who do not have the financial means to get what you believe they have a right to get. Do you understand? That's what it's about. That's what implementing, that's what the actions over the words means when you sit there and you preach what you preach on a daily basis and make millions from it, right? And that's okay to make millions from it. It's okay.
But Train.
But there needs to be an implementation of it.
You understand I'm not the government, right? Like
I just explained proportional or the comparison between what would be right in this situation. You create a system, and through your own donation, you would be virtually the tax system that would pay for it in a governmental form, right?
Okay,
Like
that's what you're describing. Where you're taking the long way to describe is literally, first of all, charity. For the record, insurance on the other hand,
the difference.
or taxes on the other hand, insurance or taxes, which are two different ways of funding. Some form of healthcare or a payment mechanism for healthcare, revolves around people paying into a system and then getting it back in the form of adequate healthcare, right? This is how it works. You and I are in agreement, I think, as far as how the government should operate this, right? I think you believe in free healthcare, right? I think
I do. Yes.
Okay.
Healthcare is.
So,
I believe healthcare is a right. Right.
So,
I believe
absolutely.
our education system is completely backwards. I believe we should be encouraging students to go to school. We should be encouraging students. I believe the new baseline should be college. This idea where we're pushing that college is unnecessary, you can't apply this or that, I think is ridiculous. But I do think it stems from our backwards financial education.
So how can I do what you're describing without building a hospital or building a 501c3?
I just explained it. I just explained, right? For example, the program I have, right? It's easy to compare the two and say, oh, it's a charity. No. The charity part of it is replacing the tax system in which the government would pay for that system. Since we don't have that tax system, taking a percentage of what you make, like you preach should happen for the rich, right? And putting it into that system, right? So what you make, a percentage of what you make going into that system would be replicating what the government has for taxes, right? We'd be taking it out of our pockets monthly, right? For each respective community across Twitch, across YouTube, across Kick, across wherever.
Yeah, you're
right?
saying you want to start, if I'm not misunderstanding, you want to start like a healthcare structure for Twitch watchers that us Twitch streamers put together.
Yes.
Yes, us Twitch streamers, we put together a healthcare structure. Okay.
Is that socialism though? Is that
that's not? No, it's not. It's just, but
So
it is. But it is nice.
bullshitting.
It's not socialism.
That's
not
distributing
socialism.
the wealth.
But it is nice. It is nice. It's a good idea. It's a charity.
Distributing the wealth of the rich into systems that give healthcare to the poor is exactly the values of socialism, is it not?
Yes, you're right. But by your logic, then charities would be considered socialism, but it's not.
No.
And also, if charities eradicated the existence of these problems, if charities eradicated the existence of these problems, then in the United States of America, it's one of the most charitable countries on the planet. We would literally not have a single person die because they can't get their diabetes medication, which is why you have to advocate for the government, as I do all the time, not only put pressure on congresspersons, but like literally directly talk to them from time to time as well, and utilize my community to go vote a certain way. I am technically trying to do that in a grander scale. It's unfortunately very difficult to accomplish.
So let me ask you this. If the socialist himself cannot find a way to distribute a percentage of his wealth, who do you expect to do it? The fucking capitalist sitting at the top? It needs to start somewhere.
No,
it needs to start somewhere, right?
No,
if we can't do it on this level, how are you expecting a country of 335 million to implement it on that scale? We need to find a way to proportionally scale it within our business models, whether it's the charity aspect, replacing or replicating the tax system. Do you understand? Like, the action needs
you
to
do
be
realize countries have socialized healthcare, right? Like the UK has the NHS system. So like literally just pointing to that should be able to have a wake up moment for the minds of millions of Americans, but it still hasn't worked. So technically what you're saying is well intentioned, and I love that you're saying this, but it demonstrably doesn't work. I point to actively working socialized healthcare structures on a daily basis, and yet I have not been able to, individually at least, move the needle on getting Americans to get on board with Medicare for all. Neither did Bernie Sanders, again, unfortunately.
We'll agree to disagree on that. And next topic.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Wait, I don't know what the disagreement there is, though. I gave you an example of socialized healthcare working in a larger system and pointing to that. And yet that still doesn't get Americans on board in certain instances. But the reality is, even if all Americans were on board, okay, even if every single American, like the abortion ban, for example, were on board, 75% of Americans thought abortion should be protected. And yet the Supreme Court decided against it. Why? Because that's just how it is. When the rich and powerful get together and build billions of dollars worth of dark money funded super PACs and lobbying groups. They get their way regardless of what the Americans think or feel. And the same goes for healthcare as well, which is a multi-billion-dollar industry with a lot of people making money that you and I would look at it and go, holy shit, that is a lot more money than we make. That is the unfortunate reality here. That's what we're going up against. So pointing to an example of like a charity individually working within my community or within Twitch, okay? That's a very nice thing to do.
It's a system.
And we can talk more about
part
it.
is disingenuous to be presented.
It's not disingenuous. There's nothing wrong with charity.
What he says though is that he says that inherently that's not the socialism that he's supposed to uphold, like you think he is. When he
so what socialism is, so the socialism is okay,
labor. His socialism that he pushes.
So the socialism that requires him to give no percentage of his money and only requires him to preach is the socialism he's for. You don't find that convenient?
Pay a decent amount of taxes in California, but that's not but I don't consider that to be social.
We legally
like
have
Keynesian economics. That's wealth distribution, and I think that's adequate, and I think that's apt. I wish that billions of it wasn't used on fucking finding new and creative ways to like blow brown children in fucking school buses in Yemen, but unfortunately, that is what our American government has decided to spend it on. That is an unfortunate byproduct of living here. But even the meager amount of that goes back into funding the roads, funding the school system, I'm happy with and I'm comfortable with, and I talk about it during tax season all the fucking time. But if you think that like charity is socialism, then
I didn't say charity is socialism. I was referring to a system that we create as a streamer. And the charity aspect, right, which provides that system would be the way we replicate the tax system, right? Within America, the government has a tax system which they would funnel their money into programs for the people who can't afford it. It would give people access to healthcare. It would cover certain educational costs to push education through. What I'm saying is we create a system, and since we do not have a tax system,
you're just
we can
swapping
use
the word charity for system, by the way. Like that's what you're doing, which is fine. Again, I have no issues with charity. I'm showing you the
difference, right? It's about creating the system, right? And the charity would be the pool of money used to fund the system that gives healthcare to your community to show that it works. What you preach works. You can take from the rich and provide for the poor, provide for the people who don't have the
real charities at the top of the hour,
security or the luxury.
Where there's a 3-minute ad
in
break.
America, which is so.
And if you no longer want to see those ads, you can get gifted a sub.
Healthcare, right? To have basic educational costs covered, to push that, we need that kind of stuff, right? So I believe we need to act instead of just preach. Otherwise, where does it start? Where does the chain reaction start?
This is a misunderstanding. I think he kind of agrees with you, right? But at the same time, when you say to uphold socialism, in his view, he does, because socialism is the means of production and the workers and the labor, right? That is his socialism. So even though he agrees with you, he still doesn't agree with the fact that you think that this is socialism when he said what his socialism is, right? So that's what this disconnect is. So I do agree that there's a double effect.
Because what he's talking about is just charity, which is great. I love that as a concept, and I'm on board with it. It's just not, it's demonstrably failed to improve. That doesn't stop me from giving money to charities, all right? Obviously. That doesn't stop me from funding money or doing fundraising for charities and also directly donating. But if what he was talking about as far as charities actually solve the issues,
listen,
the United States of America would have no healthcare issues.
To help you understand this, okay, take a look at my mental health care program, okay? Because you keep saying charity, okay? So yes, the money goes into the charity to hold, right? What I'm referring to is the system that's created, right? The viewer can now, that does not have access to healthcare, can now have a way through me taking a percentage of my wealth and putting it as a funding source to free healthcare. Ignore the charity part of it. It's the system. This is what I mean by actions over words.
Yes, you're right. If everyone was paying into, but in the form of taxes, if everyone was paying into the government and the government was like, we're going to take some of this money and we're going to build hospitals, we're going to build rural hospitals, which is a major problem as well in America. And we're going to make sure that everyone can get health care for free when they go into a hospital. That would be socialized medicine. It would not be socialism. It would be a form of socialization.
So couldn't you implement what you preach into a system like that for your community to have access to things that they don't have access to because of their financial means, right? Because of their financial situations. That's what I'm asking. It's easy to preach,
I think
that
is doable, certainly, and it's not impossible. The problem in that situation would be that it would require me dropping everything I normally do and basically learn an entirely new set of skills. It would not be a system. It would, again, just be a charity, that a 501c3 that I would have to set up. And I, unfortunately, am a dumbass who doesn't know anything about setting up a 501c3, which is why I usually, just like you did, work with other 501c3s that are pre-existing in this regard. But again, I have raised and also funded more than $500,000 last year, which is a marginal amount in comparison to how charitable you are. You're a very charitable person. And this year so far, almost like 2 million, if I'm not mistaken, to various different causes. I don't think that that is socialism. I just want to make that clear. I don't think that that's socialism. I do it because I think it's the right thing to do. I'm a very fortunate person, and I think the capacity to be able to give back is a good thing. That's why I do it. But even by that metric of like, if you think that building these sorts of systems is socialism, then I guess I'm a relatively socialist person.
I think it's right, for each individual, right? It's a value within themselves, right? So if you're making X and X amount of dollars, I believe because of the fortunate situation both you and I are in, I do believe in higher taxes for us. I do believe in both of us taking a percentage of our wealth and putting it into systems, right, that can distribute it to people and give them the baseline, what I believe to be a right, which is healthcare, education systems that pay for their schooling based on, let's say, hardworking students or whatever the hell that is, GPA, whatever you want to measure that by, right? That's what I believe. So what I'm saying is, I do think, ignore the charity aspect. I'm referring to the systems. The charity is just a funding pool in this comparison, right? I believe we should not just talk it, we should act on it. Right? So we should take a percentage of our wealth, whether it's 20%, 30%, 10%, whatever it may be, and put it towards systems that give what we believe to be a right to the people that don't have access to these things that I believe should be a right, right?
I think the system you're describing is a 501c3 though, right? Like that's...
In this situation, the 501c3 would be provided, and all you would have to do, right? So let's hypothetically say for this mental health care program, right? Wouldn't you say, if you don't want to create that this is it's right there, right? It's a system you believe in for your community, right? So why would
you're agree with? I'm just agree.
Okay, go ahead.
Hassan doesn't. Even though he thinks these things are good and he wants to do those things, and sometimes he hasn't, or maybe he will in the future, he still doesn't view that as a fundamental socialism.
Wait, first of all, I do those things. Let's make it clear. I think I do a decent of a job at doing those things.
Yeah, but I still think that he doesn't view that as the fundamentals of socialism, and that's not what he preaches.
Yes.
Therefore, he doesn't feel like you've gotten him on the dude, you haven't donated this much. Well. Hassan doesn't feel like you got him on not doing what he preaches, when this is not what he preaches in that regard to socialism. That's what he feels like.
So you're picking and choosing what aspects of socialism apply based on what you have to act on, what you don't. I'm confused.
I mean, ask Hassan.
So we're cherry picking what parts of socialism we want to preach, and those are dependent on which ones actually require you to distribute a percentage of your wealth into systems that distribute it to the people that are less. It seems like we're cherry picking what we have to act on and what we don't. It just seems very convenient to me.
I think that the fundamental disagreement here is that charitable donations is socialism, is like kind of your perspective here. I don't want to put words in your mouth. You can correct me, but that's all I've heard from you. As far as like, maybe you don't say charitable donations, you say systems, but that's kind of what you're talking about. And that is fundamentally not true, which is fine. It's still fine, though. You're right. I think it's a good thing to, again, uphold charity and try to do your very best to help others who are less fortunate. But if you're asking me as someone who like at least describes the concept of what socialism is, that is not true. What you're describing is just fundamentally just a 501c3.
I feel like there's a disconnect for you and probably with others as well in what I'm referring to, okay?
And
the only reason okay, let's take my mental health care program as an example of this, since it's the only thing I can show you in this regard. That's on Twitch. That can help you understand this, okay? So ignore the charity aspect of what's going on there, okay? That's there. The reason I had to work with them is because obviously as a streamer, right, we don't pay some sort of streamer tax within Twitch where we can funnel that money and put it towards systems we believe in, right? So ignore the charity aspect. Instead, compare it in this system, right? When I say system, I'm referring to the system where I take a percentage of my wealth monthly, put it into, let's say, a pot, and from there, access is given to viewers in my community that do not have access to mental health care, right? That charity is only replicating what the U.S. government, it's proportionally replicating, right?
Yes,
what the U.S. government has for a tax system.
What you're describing, yes, exactly. The main difference is voluntary donations versus taxes, right? And you're right.
That's the only way that we, right, proportionally as
you have to understand you're describing
a
charity when you keep explaining it, though. Like that's the charity that you work with, RAD, right? You work with RAD.
Yes.
Is a pre-established 501c3. It's a charity. So you are giving money to RAD, which is a wonderful thing. Okay, it's great.
It's a separate program, right?
Okay, it's a separate program. Sure.
It's a separate program within RAD. I'm using RAD to replicate what it would be in America using their tax systems to pay for mental health care. Do you understand?
You're not wrong. That is actually a very decent way. That is a very decent way to describe. That is a very decent way to try to describe socialized healthcare and why it's ethical and why it's the right thing to do. I agree with you if that is what you're saying as far as like socialized healthcare. It's still not socialism. So if you're asking me what socialism is, or if it conflicts with my values that I haven't like set up a 501c3 personally,
it's not about setting up. It's about taking a percentage of your wealth, like you preach, the rich should do, and doing it yourself and implementing it, right? So if you understand? So do you do that? Do you take a percentage, 10, 20, 30% of your wealth and put it towards systems that give free healthcare to the people? Or are you just relying on the tax systems of America as your distributive wealth process?
I definitely do donate a lot more than just what the taxes are. Absolutely. I do. I don't know what percentage of my overall wealth that is, but yes, I absolutely do. Regardless, though, I don't think that is socialism. I do it not because it's socialism. I don't do it because I want to make like...
I think you're misunderstanding my point, right?
Look, my point is this. Billionaires have something called the Billionaire's Pledge. I don't know if you've ever heard about this. It's actually a very interesting concept, okay?
Okay. Yeah.
So, like the Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, numerous other billionaires, some of the wealthiest people on the planet have joined what they call, I believe, the Giving Pledge, which is, it's a, hold on, I'm going to pull it up real quick so I don't give you any false information here.
Why don't we start the Millionaire's Pledge and we apply it on Twitch and
everything? Yeah, no, hold on. Well, I'm going to talk about how fraudulent it is in a second.
Oh, shit.
The Giving Pledge is a commitment to philanthropy. The Giving Pledge is a promise by the world's wealthiest individuals and families to dedicate the majority of their wealth to charitable causes. Now, the issue is that this is just simply a PR move for them. They do this because they set up their own charitable donations, their charitable contributions, and they put all of their stock options into that charity in an effort to avoid taxes, right? That is the main reason why they do this. That way they can look like they're giving back while, buying from or buying whatever the fuck from they want from the pool of funds, utilizing it as a tax cut. It turns into a non-taxable entity. Right? Even if this wasn't, even if this was like an earnest thing, an honest thing, it still would not make Bill Gates, for example, funds malaria research, who has funded vaccine research, as a matter of fact, as well.
Okay.
This would not make Bill Gates a socialist.
Okay, Hassan, I think I got you again. He feels like if you were to englobe what social media as a whole, he wants you to emulate and enforce that version of socialism on a smaller scale in order to create and show that this is what you uphold, right? And instead of what he thinks, you're pushing more radicalized ideas when you're kind of like not doing that, all the way out there. You're kind of just thinking a little bit in the middle in terms of your actions. That's what he thinks. From my understanding, this is what Trent thinks. Generally.
Yes. He has a different opinion on what praxis is. This is a term we use in leftist communities. And he thinks that this is what praxis is, like socialism in action. I fundamentally disagree, and yet I still actually do engage in the thing that he's talking about.
Me too. I just don't tell anybody about it because it's useless.
Yeah, exactly. And I didn't used to tell people about it either, but obviously a lot of people kept saying, much like Train, Hassan, you're fake, you don't practice what you preach, you don't give back to people, which is a false understanding of socialism in general. So I did start telling people about it, and now they say I do it for clout, which of course I always knew it was going to be a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario. So I just do whatever the fuck I think is the right thing to do, and I keep my fucking head down and do it.
Right. So
even in your chat, your entire chat is capping right now. Your entire chat, like there will never be charitability to anything, and I don't even expect it. Like it's just.
No, that's not kept to me because I said I do charitable stuff and whatever because in terms of education because I own my own shit, but I don't. Dude, it's freaking lame. Whether they think that I do or not, or they accept it, and they validate the amounts or not, I think it's useless to talk about it. I just do it because it helps, and I'm sure down the line, something that was helped by one of these things when when they're balling out and they're millionaire, they will do the same thing, and there's no effect. I truly believe that giving back into systems like healthcare, like education, when somebody is a recipient of these things, when they ball out, there's a good chance they'll do the same because this resonates hard with them. It creates a domino effect. And the more people do, the more it resonates and the more it grows. That's just how it is. That's my perspective. That's my view on it. But I still don't think that's socialism, though.
It's not. I don't think you would say you're a socialist or you would be a socialist for doing that. I don't think Train is a socialist for doing the charitable donations to RAD.
The system itself would be a socialist one. Do you understand? The system, the idea of it, not the actual donation.
Well, I also personally gave you an example. I gave you an example of like a commodity production or creating something new and different that in the form of like the podcast that is a cooperative style governance, I guess.
Would you agree everything you've mentioned that you do that you believe is aligned with your ideas of socialism, you profit from? Don't you think that's yes. Just a little distant?
Yes, no, that's literally okay. See, this is perfect. Thank you for saying this. This is literally the fundamental misunderstanding. Socialism is not about doing things because you're a nice guy. Socialism is just about who is producing the shit and how much more freedom they get.
There is a difference in profiting more from the preaching or the ideas of the socialism, right? It's not like you're making a business, right? And then you're getting
that is a business. What I described to you is a business. What I described to you is a cooperative formation of a corporation.
A percentage of everything that you do in the name of socialism should go towards systems.
Train, you're not understanding. Train, you're not understanding what I'm saying. Train,
okay, continue.
You literally There are many different ways of democratizing a workplace or democratizing an economic organization of society. One of those, is a cooperative corporation. Okay, that is precisely why my producer, who is producing the labor, who's creating part of the podcast, who sets up the Patreon and whatnot, and sets up the cameras, for example, that person is getting 1/3 of the overall revenue. Okay, that is inherently a socialist formation. He also has autonomy. He also gets to say, I want to do it on this day. I want to do it on that day. Okay, I want to do the podcast on this day. These are things that we democratically decide. Now, this is a cooperative corporation. That is actually closer to like what is literally socialism, at least in a corporation, a socialist organization of the economy within the corporation, than anything else that you have described. That would be one form or one aspect of democratization of the workplace. Okay? That is actually what you want out of me. I'm already doing that. But if you're talking about like setting up a system or whatever you want to call a charity.
How does that work with Twitch then? So you bring up the podcast. How does that work with Twitch, right? Let's say hypothetically you're making $6 to $10 million from an ad-heavy deal, right? Which if you show that deal, which you can because you're binded by a contract.
Do you think I should pay my viewers for watching me?
Not pay I'm referring to you bring the podcast up as 1/3. Are you paying, right, a percentage or something proportional to the millions that you're making off Twitch, right? Is that something you're doing as a socialist, right? Does that carry over to your Twitch? So sure, I believe you for your podcast.
To who? To what?
To editors, to moderators.
Yes.
So you're paying moderators or head of moderation?
No, not editors and not moderators. I do have a compensation mechanism for my moderators.
Okay.
It is not one that I often publicize, specifically because I don't want moderators to come on board exclusively because they want to, use this as a job opportunity. There is a compensation mechanism if, but I don't like talking about it specifically because, like I said, I want moderators to be a part of the community and not necessarily working and not necessarily doing it as labor, which is most of the reason why I try to, as best as I can, maintain all of the other avenues of moderation on my own, whether it be running ads, which, by the way, I should be running at least a middle of the hour ad break and things of that nature.
Wait, let's stop. Everyone, both of you are on your
as far as
deals.
As far as hold on. As far as editors goes, yes, of course, I pay editors directly. I pay editors directly out of. Wait, I don't know what he's. I don't know why he's saying.
I was saying play your minute ad and I'll juice up.
No. Anyway. Listen. As far as payment structures goes for my editors, they are the ones who make their pay. In many instances, they're making more. They are the ones who I routinely have a conversation with, where they're the ones who dictate what their pay is. I'm routinely paying them even more than the value that they're actually generating for the videos that they're creating. And the only way I can subsidize that is because I'm making money off of Twitch. So in a way, yes, I am utilizing Twitch revenue to pay some of my editors.
But not your moderators to the same percentage as, let's say, the podcast to your Twitch, right? So your main income channel is the biggest one, right? And that's the one that's exempt from the from the proportion.
Because not only that, but the reason why this works the way that it does is because there are certain aspects that I want to maintain as far as autonomy goes, as far as the freedom, as far as no demands made of anybody, because no one is as big as a freak as myself who's gonna fucking sit there for 8 to 10 hours and watch shit. Okay, that is an unreasonable demand to make from people. I don't make that demand from my viewers, and that is precisely the reason why I want my viewers to be invested and interested in doing whatever the fuck they want to. The funny thing is, I know I train is so fucking horny bringing up the mods. Oh, it's probably okay.
Wait, why is it?
Yeah, it seems like this topic.
Why is
it? Is it what I pay my mods? Is that why?
Well, I don't know, but one thing that you need to also understand is that, and this is a really good conversation, I brought up a cooperative ownership of the podcast specifically because it's one very unique formation of workplace democracy, because someone in that situation is generating value, right? Someone in that situation is generating value, they're working, they're laboring, right? And instead of a wage compensation in that structure, I'm giving them a percentage of revenue. Now, originally, when the podcast wasn't generating any revenue, I was just paying out of pocket to be like, listen, whatever you want, eventually we will be able to generate revenue, which we are now. And at that point, you'll be able to get a third of that, right? There are certain aspects of it that I want to maintain and make sure that is as ethical as possible, right? In that structure. That is the reason why I brought up the third in the cooperative formation, a third of the revenue in the cooperative formation, is because that is only one element of a pay structure. There are many different ways of doing it, but the one fundamental thing that remains is worker autonomy and people that are generating value getting back what they make, getting back what they add. That is inherently a socialist way of working.
They're getting back what they add, and who determines what they get paid based on what they add?
Well, in that circumstance, there is no perfectly scientific way. I mean, we're getting into the labor theory of value, obviously, but in my opinion, there's no adequate way of making that assessment, which is why I oftentimes will leave it up to people that are making the demand itself while they're simultaneously generating revenue. Because there are a lot of situations where a venture that you get into is not actually making money, right? And I think people are still generating some sort of value, even when they're not actually making money, because even when the business itself is not actually making money, because the business could potentially make money in the future. Do you understand? Which is why I think it's better off left up to the people that left up to the people that are working in that circumstance.
Yeah, I think the problem is that
By the way, I can't believe the level of interrogation that is happening with my own personal finances or the way I live my life is unimaginable. But the reason why I do it is because it is something that I am very confident in. Okay, it is something that I'm very confident in the way that I live it. But it is a ridiculous ask. I want people to understand. Like, I don't have an issue talking about this shit, but it is fucking wild. Like, not a single streamer has ever been asked this level of fucking detail in any minor thing that they do. Not even motherfucking train wrecks, okay? And he gets shit on a lot.
Actually, I've revealed all that.
But it's really frustrating that, like, this is a fundamental thing I believe in and I advocate for and I practice what I fucking preach, and yet motherfuckers still always say that I am actually fake. Because people cannot comprehend that it could work that way.
It's not that you're fake. It's that there's certain areas that are hypocritical in nature, right? Like there are certain areas where you pick and choose when socialism applies and when capitalism is okay.
No,
yet you
it doesn't.
preach anti-capitalism in every direction.
Okay.
But you retained none of the things that I just told you, Train. Like I just spent the past hour where you peered into like literally the minutia of my operation, looking for like different places, different avenues to strike. I described all of it to you, and you won't give me the dignity. You won't even give me the dignity of like listening, hearing, and processing that information. That's kind of fucked up. It just seems like an ambush at this point.
No. I listened and I processed. And there was areas
The reasonable question is because inherently you're a political streamer and you talk about aspects of socialism and then that's what you preach. It's like saying, yo, dude, why do people ask what stocks a stock streamer has on the stock market and not the Apex streamer? Well, because the guy who plays Apex never talks about stock. You talk a lot about like finance and the means of production and all the money has it. Of course, they're going to inquire about where your money is and what you're doing with it to better these systems that you're talking about. I think it's just
not necessarily true. No, the only reason why they do that is to literally look for hypocrisy baiting, and it doesn't even matter. No matter how genuine, no matter how consistent you are, it literally doesn't matter because ultimately, like in the beginning of this conversation, I had a conversation with Trainwreck about literally something that he believes I did that I told him I didn't do, and he couldn't bring up any fucking counters to it. Like he couldn't bring up proof to it, and yet we still left it on a 50-50 split.
Well, for that, I remember
like that's crazy.
But the point of that was the pattern of behavior, right? And I have a lot of viewers messaging me; they remember exactly that, right? But to bring up a clip regarding passive shit talk or the letting of to kind of push the narratives, right? I can't provide you with a clip at this time. And even if I couldn't, I remember it happening. So that's why we moved on and we agreed to disagree.
What else do you guys not agree on?
That was just showing a pattern of behavior. But that's not enough for us to not come to a middle ground and say, fuck it. Like,
well, no, I think...
Let's get back to the Will Neff clip, right? So I think you're asking about the Will Neff clip, right? And we kind of went off.
Why did you bring up about the charity for Turkey and how did it come about? Why did you say it? What
just
did
watch
you
the
mean?
clip.
Okay, fair enough. Let's everybody. I'm going to link a clip in the current chat going on over here, and you're gonna click and you're gonna watch it on your own with your community, and then we'll discuss when Train picks up and not a song.
Okay.
And we'll start because it's his clip. I want to give him a chance to explain his own clip. Otherwise, we're gonna get lost.
Where is it? Hold on. You linked it in the
group chat.
Match a small percentage.
I gotta pee while this plays. Look at him undermining 50 grand. Like, I'm sorry, I don't have like $700 million from fucking crypto gambling sponsorships. Like, that's crazy. He just said a small percentage, like 50 grand from my pocket is like tiny. Like, listen, I don't really talk about this too frequently, but goddamn do motherfuckers always undermine that shit. They don't shut the fuck up about a $1,000 shirt for 700 years. But the moment that I fucking put 50 grand out of my own goddamn pocket to something I fucking believe in, that's a tiny percentage, dog. What the fuck? If you can't shut the fuck up about the $1,000 Gucci shirt, you should be 50 times more vocal about the 50 grand, right? Not once did I ever bring that up. Not once. But when you undermine that, when you make it seem like the infrastructure that we had to create on the back end to ensure that American and foreign fucking donators could very easily dump funds.
Here's what there is to ask. So, like, I think you got a little angry at a certain clip instead of watching the entire thing, which maybe is understandable since you get a lot of heat in that department. But I think what's important to come on, bro. They're like, what are you?
He's not going to moderate anyway. Just go on. Just
We take
going.
a 2.5 minute fucking break, and now he gets up.
Bro,
we all
he
get back
doesn't-
from our 2.5 minute break, and he just gets up now.
He's having a toenail break. Just go on. It doesn't matter. He was not going to moderate anyway.
You got to see. You know how nasty that is, chewing on your toenails.
Yes,
you know how putrid that is.
I know. I do know. Yes. Okay, go on. You were talking to Will. As far as I understand, you were talking to Will about I don't know what you were talking to Will about actually, but you were talking to Will about some shit, and you.
Yeah, I was going through
I think I don't know why you brought me up.
No, well, let's pull up the Will. Did he delete the VOD? Is it there?
I don't know. I'm sure that it's probably on YouTube though.
So there is the video. It starts at 58:36. I think it's important to watch the context of the entire thing because by no means was
we can't be watching a whole video. I will take your
it's maximum like I don't even know like what would that be like 4 minutes? I'm just like the context. Bro, the context matters here. Like you took like 3 seconds of what I said that he asked me a question and I answered. You took that 3 second part and you flipped the fuck out.
Well, you're here. Just explain what you were doing, and I will 100% believe you. I don't even care.
I will. I'm gonna grab my juice.
Yo, is he gone again?
He's gone. But what is it? Okay, describe to me what the clip is.
There's not much. Okay, there's nothing. There's not much to it. There's like nothing.
So I think the importance of you watching it was to show that like. I think he took a small couple seconds of the clip and kind of got the wrong idea of the context. Like by no means was like going in there to badmouth you. It was actually the opposite.
So it's Will never brought up the Turkey charity, and it's Train who was gonna make an argument about his initial point about how he wants Hassan to do the systems. But then, since Will,
but like, why are you guys having a conversation about me in general? Like, I don't understand.
Yo, I give context to people. So the context is that So Will brought up the fact that Hassan raised money for charity for Turkey in the context of trying bring up socialism and how we can do things to further socialism in society. And then what happened then is that Trent was going to say that the Turkey thing was crowdfunded, therefore cannot be kind of used as a, yo, guys, I'm partaking in these socialism systems or whatever.
And let me clarify on that, because this is an important clarification to be completely fair toward Hassan. The effect of what he did is the same as both possible intentions, right? So the effect is a net positive no matter how you look at it, right? So the effect of what you did is a net positive. Do you understand? I want to make that very clear. I think what's being argued is the way certain things that you do, the intention that's being described behind your actions, right? Like, that's what I'm referring to, right? I think a lot of times it's used as a, hey, look, I did this. What a great thing I did. I did this, this is an example of what I preach. This is this. People use this as examples of things you've done. But in reality, a crowd fund with a small percentage matched, especially if we get into what you made during the entirety of those 5 streams, I think these are the more genuine ways to bring it up, right? But when it's used to show a intention, I think that's the wrong part in the category of what you're doing. But the net positive from the effect is the same. Therefore, that's why I don't think there's much to talk about here. Does that make any sense? It's the intention that's questionable. And the way it's used as like a credibility is very odd to me. That's the issue. That's why it was brought up. The intention of why you did that, right? A lot of people in your community and yourself use it as like a, yo, I did this, I'm consistent with what I do, blah, 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 right? But I would argue based on, right, it being crowdfunded compared to the part of what you matched relative to what you make and relative to what you made during the streams of doing the charity, that's the part that's questionable. But the effect of the charity is a net positive no matter how you look at it.
Okay, let me just describe something real quick. So first and foremost, dude, for someone who says you hate Reddit, you sound a lot like Redditors, like especially when you're saying this.
I don't go on Reddit.
This is the most Reddit ass, like cynical ass fucking take I could have ever seen in my entire life.
It's not cynical when the intention is being misrepresented.
The intention of why I wanted to set up a charity, set up a fundraiser, a donation portal for the victims of the Turkey-Syria earthquake is because in 1999, when I was living in Istanbul, as a young boy, I survived a very devastating earthquake where 17,000 people died by the most conservative estimate. I know how fucking awful that shit is when a gigantic earthquake impacts a state that is underfunded. My state that I lived in for, the first 18 years of my life. And I also knew that you can't really trust the government in Turkey. Many of the Turkish people will tell you this. So there had to be a way to fund and to give money to specific non-governmental organizations.
I agree.
I knew what the non-governmental organizations were. I went in, I found exactly whichever ones were the best ones by talking to my friends and some knowledge I had over previous earthquakes and natural disasters. And one of the main issues there was that a lot of these organizations, like Ahbap, especially Ahbap, did not have a portal to allow ease of access. Like you couldn't just click on a link and do a drop down, put your fucking information in and just like send dollars to Ahbap directly. So that is why I wanted to set up a fundraiser. Because I knew that
we're not arguing the fundraiser.
So that's the main intention behind why I did what I did.
Yes,
and there wasn't any like secondary reason or anything else.
I'm so tired of this. Anytime we get into the topic, it gets both become like around the pot. I'm gonna be the devil. I'm gonna fucking say it. Okay, train meant, yo, bruh, 2 mil is dank. Nobody says 2 mil is not dank. 2 mil is dank. Thank you very much for Turkey. That's very sweet. It was absolutely colossal.
It's a net positive.
50K for somebody like you is a fucking joke, Hassan. It's a joke.
I don't think it. 50K? There's a disagreement there. I don't think it's a joke. I don't think it's a little amount of money.
Based on your ad incentive deal with Twitch, wouldn't you argue that the days you ran those ads on those days, along with what you made? Don't they add? I mean, didn't you make
when I originally started my contract? I thought it was, but you're wrong. You're wrong. No, it's not.
Was it close to that amount?
Insane. No, not even remotely close.
Okay. At the end of the day, listen. I don't want to listen. What you did was phenomenal. The effect was phenomenal. Do you understand?
So, but hold on. This is very important to address.
Yes.
What you're doing right now is not genuine criticism. It's just pocket watching and also undermining something that I did that it wasn't even supposed to. No, hold on. No, that's bullshit. You're just pocket watching and then claiming that it's actually adequate to do so because you claim you're a socialist. No, I already described to you numerous fucking times what socialism is. Charity is not that. Pocket watching like a fucking blue-haired, non-binary Twitter user anarchist and being like, why don't you give all of your money and live in a fucking woodshed is not actually socialism. A lot of dumb motherfuckers on Twitter say that all the time to me, and I yell at them. Just because you're not...
Why is that example the comeback, some extreme rebuttal of...
Because you sound like them, but you look like an ape, so no one thinks that you're like exactly behaving like them. But you are doing that, Train. You got to stop.
Brother, that blue hair. Okay, let's not go to insults.
But they do that. They do that too. They do that. They do that exact same shit that you're doing right now. They do it to Mr. Beast. They do it to me all the fucking time. They, I'm sure, would do it to you if they thought that you were like a person who would like listen and respond to them. You're doing the exact same shit. You are crying like a fucking SJW instead of
crying like an SJW.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. And that is one thing I will not fucking stand for.
No, listen. The effect of the charity is nice. Do you understand? It's a good thing. What you did was phenomenal to crowdfund that. But to push
it's such a disingenuous way to fucking like do an offhanded criticism. Everyone, even the juicers fucking recognize what you're doing right now. You're literally being like, you did a great job, but it was like a little bit. You could have given a lot more money. And maybe you could have, and I'm sure you did. I gave you literally a link for a crypto donation. You only gave 50,000. You have like fucking
150,000. Yes.
Okay, well, great. You have a lot more money than I do, so I'm glad that you did that. Even if you gave $10 fucking, I wouldn't care though. Ultimately, because any dollar is good. Okay, any dollar in that circumstance is good.
You preach. Do you understand?
But the only reason why we have ever talked about the charity, the only reason why we ever talked about that is not to like weaponize it and be like, look how good of a guy I am. The only reason why we talked about it because motherfuckers. Listen, let me explain. Let me explain.
Does weaponize it? They do. And
No,
you
they
allow
don't.
them to. Okay. Okay.
Brother, the only reason why there was
people-
any discourse surrounding that was because a bunch of smarmy little fucking dipshits went in and literally went to Speed's chat and were like, it's a scam. It's a scam. The discourse revolving around it. And the reason why Will even brought it up to you was because people literally were saying it's a fucking scam. People were saying I'm pocketing the money.
Was wrong.
And the reason why Will brought that up is because of the unfair amount of criticism that I get that you should be able to, as a person who gets a lot of unfair criticism by your...
You would only get criticism because there's inconsistencies in what you donate versus what you preach, right? If you were to show your dashboard for those 5 days you're in the charity, believe me, you yourself would understand those criticisms. Do you understand?
No, it wouldn't.
You don't think
you're
so?
wrong.
You don't think so?
Yes, you're wrong. You're wrong. But not only are you wrong, you're also, not only are you wrong, you're also making a fucking assertion here and demanding certain things or even like implying certain things that would undermine not my the amount of money I fucking put into the charity in and of itself, but also like that wasn't even supposed to be. I wasn't intending on putting $50,000 in there. I was intending on making a portal specifically so that we could fucking making a portal specifically so that everyone else from the international community, as everyone fucking pitched in, put together more money than I ever could have, more money than even you could have. Maybe you could have put that much money. You have a lot of money, but ultimately, I created, in your words, a literal fucking system. There you go. So that should be charity and at work. That should be socialism at work. But it's still not enough because it's not enough for you because it's not about me or what I do. It's about how you perceive me.
No, see, once again, this is just mental gymnastics, political bullshit. It's theatrical, completely theatrical.
Your only intention this time, I've been so charitable to you from the jump. The only reason why we've had this conversation is so that you can try and make me look bad over and over again. I've gone above and beyond trying to describe some. I've gone above and beyond because, like, ultimately, this is good content. I've gone above and beyond describing things to you.
There is no gotcha moments here. We're having a discussion for the things that we disagree on to try and come together. Whether we
come on, Train. I'm not a fucking idiot. Like I'm a dumb guy. I'm not a very smart guy. But
Brother,
I am not that fucking dumb.
I haven't listen. I've responded to you. I've given you very calm statements. This isn't a got you. I'm not going in on you. I'm not talking to...
Bro, you haven't budged an inch, dog. I literally told you I would apologize to you if you could find a clip because I genuinely would be in the wrong. And you wouldn't give me that. But you have never...
Where do you want me to budge an inch?
Not a single fucking concession. Your understanding of socialism is incorrect. I tried to educate you on the matter. You didn't give a shit. I told you examples of
when socialism applies based on where you make the most money and where you don't.
No, but you're still doing it. Your literal example is you. XQC understands what I'm talking about. You have not been charitable at all.
Okay.
Well,
moderation is labor for your core moderator team. Do you understand?
Yes, and it is to a certain degree. It is about what you put in. That is the entire point of socialism, if you want to consider that. But you're fucking bringing up moderators right now because you don't give a fuck about anything. You don't give a fuck about anything. You just care about trying to win a fucking argument, Train, and you're not going to win it.
I'm giving you my views, and you're giving me yours. Do you understand? Like, you're getting upset, but we're both just talking, trying to find a middle ground.
What if the problem
No. I've been so nice to you.
What if the problem is that you both don't have the same definition of what the fuck socialism is?
Well,
we have a dialogue again. When you do
Train, read. Okay, let's Google what socialism is. Let's do that.
Break it down in multiple pieces. Okay, when you
let's do it. Let's do it.
Let's first finish this.
No. This is important. Let's Google it so it's not me saying it. So it's an objective third party definition. Let's do that.
Train says earlier.
No. I don't care what Train says. Just look up the definition of socialism real quick and let's read it and let's talk about whether or not it is actually what I'm talking about or whatever Train thinks it is. I can read it for you if you want, but you can also Google it on your own as well, right? You're looking at it right now on the Wikipedia page. Let's take a look.
My computer is like controlled by somebody else. I feel like somebody's on my computer.
Okay. Socialism is
What
a political
the
philosophy and movement encompassing a range of economic and social systems which are characterized by social ownership of the means of production as opposed to private ownerships. As a term, it describes the economic, political, and social theories and movements associated with the implementations of such systems. Social ownership could be public, it could be community ownership, it could be collective ownership, or it could be a cooperative or employee stock ownership. While no single definition encapsulates the many types of socialism, social ownership is the one common element and is considered left-wing. Is that good?
Yeah, I get it.
Do you think that is closer? Do you think that is closer to what I have described through the many different, as I also mentioned, like the many different types of socialism and different types of socialization structures, and how I have chosen to operate?
Yes. And do you understand that the anti-capitalism definitions within the theories of socialism, you preach, yet your entire business model is off of the capitalistic models, no? You decide, you cherry pick and choose which parts of socialism should apply based on your own
giving
models.
the
Is that not
people,
convenient?
giving the people the freedom to put as much in and also simultaneously
Who
take as
determines
much
that?
back.
They
do.
Agree?
Train, they do. That is entirely antithetical to how capitalist organizations work.
Right.
So when
So
I say, hey,
situation of the moderators and your Twitch chat, your primary revenue source.
you've made merchandise, right? You've made merchandise.
I am not.
Train?
I don't preach what you preach.
Have
right?
you? Oh, so it's okay. So when you make merchandise made in fucking like Bangladesh or whatever, and you take the tidy profit off the tippy top with like some exploited Indonesian child factory laborer that you're drop shipping onto your fucking audience, then that's acceptable because hey, you never said you were a socialist. How about let's talk about your ethics a little bit? Because considering from where I'm standing, I practice what I fucking preach. You are trying to poke holes in that. You think the moderator angle is an adequate one, so you're going to keep trying to fucking put that down. Go ahead. Tell us about how you make merch. Tell us about how much money you get paid from crypto gambling sponsorships. Tell us about the many people that have reached out to you saying, hey, Train, I have serious gambling issues. Could you please squeeze some money for me? And then your reaction to that. Does that take a mental toll on you? We can have that conversation as well. Let's turn the crosshairs back to you. Let me behave like you do a little bit. And from where I'm standing, I think I have a reason to do this.
I'm not the one selling false hope while profiting off of that.
Yeah.
Oh,
You're not selling false hope? Yeah, because you said what?
No.
That gambling is bad? Whoa, book, gambling is bad. Meanwhile, you sit there and you generate hundreds almost of millions of dollars, maybe half of that now because Bitcoin
I get paid
is
for exclusivity. I don't get paid off of
no,
others
totally,
losing.
dude. Totally. Exactly. Also, on top of that, I do wish you well on Kick. I really do, because I want a competitor. I want a competitor to Twitch because I think that would make the platforms overall better. But make no mistake, ironically, you started off talking about how you hated how much titty streamers or fucking hot tub streamers and the meta was awful. And now you got porn on your platform. Now you got one of your main poster boys at Kick showing porn to minors. So maybe you now recognize the importance of moderation, especially as it pertains to an overall platform.
Wait. Let me respond to that. First of all, me going on rants about titty streamers 4 years ago or however long ago that was.
Oh, your positions have changed?
Oh, so have H3's positions changed?
Oh, no, I love that. I love that.
Can you change?
Yeah, of course. If your positions on titty streamers have changed, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. Okay. I'm glad.
Okay.
But I don't think your positions have changed so much that you think it's okay to show minors porn, right? I don't think that's the case, right?
Of course not.
That's
definitely weird as hell for him to do that. But to bring it from the
how
point
many
you're
days did he
bringing it
get
right
banned
now
for
is
that
completely
off of Kick?
disingenuous.
How many days did Aiden Ross get banned off Kick for that?
That's not in my power, but I push for it all the time for these things to be bannable.
Okay. No, it's
That's
good.
what
I just wanted to know. So you didn't ban him.
Listen,
did he
if
get
you're
banned?
so innocent in the areas you're
It's great. 24 hours? You think you should get banned only for 24 hours for showing minors porn? If you think do you think Twitch would how would you react if Twitch literally fucking ban someone for 24 hours only. And there have
They
been
banned someone for
instances.
72 hours
There have
for
been
getting
there have
dog
been
style.
instances where it's 72 hours, and even that's longer. And I'm sure you've advocated against that too.
Regarding my brand and as an advisor to Kick, I don't have that sort of power on Kick. Do you understand?
Okay.
You're filling that.
I don't have that
gap
kind of
because
I don't have that kind of advisor power on Austinox. I don't think that is
you
adequate to
That's
do
your-
either.
That is
No, I
not
don't.
compar-
No, I don't.
Really, you don't.
He's a whole ass adult. He's a grown ass adult. He works with other people too when he wants to. I don't have that. I don't
So your
expect to
comparison
have that.
between you and Austinox, your number one editor and your number one man, is the comparison to streamers that stream on Kick, and compared to me as being an advisory role for Kick.
I think the advice you should have given was maybe a little bit harder than 24 hours. Maybe you should have railed a little bit harder on Kick. In the way that you expect us to rail on fucking Twitch
And maybe
to
you should
ban gambling.
And maybe
you have a
should
little bit more control over Kick than we do over Twitch, don't you?
And maybe you should have put a little bit more effort, or the same effort you did for the gambling bans that you do for the small to mid-sized creators on the platform while you sit there having a $10 million plus contract. Why don't you put that on hold and push for the small to mid-sized
I really
creators
love
on
that you
Twitch?
think I have a $10 million plus contract. That'd be fucking awesome. Thank you.
I'm talking about the ad incentive deals.
Amazon does not put out flat contracts for
We're not
flat
talking about
amount
lump sums. I'm talking about the ad incentive heavy deals. If he runs the ads
Even then,
top of the hour like he does, you'll push easily 6 figures plus up to 10 million easily if you do the hours and the ads.
I wish. I mean, that's some wishful thinking. But you know what that reminds me of? At the
does it
top of
remind
the
you of?
hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer
there
want to
you
see
go.
those ads, you can subscribe. You can use one other thing that I can't tell you what it is, but you know what it is. Winky face. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Interesting. Yeah.
Hey, listen, guys, okay, you guys are both wrong and right, and you're already in bad faith.
What am I wrong on? Come on, Felix, get out of here.
I mean, okay, you are wrong because you're
Wait,
okay.
Tell me what I'm wrong on.
He's also wrong.
so wrong.
You're also wrong.
Tell me what. I will address it.
One. Your misunderstanding and purposeful misconstruing of how TOS works and how it is enforced. What somebody has with a track record of how many years of streaming and how many infractions that they've had, right? And what is the nature of the infractions and the extent, and on top of that, what would
I think the nature of the infraction was pretty aggressive in regards to Aiden.
A significant amount of stuff. Okay, that goes.
Do you think
into a
deliberately
ban.
showing porn to minors, even if it's your first infraction on the platform, deserves longer than 24 hours?
I think the argument that doing anything is for minors is in bad faith. I think.
Do you think deliberately showing? Do you think deliberate? Sure, fine. Okay, you think that's bad faith? I don't think that's bad faith. They openly stated that they were minors after. But okay, deliberately showing pornographic material to your audience that you know may have actual minors involved in it. Do you think that is worthy, even if it's plus 18? Do you think that's worthy of simply 24 hours?
Well, I think it can be to a certain extent almost illegal, and I'm pretty sure it's illegal to do that. Okay, so then.
So you think it is worthy of longer than 24 hours? Because Train said he advised, which he has a lot more power over Kick, I think, than we do over Twitch. He advised for a 24-hour ban.
Yeah. I would assume that over there, not a lot of infractions have taken place yet, right? I'm playing devil's advocate, right? I don't know how they enforce the TOS. I know what even it is the TOS. Yes, there should be a punishment for that, and it's trash, okay? Are we going to duplicate the TOS, how it works over here, how it works over there? I think we're operating in overall bad faith because of the simple thought that you try to call them out for hypocrisy over the TOS, right? When in fact, the discussion over TOS was how it was enforced on a non-consistent manner back in the days when it came down to certain people doing certain things, not getting banned, and overall, right? And it just didn't make sense, right? That was the real problem, is that they said, don't do this, and here's all the limitations, and it would get broken all the time, and it would get away with it because of multiple factors. I'm not going to state because I'm going to get banned. If I speak, I'm banned, okay?
If I had the power to ban, believe me, a lot of creators on that site would be banned right now.
Like the other guy who copped Dome on fucking camera, that was crazy too. I mean, I think he got banned for what, 24 hours? I think
that was bad.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm just saying that, like,
things,
I
believe me. Listen, what you think moderation should be on Kick, I'm pushing for and advising for. They believe in free
I
platform.
hope it works,
I'm
and I hope the clip system works as well. I am excited to see what happens with Kick.
Yeah.
Okay, last thing. I'll play devil's advocate and say,
Or platforming Nazis. I think that's pretty bad too, honestly.
Guys,
but that's
agreed.
just me.
I completely agree.
I will go ahead, okay, and play devil's advocate and say that I think kick, people had the wrong idea of what the terms of this were because
They
of certain
did,
clips.
and I've talked about this many times.
To a colossal way, almost like a 99% of people thought, oh, this is what kick is.
People
And
need
they
to
did
understand
something.
there is a difference between freedom of speech and hate speech. Do you understand? There is a major difference there. Hate speech is not allowed. I'm pushing for us to get a moderation team in place to get this removed across the site. Do you understand? This is the issue. A lot of people have come over thinking free speech means hate speech. That is not the case. Do you understand?
Well, that's usually why that's usually why they do that. It's like a disingenuous way of framing it. Every platform has, even 4chan has like some speech restrictions on even poll. It's a normal part of the process of like regulating any sort of forum or any sort of place where people congregate. But a lot of Nazis will often utilize that as a reason. But I agree, and I think I'm happy that you are against it. I mean, maybe you'll have advice on how many days they should be banned, but you know, that does seem like a good idea.
I agree with you. And yeah,
I think hate speech should never be allowed. But I do sometimes I feel like sometimes people are personally misconstruing what is a freedom of speech to try to extend it to whether it's, oh guys, that's hate speech, ban
they
it.
pervert freedom of speech to justify their hate. It's disgusting. It's completely disgusting to pervert the boundaries of freedom of speech and to try and justify the use of hate speech. It's completely disgusting, and I see it happen all the time.
Technically, hate speech is protected under free speech, just for the record. In the United States of America, at least, it's just that private platforms oftentimes have a different level of restrictions, which is understandable. Like I said,
Yeah, by hate speech, I'm referring to the speech that brings like harm to others.
Violence.
Yeah,
I mean,
hate speech is part of that.
Call to actions or the pseudo call to actions are really, 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 really bad. I think we can agree on that. That's just fucking bullshit.
Train, read the Wikipedia page for socialism before you come on the pod, and then we can have a conversation about it. That's a little bit better than like systems surrounding charity.
Jesus, bro, really?
No, that's not even a diss. I'm being serious. It's a definition. It's like not a difference in agreement. Or Lenin, or Marx, Engels.
Well, I think the Marx theory wouldn't help your argument. Would you agree with that? The Marxist theory wouldn't help your argument.
Oh God. Okay. What is the Okay, I have to be so bad. Can you describe what you mean by the Marxist theory?
Well, let's look it up as well.
No. No. Don't even look it up.
Yeah,
don't even look it up. I see your eyes trailing away. No. Explain it to me in your terms. I don't even want.
Like you read that.
I don't even want to. Okay, we
Let's
can
read it
do
like
that
you read
as well. But I want to. But I just wanted to really hear your genuine your genuine take on what you think Marx's theory.
Let's read it. Let's read it like we read the other.
Okay, this is some juicy content. I kind of want to save it for the pod, to be honest.
I think the general idea of it
would be not favorable to me.
Well, I think it leans more toward putting what you preach into action instead of just leaving it in.
Wait, but just okay. Let's not dance around it. Just pull it up. Fuck it, YOLO. Pull it up.
Okay, Marxism.
Yeah,
no, the Marxist definition
just what socialism is.
No, the Marxist definition of socialism, right?
Okay, Marx's definition of socialism.
The Marxist definition of socialism is that of production for use value. An example, direct satisfactory of human needs or economic demands. Therefore, the law of value no longer directs economic activity.
Yes.
Can I continue?
We'll finish
this is how a system should be designed.
In your perspective. Or in his.
No. His perspective is that in order to describe this, what we need to talk about is the economic organization of economy, or the economic organization of society, okay? And
Hassan, can I stop you real quick? Can I stop you real quick?
What?
I know you. Listen, I know you believe in all these things. Do you understand? I know you believe in them. My point is, I would like to see some action behind them so we can enact and start that change.
Okay,
right?
Okay, but
it's
one of the most fundamental parts about it is coordinated through conscious economic planning. Marxist production for use is coordinated through conscious economic planning. Conscious economic planning is impossible to conduct.
The law of value no longer directs economic activity.
That is impossible to do as a singular person. There is no such assessment of that because it revolves around commodity production. Now, as far as commodity production goes, or as far as like goods and services, right? Entertainment is what we provide. A lot of people will say, work Omega Law, and they're right. We're very fortunate, okay? Work doesn't have to be grueling, but regardless. Now, if that is my output, if that is what I'm producing, the way that I can do that is by multiple different ways, right? The capital owner will produce value, right? Or will generate value by hiring wage laborers, other people to basically go out and make content, which he then will take a piece off of the top. Okay? That would be, especially when you consider how much money he had invested originally, would be what is known as profits. Okay? Like Twitch, for example, when they take a percentage of our subscription revenue that we generate, is taking a percentage of the value that we are generating for the platform. So XQC and I, for example, and yourself as well, whatever your contract is with Twitch,
Me, I don't have a contract
currently
with Twitch.
okay. Well, regardless,
Well, except for the premium.
well, even if you don't have a contract with Twitch, it doesn't matter. Like if you have subscribers
Like,
on Twitch,
I have a basic subscriber contract.
Yeah.
I don't have your
okay,
guys' ad
perfect,
deal heavy.
exactly,
Yeah, yeah.
exactly. So when you are working for Twitch, when you are basically a very, very insanely high paid contracted employee. We are getting 1099 contracts at the end of the year. That's how we pay our taxes. We are contracted employees. We are generating wage. We're generating value for the platform by streaming. That is the way you do it. That is the way.
Right.
That is how you would do it.
And what would you say makes up our streams? What's the number one thing that makes up our entire streams? Would you agree it's chat? Would you agree it's the
Yes.
moderation?
Yes,
The moderators?
chat is supremely
incorrect.
important.
On both ends incorrect. It's the servers.
What? It's the what?
Without the servers, you can't go live. You can't broadcast. any of
Yes,
this
that is actually a good point as well.
But we're referring
Servers are important. The infrastructure is important, which is precisely why, right? The assets that were set in place for us and the logistics that were handled for us beforehand is why we decide that it is adequate for Twitch to take a percentage of this revenue.
No. Wait. It's not adequate to take a percentage of sub revenue at all. The ad revenue, yes, I agree.
That's a great
Sub-revenue-
argument, Train. That is actually workers demanding more from the platform that is currently taking their wages.
Who is currently conditioning their workers to believe they're doing us a favor, but in reality,
Yes.
sub revenue is not a primary revenue driver in the business model of
Yes.
live streaming. So to take
Yes.
that is complete greed, but how to translate that into the streamer applying those values within their business models is what we're referring to, right? So that action is what I'm asking to see proportionally.
So
or at least
without me
relatively.
streaming, there is no revenue for the platform. So I am still the primary, I guess, and there's no like socially necessary use value to streaming technically. But like if we are to consider entertainment as like an important good, I guess, or a commodity that we're producing, even though it's not like a chair in the chair factory or whatever, if we were to consider our output as work, without me clicking the start streaming button every day, there is no value generated. Someone else might take my place, right? Someone else might take my place. Someone could become the person that is at the crosshairs, right?
Yes.
Someone could do that. Someone could easily do what I do. It's easily replicable in my opinion. But if there was more worker power, if there was more worker organizing, okay, if workers had more of a say on the platform that they are generating value for, we could put certain safeguard measures to stop the platform from saying, you're just replaceable. Now, this is called collective action, okay?
Well, that would
basically
remove the competition then. And then the content would become worse, and the viewers would get less of what they want.
No, I don't agree with that. I think
disagree.
that no, because the NBA player union exists, and yet I don't think you would say that there are better basketball players
They
out
suck
there on the
balls.
universe. Do you think that there are better basketball players out there that are somehow being stopped from participating in the
Stuck
NBA?
behind nepotism?
Well,
Absolutely.
possibly, yes. Possibly, yes.
Absolutely, 100%.
Well, possibly, yes. But that's, you continue your argument. I don't think, like,
The
we need to go off on this
NFL,
tangent.
the NBA, no matter how rigged it is, Omega Law, degenerate sports gambler Andes, is still one of the most meritocratic processes that you can get to. Okay? It's still about skill. it's still to a certain level about how much you put in, how hard you work, and about the skill. Okay? Even if it's scripted, like sports gambler Andy's say. It's just
sports
true.
betting is so rigged. Sports betting is so rigged. Holy
Yes,
is
sports betting is so rigged from what I understand, and I talked about this in the video if you watch Train.
That shit's wild, bro.
They will cap you if you are actually fucking like leveraging your bets. If you're actually betting too good, they will literally stop you from betting. They put a limit. They inhibit the amount that you can bet. It's not rigged necessarily, but like it implies that, you know, there are people who could technically win a lot of money. And they still limit it. Okay. Anyway,
I think listen. I think where you and I just disagree, right, is just the action versus the words. That's where we disagree. That's it, right? As far as where we come down that is that enough to put a wedge between you and I's friendship or possibility of friendship, right?
no, I don't think so. I just don't
right?
want you to. I just don't want you to keep saying that I'm like a hypocritical piece of shit. If you think that, then why would you want to be friends with me? You know what I mean?
Well, if you genuinely, right, like it comes down to what you're, right, if you know what you're doing and you're purposely, intentionally doing it, then that's when I wouldn't be friends with you. But if this is just your belief, right, if this is the socialism you believe in, and you're acting consistently with that, I can be friends with you even if I disagree with that interpretation of socialism, right?
He does. I think he does believe that. That's why I wanted you guys to talk to me.
Like if that's what you believe in,
Okay,
then you believe in that, right?
Also, we didn't
You're acting in,
we didn't even like get to the bottom of the socialism thing and why it
sucks.
conflicts.
that's fucking
it
scared the
sucks.
hell out of me, bro. There's oh my god.
Socialism sucks. Is that what you said?
I think it sucks. I think it's. People have tried it and they failed.
I think you need in between. That's the problem. Listen,
I think
can I say
the
one thing?
worker sucks because the worker is stupid because the population is stupid. I think people are dumb as bricks. People shouldn't have a say because the people are fucking dumb.
I think people are dumb. You and I had a conversation a long time ago, Felix, about how you were forklift certified and you worked in fucking janitorial duty.
They sleep in the lockers.
But you figured out a way to min-max your sanitation duties, right? You remember?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you figured out a way to min-max your sanitation duties even though you are Pepega Andy himself. Why? Because through repetition, you figured out the perfect solutions that the manager is never going to know. These are some very meaningful ways in which workers could have a little bit more autonomy in their lives. Now, unfortunately, in a capitalist organization, a corporation decides, oh, you're more efficient. We're just going to fucking now make you do that regardless and pay you the same money.
Okay, yeah, but bro, people would sleep in the lockers, right? On their shifts. And then I would pass and they were all sleeping in the dark. And they would say, oh man, why the fuck would I go, man? We're unionized. I can't get fired. And they didn't give a fuck. And I thought that fucking break my brain forever. When I came into contact with this practice, I thought, holy fuck, this is so brain dead. Now, at that point, I got corrupted. I got to thinking that it doesn't matter how good of a system you can put it in, humans will always find ways to crash it for self-benefit and smoke them out, and they will never act because the humans are inherently a dumb species. I'm dumb. I think we're all dumb. We're all dumb.
Human beings are dumb, yes. You know, here's the thing, though. You worked at a factory or a facility, right?
Guys, this is why we need to.
You want to know who made the most money in that situation? It wasn't the fucking janitor that was sleeping. Every now and then he honks shoes and me's a little bit, okay? Yeah, and that's fine on the job. And that's seen as stealing.
This is why we need to push systems, Hassan.
Okay, but hold on. Let me just say something. So that is seen as stealing from the boss. That you're sleeping on the company time. Meanwhile, it is never expected of the boss to even enter the fucking factory floor ever to push a cart or
because
to clean a fucking toilet.
He built it. He deserves it.
Exactly. I don't agree. I don't agree because without someone cleaning the fucking floors, without someone actually pushing the carts, he's not going to make any goddamn money. That is the main point of contention that I have with a lot of people. Personally, believe that that people that build these factories deserve to take everything they can off of their profits, which is why. And by the way, even if you disagree with me, that is socialism. The idea that the surplus labor value that they are extracting from you is something that should at least be democratically organized. As a workforce, you should be able to say, hey man, the janitorial staff need new mops. You know, our mops are in fucking a dire state here. You know, instead of giving that money to faceless shareholders at the tippy top who didn't even build the fucking factory. Also, workers built the factory. Remember that. It's not the fucking bosses. They never put the bricks down to build that goddamn factory. They just had money. They just had capital, upfront money to build the factory. But ultimately,
the worst example. What about the people who take a risk, who put into their money and take a risk? They have an idea. I'm gonna make this for. Even though the carrot on the stick, right? The carrot at the end of the stick is profit and luxury and the good life. They still do things that they can risk, and they balls deep to get there, right? And that's what makes the things that are grandiose. And what about all the countries that have these systems, right? Where nobody's rewarded for going higher? What do? Nothing.
That's really interesting. That's interesting you say that because you're wrong.
They're lazy as fuck.
You're wrong. Literally, fucking a closer system to a social democracy that has like higher levels of socialization and higher tax rates has more billionaires per capita than the United States of America. So you're objectively wrong on that front. Not only that, but also European social democracies routinely lap the United States of America in innovation. So you're wrong on that front as well. The idea that the boss took a risk always forgets that the worker is also taking a risk. And the funniest part about I said whisk, like a wabbit, a silly wabbit. You want to know what the fucking biggest risk that the factory owner has, though? Is to be relegated to being a worker again. Because when you lose all your money in a fucking business, they don't put you in jail. They don't fucking kill you. They don't kill your family. They don't do any of those things. You just have to go back to fucking work and be a worker one more time. And the bosses fucking know that they never treat the workers well, which is why that is the major reason as to why they never want to fucking default. And that's why they constantly advocate for the system that they set in place.
By the way,
fair enough. What's up?
On a more joking note, even ChatGPT agrees with me on the Gordon Ramsay event.
I saw that. I asked ChatGPT and I showed Chat the answer. I think actually somebody fed to me.
Continue. Yeah.
Regardless.
Anyway, there's also plenty of safeguards with respect to owners. Whenever they do default, there's, Chapter 11 bankruptcy in numerous ways that capital owners can, at the very least, continue living their lives in a comfortable way. No such safeguard measures, comparable safeguard measures, are ever afforded to the worker. You have to if you get downsized in a company, 400 Twitch employees were laid off today. Some of them don't even fucking know if they've been laid off or not. Okay? They might get a severance package that is entirely up to Amazon.
They shouldn't know. They're garbage.
No, that is entirely dependent on Amazon to make that decision. They suck. They're good. None of that fucking matters. It is outside of their control, and that's the point. Okay.
Okay.
And basically, what happens?
I'm not being an asshole. I generally think that when you know you are creating value, when you know you're doing good and you're rolling. Dude, the company sees your value and you're hard to let go of. If you're fucking useless and you don't do shit, you get clapped. Of course you do.
No, whoever they consider to be replaceable, even though their work is fucking meaningful, but it's menial, will often be the people that they replace. And also, there's so much nepotism that operates within these fields as well. I know it's funny me saying that, but there's usually people that the managers like. Because there are so many different instances where there's so many circumstances where like the best possible person is not put up for the job. Come on, that is absolutely unimaginably false. You've worked in a place, so you know that can't be the truth.
In esport, that's super hardcore true. Nepotism is fucking massive. It's
closest
huge.
Place that you can, which brings me back to my point about sports. The closest you can get to a truly meritocratic system is sports, organized sports, at the professional level. And even those guys still have unions. And that's part of the reason why they can make such demands. They can have such highly valued contracts. But never forget, if LeBron James is worth $100 million, or if he generated if he has a $100 million wage, right? Let's say he doesn't, but whatever.
Yeah.
His boss, the guy who owns the fucking team, is making billions.
But I mean, of course, yeah. I mean, these guys are valuable in a lot of ways. Not only on the field, when they throw the basket into the basketball. Okay, these are valuable in terms of jersey sales, advertising, marketing, brand connection. They're a vehicle for a lot of their fucking sponsors and whatnot. This is how it is. Sometimes even some of these stars, they're
but the fucking owner's
field.
not doing shit. The owner just has money. That's the point. The owner's not doing the marketing. The owner's not doing anything meaningful. Elon Musk is not doing anything fucking meaningful at Twitch. I mean, he's demonstrated that over and over again. All he's doing is tweeting old ass fucking 9gag memes.
All you do, Hassan, is state problems when you fail to state a singular instance of a solution.
That's great.
What is
Thank
the
you.
solution?
Thank you for asking.
And you
I
say,
think that.
well, socialistic system
the solution isn't necessarily enough either, right?
No, well, do you want me to give you an answer?
That's a problem.
Do you want me to give you an answer? I have an answer. Thank you so much for asking. My solution to the current ongoing problems is by starting as small as you possibly can and creating a mechanism of pushback. Because the workplace principle of united you bargain, divided you beg is true across every facet of society. So the only way to do that is by unionizing your workplace and ensuring that you have some level of workplace protections. Now, that might allow you to be able to fucking sleep on the job every now and then. But ultimately, the people that actually generate zero value and yet take all of the rewards are sleeping every goddamn day, and society expects them to sleep because they're shareholders, and shareholder value is supremely important. So much so that there is literally legal restrictions called the fiduciary responsibility. You have to care about improving
profit. In a workplace that was unionized or not? Have you ever worked at a place that was usually?
I worked at a place that got unionized afterwards. But I work with unions regularly, so I'm very familiar with their
unionized work.
I work with unions regularly, so I am very familiar with how they operate.
Maybe call this a coincidence or an empirical bias or anecdotal.
Anecdotal bias, yes.
Every place that I worked at that was unionized was an absolute dog shit. Dog shit. That's what it is.
There are a lot of hidden benefits that you probably did not recognize. According to the NLRB, at least, unionization improves wages and benefits at the minimum. 10% increase on your wages and benefits across the board. Unionization not only benefits unionized workplaces, but unionization actually benefits non-unionized workplaces because it's still through competition forces other places to also improve their wages. Now, in countries like France, for example, there are such over-encompassing collective bargaining agreements that encompass the entire fucking sector that it quite literally is the reason why they have all these fucking benefits that they take for granted. Like having a retirement age at 62, which is like laughable if you consider it from, the U.S. perspective.
Can I ask you this?
Go ahead.
Without stirring any, without ruffling any feathers or whatever the fuck, right? So we are in agreement, right? That Twitch's, whether it stems from Amazon, its parent company or not, Twitch's splits regarding sub-revenue for its creators, whether it's the small creators to mid-sized creators, are completely fucking unfair and are disgusting, right?
Absolutely.
So I think this is where our disconnect is, right? What I feel like would be consistent with what you preach, which I agree with.
I know what you're going to say.
Yeah, shouldn't you spearhead at least, right? I'm not saying give up everything you have. You don't need to do that. That's a ridiculous expectation. But at least spearhead and put up, something and kind of spearhead that movement against them. Even though instead you're contracted with them, so you can say nothing because you're in fear of losing the very contract.
That's not true. I'm very openly critical about this, and not only have talked to Dan directly about my criticisms, but also am a firm believer that I shouldn't be the only person that has the capability of talking to Dan.
I'll join you
about these sorts of issues.
Busta, were you there in the meeting with the executives or not?
No, I actually had a one-on-one meeting. Because I had a one-on-one motherfucking meeting with him.
Something can be done, right? But nothing's being done because
you thought you got me there, didn't you?
I talked to all the executives. Listen.
Yeah.
We were all there. Okay, listen.
No, I wasn't there. I had a one-on. I think I had another.
Listen. You know for a fact when they changed the sub-revenues back, right? They leveled out the total amount with you're getting better ad revs and ad incentives.
Yeah.
for your lower sub rate, right? If they said nothing, they could have said nothing about ad revs and put your sub money way up, and you would have your, oh guys, I got my sub rev. You would be at a raw loss compared to right now's equivalency. You would have been
Twitch streamers now make
you
more.
got what you wanted.
Twitch streamers now make more money off of ad revenue than they would have if they just had subscribers. I personally still think that they should leave that option.
This idea of a trade-off is ridiculous. That because they gave a little bit more ad revenue, it justifies the taking of the.
I don't think so. Train, I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with you. You and I are in agreement.
That's like a platform saying, oh, we're going to give you 20%, right? Which is unfair. And then saying, oh, you know what, we'll give you 30. And then we're just, oh, yes, you gave us more. You didn't have to. No, it is fucking they started at a ripoff rate and they gave you another rate to make it look like it's better, but that's also a ripoff rate. Do you understand?
Yes.
He's right.
Yes.
It's presented disingenuously. That it's disgusting. It's pure greed and pure.
It's still leveled out, though. It ended up being the same thing or better. It'll be
the increased ad should not come at the cost of sub splits being cut. That's ridiculous. The increased ad should come if the site's business model is executed correctly.
Speaking of ads, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free on Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub. I'm on fire with these motherfucking segues today, boy. God damn.
The problem is servers are incredibly expensive and people don't run ads. So the reason why they didn't, at the time I didn't run it, now they're automatic.
So instead of punishing the creator, they need to find a better system instead of taking from the creator's sub revenue. Do you understand? They need to find a better system to execute the ad.
I want that. I don't think you're gonna have a built-in.
It's not about what I want. It's what's
4-minute ad deal, right? Then sure. Then Twitch, you know what you do? They should force 3 minutes on all channels to pay for the servers. And then
can I explain something to you guys? The main point of contention here should be that none of the people that actually provide value to the product, whether it be the people working at Twitch or whether it be the people that are on camera every day, work Omegalol, are having a say in the way that this distribution is done. That is undemocratic. I believe that even if you arrive at the same exact fucking idea at the end of it, where we say, you know what, we like this distribution, I think that people who are playing a role in the creation of this product should have a say. That is my point.
If we listened to streamers on how this shit should be run, this shit would have the lights turned off and Amazon would have pulled out years ago.
That's why
streamers are bricked. They shouldn't.
It's not just streamers.
This idea where it has to be one or the other is the issue. Do you understand? There can be a middle ground. There can be a
Train is right. Train is fucking right.
Compromise.
Because why? Because why? When they made that distribution, they wanted to improve their profit margin. Why did they improve their profit margin? Because Amazon wants the profits to go up, because right now Twitch is in the red because web serving is web hosting for live streamed video, an inventory that is untapped basically with so many opportunities to fucking run ads, is currently not running enough ads and giving them enough revenue. That is why they made this change. Now ultimately streamers will make more
on their failed system. Do you understand? They need to come together and find a system which doesn't punish the work. Where are they taking the punishment? Do you understand? Aside from these firings, which you'd argue is also another form of the worker taking the hit. They need to better their business model. Do you understand? Everyone that's taking a hit because their shit business model is the worker. That is a mistake. Do you understand? It is wrong. Shit like that should be fought against. We should have voices. Whether it's on a panel, whether it's at a round table, we need to have voices to combat that. That's bullshit. You understand? That's greed. That's unfair. It's not right.
Talking to them. You know what? You don't believe me? You don't believe me? Okay, that streamers are fucking dumb. At the meetings, the only feedback we got from fucking big names like Taiwan is, "Where's the 20-minute ad button?" Is the fucking feedback he gave them. We're all
That's insane.
Because the power can't be, right? Like the issue is this, right? For some reason, all of our issues are fought with two polarizing viewpoints, right? We either have all the way over here or all the way over here. We need to have a ground of, right, a place of discourse where we can come in the middle and say, okay, you know what, let's compromise. Let's grab, the shit that we need to do here. Hey, we'll take that L, we'll take that, but we're gonna need this. These guys go, okay, well, we're gonna need this, but we're gonna take this. We go, okay, we've come to an agreement. That's what needs to happen. But this idea where they take, and it has to be this or this is our issue in everything today. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Everything having to be one side or the other is an issue. It causes so much divide.
And meanwhile, while we're having this back
The
and forth, while we're having this back and forth, you know who's not taking a fucking hit, dude? The bosses, the people that have Amazon stock, the fucking wealthy Jeff Bezos. He doesn't give a fuck. He's caked up, okay? It doesn't even matter to him.
Because they make money off the fucking bots at the Amazon fucking delivery service that are working with crazy conditions with profit, and then they acquired Twitch, right? But Twitch, this shit is broke. This shit isn't turning a profit. Well, where do you live in this operation that makes a profit? For them, it's an investment.
Twitch is not turning profit exclusively because Amazon literally treats Twitch as a money-making operation instead of offering it more favorable video hosting fucking server costs.
AWS and IBS, yes.
Yeah. Amazon could internally swap over, if Amazon truly cared about Twitch being a profitable venture, they could literally swap over server costs to offset it off of one of the many other profitable ventures that they have. They're not doing that because they don't want to do that, because they want to increase the pressure on content creators and maybe even possibly take a risk on making the content unwatchable by delivering even more ads to the fucking viewers.
Bro, that's like me saying, yo, I grow my garden green beans and I sell green beans at the market, right? Well, now I hired 20 employees to build houses, right? But we're not doing a profit because I'm feeding them green beans I could be selling. Well, in that case, just
wait. That's precisely. Wait. That's how all business works. No, that's how all business works. That's how all business works. What you're describing is quite literally how businesses work regardless. Now, either it could be funded by this like endless money supply of constantly fucking raising funds with the ultimate goal of like turning profits someday, whether it be by monopolizing a certain sector like Amazon has done in the form of e-commerce, or any other way by making a competitive product that people actually want to fucking buy. That is literally what businesses do. That's why they fucking take an L year over year over year over year. You think Amazon gives a fuck about Twitch ultimately? You think they're in it for like the love of the game? You think they bought Twitch because they think like, oh man, Jeff Bezos just really loves live streaming. That's why he did it.
For Amazon, this whole thing would be over. This is a money sinkhole. If it wasn't for Amazon,
it's not a money sinkhole. It's a bet. It's a bet. It's a bet that Amazon has made, thinking, and I think that I agree with their assessment of the situation. It's a bet that they've made. Okay, they think that they can monopolize the live streaming space. Amazon only does vertical and horizontal integration. They only monopolize. They don't do anything else. They don't have any other interest. They don't have any other goals. That's all they want to do. They want to corner the market so they can set the fucking prices, slowly but surely increasing the fucking wages or maybe lowering the quality of the output. Okay, that's how they did it on e-commerce, and that's like they literally drove small business out of